is in the middle. I got it because of the grappler I used. It forced me to go down so fast. Okay, they added a locker room. They added a locker room. Wait, what if I'm in it when the time runs out? What if I get out? Wait, I'm still in the game. Nah, who left now, Key? I'm at 5. I'm not at 5 anymore. I got that bad kid. I'm healing, boy. I'm healing. Bro, I just said that. I'm not wasting time on little chat. Like I said, I'm not wasting time on little chats. That's not hitting me. Ariana, I could say you have views. You could come back. You waited for your heels, buddy. Moonwalk. You don't have the emote, so how you know? You finna do a reading of showing the TV?
Hey, who is that? Hey, donkey. Don't know Jesus. If I don't know Jesus, I wouldn't know the devil. Okay.
What is that?
If I didn't know Jesus, I wouldn't know the devil.
Our land. So beginning with that premise, whether you're more or not more, I'm going to start with what law really is.
Okay.
Most of us think that you go into a courtroom and understand the difference between a court and a courtroom, that the people who purport to use law really use words of art to make you believe, in fact, that law is on the table when you walk into a courthouse or a courtroom, when in fact that's not true. And I would like to share with you tonight, regardless of your religious persuasion, what law really is. Law, and as Muslims would say, all law, is A-L-L space L-A-W, all law, all law. So for anyone who's of a Christian persuasion, don't be misled, and when you hear the term all law is God, all right? That is also what we would say in lawful terms a misnomer. Allah is not God. God has no capacity and no standing to all law. Because God means governmental ordinance departments. There is no comparison. Now, who can use law? Law can only be used by people who are in their sovereign capacity. And as I will share with you tonight, the majority of the people in the world And I'm not going to get into all of the details about that, but the majority of the people in the world, 99% of them live in slavery today. So in 1863, via the Emancipation Proclamation, and I challenge you to go look in a law dictionary and look at the definition of emancipation and proclamation, and you will see that a proclamation is not a law. A proclamation is a public announcement by elected officials. It is not a law. So the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 did not set any slaves free. What it did was standardize slavery. The United States being the model for the standardization of slavery, that all of the other nations around the world, as they reduced their people from their sovereign capacity and forced them to join nation states, then they were able to issue statutes, codes, ordinances, resolutions on them. And a statute, as in a state statute of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is not a law. It is corporate policy of the corporation that calls itself the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Incorporated. All right? Now, a code is not a law. The United States Code, the code of the laws of the United States of America that are used in federal court and the Supreme Court, are not law. They are what they say they are. They are codes, ordinances, and resolutions of a municipality of the city of Philadelphia, which is a private, non-profit corporation that calls itself the City of Philadelphia. An ordinance and a resolution, as in parking ordinances, they are not law. They are what they say they are. They are ordinances and they are resolutions. All right? And the reason they are not law is because the only people who can issue law are people who are acting in their sovereign capacity. And the people who sit in these seats as elected officials are not, in fact, in their sovereign capacity. They are in a corporate board status, meaning that they are boards of the state. They are members of the corporation, which is a nonprofit that calls itself the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And as long as they have a birth certificate on record with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, with that birth certificate being a contract, the birth certificate is a contract. And as long as you have a contract with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Incorporated, you belong to them, and that's what slavery really is. All right? So who can use law? If you are a member of a corporate ward state, if you are a member of a corporate ward nation that calls itself the United States of America, you are a citizen. Look in the law dictionary and look up the definition of citizen. A citizen is not a sovereign. A resident is not a sovereign. Therefore, if you use an address, which is a fictitious number associated with a designation issued by a corporate ward, right? Then you become under the jurisdiction of those people who are also corporate wards, but who are also slaveholders, right? So if you're operating in that capacity, law does not apply to you. If you are a resident of the city of Philadelphia, which is a private, non-profit corporation, and you say you are a resident of the city of Philadelphia, then the ordinances and the resolutions of that private, non-profit corporation apply to you. If you are a citizen of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Incorporated, which is a private nonprofit corporation, then the statutes of that nonprofit corporation apply to you. If you are a citizen of the United States of America, which is a private nonprofit corporation, then the code of the laws, right, apply to you. But if you are a sovereign of the Moorish Empire, those ordinances, those resolutions, those codes, those statutes do not apply to you because you are not a member of the corporate ward state. It's as simple as that. And they understand the difference. This is why on their documents, they use words of art. They use the word label. They use the word person. They use the word address. All of these things that place you in their jurisdiction, and you unknowingly fill out forms every day, and every time you fill out a form, you enter into a contract. I don't care what kind of form it is. It's a contract. A driver's license application is a contract. A social security application is a contract. When you call up the telephone company and you make a verbal contract over the telephone, this is why they can bill you. When you sign a deed, it is a contract. When you fill out a voter registration form, it is a contract. Does everybody understand that? Don't ever think anything that you put your signature on becomes a contract. All right? Now, the fact that you are not in your sovereign status means that you make a contract as a minor. They don't care. They know you are a minor because, and to be other than a minor, you have to be in your proper person at law. And how we write that is this.
Oh, yes. Why would you drop the grappling? Nah, bro. Nah, I got the fist too. I got the fist too. And the teleportation mask too. Oh yeah, you could. Why would you drop it? What the? The king you died. Wait, I mean, used to be
Impropria persona. Impropria persona.
Did you just leave or something?
When you are in your corporate ward status, you look like this to the court.
Okay, what?
Pro se. Pro se meaning they get you in the court and they bring someone in called
and then wait
a...
until all the way the round is ending, and then you get out, and then you just get an infinite free win.
Got that? Pro se tutor. Prosecutor. Because you're in a corporate board status. Now, if you're in propria persona, say in their criminal allegations, the prosecutor cannot come into the courtroom and say anything to you because you're not in pro se status. Makes sense, right? The issues of law. The issues of law are threefold. The issues of law are status, jurisdiction, and adjudication.
Wait, I have heels. What am I doing?
The first thing that happens when you walk into a courtroom in your corporate ward status is that they already make the assumption that you are a ward of the state and that you don't know anybody. So they immediately start adjudicating you.
I've been there?
As the first thing that happens when we walk into a courtroom is that we place our status on the record. On the record. We come in with our flag. We come in with our treaty. We come in with the Constitution we signed with them, and understanding that the Constitution is a contract. Be other than a minor, you have to be in your proper person at law. And how we write that is this.
Ah, what's up? Nice. Oh! Come here. You missed the grabber. He's coming for you. Come on, Key. Use the shotgun.
Can you
Snipe him. Snipe him. It's coming up towards where you're looking. Key, he's on the middle.
Can you open that? Impropria persona.
Shoot him.
Impropria persona. When you are in your corporate ward status, you look like this to the court. Pro se. Pro se meaning they get you in the court and they bring someone in called a...
I mean, I was already dead, though.
Got that? Pro se tutor. Prosecutor. Because you're in a corporate ward status. Now, if you're in propria persona, say in their criminal allegations, the prosecutor cannot come into the courtroom and say anything to you because you're not in pro se status.
I had the option to grab the
Makes sense, right?
You gotta kill him. Wait, you couldn't eat that fish and teleport to the middle.
The issues of law. The issues of law are threefold. The issues of law are status, jurisdiction, and adjudication. The first thing that happens when you walk into a courtroom in your corporate ward status is that they already make the assumption that you are a ward of the state and that you don't know any better. So they immediately start adjudicating you. As Moors, the first thing that happens when we walk into a courtroom is that we place our status on the record. On the record. We come in with our flag. We come in with our treaty. We come in with the Constitution we signed with them. And understanding that the Constitution is a contract. It's a contract between who? It's a contract between the United States Republic and the United States of America. But there are certain clauses in that contract that apply to Moors, which takes us back to the Treaty of 1787. But that contract between the United States and the United States of America does not apply to us other than that part that discusses the treaty. Yes. So it's not relevant for us to go into any courtroom and argue about their ordinances, their codes, their statutes. The only thing we're in there to talk about is, have we violated the treaty? Have we violated that part, which is Article 6 of the Constitution, that applies to us? That's the only question in the courtroom. Because the status of the individual looks like this.
Did I just seriously kill you? Oh my god. Did I just push you? With that? Wait. Yo, he's dead. That was crazy. That was crazy. Right, did he just leave? He left.
You and the judge. There's nobody else that you need to discuss anything with in the courtroom besides the judge.
He actually left.
The prosecutor is invisible to you.
Wait, no, his mic is.
Now, what do you have to say to that judge? My honor, not your honor. What is your status? What is your name? What is your nationality? All right? And do not let them get away with saying, I am a U.S. citizen. You cannot be a citizen and sit a bench. You cannot be a member of the Bar Association, which is a private, nonprofit corporation that issues registration numbers to its members who do not have a license to practice law in any state. Because in order to have a license to practice law, you must have your proper person. And in order to be in propria persona in this country, whether that be North America, Central America, or South America, you must be a Moor. If they want to be sovereign, they've got to go home. They cannot be sovereign here. All right?
Yo, bro, what is that name? Jeez, why are you?
The next issue of law is jurisdiction. So let me stick with status. What is the status of the prosecutor? What is the status of the district attorney? What is the status of Lynn Abraham? Does anybody in this room know her nationality? I don't. That's an important question to ask her if she serves me with any papers. Well, who are you? Where is your license to practice law? Where is your proof of naturalization in my land? Who gave you the authority to be here? Right? Who issued you authority to act in any capacity to file any complaint or any charges against anyone? That's the question. And I say to you, she can't answer those questions. Right? So then, if you walk into a courtroom and nobody else has the status to be there, automatically challenge the jurisdiction of the court. There's nothing else that you need to say. There's nothing else to be said. Stand mute. Let them proceed, because guess what? They cannot proceed. You have a question.
we make them honor that information that you just passed on to us?
In the courtroom, as I have learned because I've spent a lot of time there, right, there is a language of silence. After you've said what you need to say, don't say anymore. They will do the rest when you stand on your square. That's all you need to do. There's no need to stand there and argue with the judge, and trust me, I've done that. All right? And once you say what you need to say, they know everything else to do. But understand, they do not want you exposing the truth to their corporate boards, because every slave that you take out of their corporation, they lose money. This is a money-making business. So don't go into the courtroom trying to expose the fraud. That's not your job. That's not why you're there. There's another venue for that. In that courtroom, and understand it's not court, because it's not law. And I'm going to get into that in a few minutes. So don't try to challenge them on the law. They already know that. They already know they don't have the proper status. They already know they're operating in your land fraudulently. All right? Just say what you have to say and back off. They will give you the window. And it's up to you. If you are educated enough about the law, you'll see the window, you'll recognize it, and then you'll be able to walk through it and walk out the door. But if you're not conscious, when they open the window for you, I'll give you an example, as I gave in class just a few nights ago. Went into the courtroom, and the judge has papers there in front of me, and he's just arguing with me, young lady, you better come back here. I'm going to send all these officers I have at my disposal with guns to hunt you down and bring you. And he's just running his mouth. And the prosecutor slides me the paper to sign, and it was blank. Do you understand? Do you understand? So I signed the paper because I know how to sign contracts and not be obligated to them, right? So I did that, signed the blank piece of paper. They took a copy, I took a copy, and I left. And I never heard from them again. But if I had stood there, as I shared with class, and I have done this paper is blank, and I'm not signing it, right? So all I had to do was come into the courtroom and say what I had to say. Now, I know how to present myself in the courtroom, Islam, right? And see the window and walk out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now, the next issue at law is jurisdiction. We already know they don't have the status. Now, do they have the jurisdiction? The answer is no. Because in order to have jurisdiction, you must first prove status. Everybody in the courtroom must have status on the record. Why is that so important? Because unless their status is on the record, what country do you represent? Says what law you're here to get justice on, right? Now, if you have not clarified the status for the record, you can't bring your law into the court. Status for the record, you can't bring your law into the court. So there can be no court. So status is very important. And so if you're Moore, and let's say somebody else is Manchurian, and I'll get to that in a minute. When you have two people of different standing in the courtroom, you have to decide what law applies. Is there a treaty between the two? Do they have a constitution? Do they have any other trade agreement or contract that binds them and obligates the parties? That's the question. All right? So, if you walk into the courtroom and they immediately start adjudicating, you have no idea what law they're using. And I guarantee you, because status has not been established for the record, they're not using any law that applies to you. And they're not using any law that applies to them. They're simply using corporate policy, which is discretionary. If they like you today, they'll let you off. If they don't like you tomorrow, they'll give you some time or a fine. Okay? So status and then jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is going to determine what area, what geographical area encompasses the authority that that judge or that court has. All right? So if you're in a municipal court or a court of common pleas, don't go in there talking about the Constitution because they don't have jurisdiction to discuss the Constitution with you. Do not go into a state court discussing the Constitution unless it's the state's Constitution. Because the United States Constitution, they have no jurisdiction over, but they won't tell you that. They'll dismiss the case. different jurisdictions. And don't go into federal court talking about city ordinances.
Oh, I found my first.
You understand the difference? Okay. Jurisdiction. Then adjudication. Once you get to the part about adjudication, you have to answer the question, do you understand the law that applies to you, that applies to this matter? Because there's two types of jurisdiction. Jurisdiction over the matter and jurisdiction over the person. All right? Does the court have both? They must have both in order to proceed. They don't tell you these things, but this is very important. So if the court has gotten to the point of adjudication, all right, which for me, I don't have that problem. But once the court gets to the point of adjudication, then they're ready to start prosecuting. They're ready to find you guilty of something, some kind of way. And the reason for that is because it's a business. And once you enter there and they seize jurisdiction over you, they adjudicate for the sole purpose of getting some money. That's the bottom line. They don't care about you, whether you're innocent or whether you're guilty, none of that. How much money are they going to get out of this? And their little club that they have called the Bar Association, their members have to be fed. So they want to make sure that this one gets fed and that one gets fed. And that's fine, because that's their corporate thing. That's the way they make money. If they're going to make money being deceitful and all that, that's the karmic baggage they've got to carry. But you don't want to be a participant to it. That's all. Okay. Color law. Colorable. Color means something that pretends to be something that it's not. Colorable court, colorable money, colorable law, colorable people. Any people who call themselves colored, Negro, African American, Indian, Puerto Rican, Chinese, Australian, all of these are colorable labels that these people for the most part around the world don't even know this. But because they call themselves Chinese, as I was getting ready to say to you, they are part of a corporate nation state as well, because the country of China is Manchuria. The nation state, the corporate ward nation state is China. That is not the country or the sovereignty of the people. The people are Manchurian. All right? You understand? Say anybody who wants to call themselves Puerto Rican. Puerto Rico is a corporate nation state. It is a private, non-profit corporation that has a charter issued by the Lord, where they have the authority to conduct commerce and trade on the island of Borncano. Borncua. Right? Borncua. That's the name of the people. Borncano is the name of the island. Puerto Rico is the private, non-profit corporation that has the charter to operate within the geographical boundaries of Borncano. Most Puerto Ricans don't even know that. I go around telling people all the time, you're not this, you're not that. This is who you really are, because people have grown up into slavery for generation after generation in all these corporate nation states who belong to the United Nations, which is a private, non-profit corporation, trade association for nation-state corporations. Got it? In order to belong to the United Nations, you have to be a corporate board state, nation state. Otherwise, they don't want you. And they will go to war against a country and take the people out of their sovereign capacity and say they're setting up democracy all around the world, so that they can take people out of their sovereign capacity and take them away from the law and impose corporate statute on them. And that's exactly what they do. All right? Now, color law is in full swing all around the world. All around the world. And they have a clique where they're all intermingled and they all agree to participate together in this game. Right? Now, it doesn't matter where you go. Just like most people think you need a passport to travel from company to company to company that are called nation states. So you do need a passport if you call yourself Black or African American or a U.S. citizen or any of those things. Yes, you need a passport to travel from one corporate nation state to another. But when you're traveling from one country to another, you do not need a passport. And those countries will tell you you don't. Depends on what you call yourself. You understand? Okay. Why do we have colorable law and colorable courts? During the Civil War, the Moors went to war against each other. Now, we destroyed ourselves in this. The Europeans did not come here and bring us down. We did that from inside. and they capitalize on the carnage. Do you understand? All of these buildings all around here, as I told in class last night, they're ours. They belong to us. They're ancient, these buildings. There's a whole city underneath this city. They went and burned all the major cities, the major energy centers on this globe we call an earth. Our ancestors set up these energy centers that we call Philadelphia, New York, Boston, Atlanta, Detroit, right? Chicago, Miami, Phoenix, Los Angeles. They are energy centers. They're not where they are in huge, large cities just because of some coincidence. There's energy and power in these places. London, Rio de Janeiro. All right? And by the way, we're going to spell it like this, Rio de.
Hey, he's in the sky. Hey, everybody.
De, which is a known title of the Moors. Rio de Janeiro. You understand? This thing is worldwide. This flag that we carry, with the red flag, with the 5-pointed green star, with the pointing up, all right? It's a worldwide flag. It's recognized all around the world, all right? So, the reason we have colorable courts and colorable law is because during the Civil War, when the Moors warred against each other, there were those who agreed to participate in the game called the corporate ward game. And there were many who made a lot of money. They got a commission on everybody they got to sign a birth certificate, because the birth certificate is a contract that puts you in slavery. And they got money. When you can get very rich. All right? All the Quakers got very rich. All the abolitionists got very rich on this Civil War ward state game. Robert Morris and a lot of these buildings that are named after these people in downtown Philadelphia became multi-millionaires, and their ancestors are still wealthy today over the corporate ward game. All right? Now, the reason that we have to have colorable law and colorable courts is because so many of us agree to be slaves. We don't need colorable courts and colorable law otherwise. But the people who agree to be bound by the 14th Amendment, which covers civil rights, which covers Negroes and African Americans and Jews and Hispanics and Indians and all these people like that, if you agree to call yourself that, they have to create a statute that applies to you, because law doesn't apply to you. So it's not their fault. It's the fault of the people who agree to be outside of their sovereign capacity. Okay? And now, if you walk in and you want to reestablish it, they're at odds because they're not accustomed to people walking in who are conscious and sovereign. You can't separate the two when you walk into a courtroom. And when I say you walk in on your square, I don't stand with your feet at a right angle. All right? I mean, not to be deterred when you know you're in and you have law on your side. Do not back down. But you do not have to be belligerent. Trust me, I've been here. Don't do that. Okay? Now, the law of the land. The law of the land, as it applies to the United States of America and the United States, is their Constitution. The law of the land, which supersedes that, which if you go and read the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution, you will see that the treaty, in particular the Treaty of 1787, which was last signed and ratified in 1986. All right, it's re-signed every 50 years. That is the treaty that is the actual law of the land. Now, that being the case, how do we make that treaty work for us?
Hey, moonwalk.
We always say they're not honoring the treaty. This is the oldest treaty in the world. Did y'all know that? And it's the only unbroken and longest standing treaty in the world. Did y'all know that? Now, that treaty protects us. You need to go get a copy of it. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1787. All right? Signed by the Emperor of Morocco. Actually, he signed it in the month of Ramadan, in the year 1201. All right? Which translates into the Gregorian calendar year of 1787, because they added 586 years to our calendar. All right? So, in terms of using the law of the land, and when you express these things to them, you don't even have to go into a lot of detail about it, because those who rule and those in government and those who sit on those judicial benches know what this doctrine is. And they adhere to it, but the problem is there's not enough of us standing up defending it. Okay? How to correct the issue? The people must be in their proper person. The people must act in their sovereign capacity. As the brother said earlier, how do you behave as a sovereign? How do you behave as a sovereign? You behave as a sovereign by not getting so upset and ranting and raving and causing a scene. There's no need to do any of that. As I said in the courtroom, as in the law enforcement, any of that, there's a language of silence. Just like the mummers who march down Broad Street every New Year's and they playing it up and playing it up. What does mummery mean? Silent mockery. Who are they mocking? Us. All right, but they understand the language of silence, and they deal in it all the time with their secret signs and symbols. But don't be angry with them for using these things. Why not? We taught it to them. Okay, don't be angry with them because they have gotten out of control with the power that we gave them. We created these people. We can't now turn around and say, now we don't want you, now, go off someplace else and this and that. And if you know the history, you know that what the Moors did to these people when they were first created. The Moors considered them subhuman. They couldn't speak Latin, which is our original language. They couldn't go to school. They couldn't own land. They couldn't vote. They were totally disenfranchised. And this is why the Moors commissioned Benjamin Bay, who you know as Benjamin Banneker, who is also Benjamin Franklin, by the way, okay, to teach these people the science of government. He did that for select people. Unfortunately, it couldn't go and spread as widely as it should have been. Now we have a situation on our hands where we as Moors refuse to be who we are. In the civil rights movement, there were those who led it, who were paid to get us off our square, and we agreed to be there. We agreed to be called.
Wait, I'm not even gonna go. What am I doing?
Now, who can tell us any different? Now, the Europeans have a dilemma because they've lied to us so much and we have forgotten so much that if they stand up to tell us the truth, would we believe them? The majority of the people who call themselves African American, right now, if you tell them they're not African, they'll give you hell. Am I right?
Right.
Yes, we are. Now, can you imagine you're getting that feedback from them? Can you imagine what they would say to a European who now try to tell them they're not from Africa? You understand? Now you got Bill Gates who's giving $1 billion to the United Negro College Fund, to keep more Negroes out of their sovereign capacity, and they jump right into the boat, right? Play it up to the hill. Oh, what great things he's done. They love him to death. Now, if the Moors try to stand up and say who the man really is, you got all these black people who are going to criticize you. Leave the man alone, they'll say. All right? But we know the truth. So we correct the issue only by standing on our square, whether we're Moors or whether we're not. All right?
Huh?
Now, let's talk about what law really is.
Bro, why am I glitch?
Law is based upon the science of astrology, astrologic. Don't let anybody ever tell you that astrology is for entertainment purposes. It is the science that rules. It is the science that governs. As I said to you, what all law is, all law. All law. Do we praise Allah? Absolutely. Do we praise Christ? Absolutely. Because what? Not who. What is Christ?
/ kill her.
Christ is the great I am. And if you know what Islam means, let me tell you this. I, self, law, am master.
Wow.
I am the master of my own fate. I am Allah. All right? When you walk into the courtroom and you know these things, trust me, you get a different result. When they ask you your name, you never say, my name is. That's a label. What do you say? I am. I am. You never swear on the Bible. You affirm. You affirm on the Bible.
Hey, how you do?
And as Sister Denai here said, oh, they try to trick you, they'll say, do you swear or affirm? No. You just say, I affirm. Because what? I am and who you are. And that's your status. And nobody can compete with that. Nobody can take that from you. And no matter what paperwork you submit to a court, what is the most important thing is when you walk into a courtroom and you speak the law. And when you speak the law in a courtroom, guess what? You speak it into existence because a thought is an activity. It's real. It may not be something you can touch, but as soon as that thought transpires into a word, it becomes a spell. That's why they call it spelling. You get it? Now, law is based on the zodiac. Now, when you walk into a courtroom, there's all kinds of things going on. There's sacred geometry going on in the courtroom. In fact, the courtroom is set up according to sacred geometry. All right? And here's what happens when you're in there. The judge is at the top of the triangle. Got it? When you walk in there, and as I had shared in another class, to deal with marriage, it's the same thing. And I'm going to talk about that also in a minute. You walk in there, and when you appear, never tell the court that you are appearing. Look in the law dictionary and find out the definition of appear. Never do that. You go into the courtroom and you make a what? A special appearance. Not general. That will get you in trouble every time if you appear in a courtroom. And all of these little nuances, they know these things. And they are put there to trap you who don't know. So when you walk in there and you're on your square, being on your square means to know these things and not to walk in the courtroom uncomfortable. Because when you know them, you have no reason not to come to court, do you? You want to be there because you want to make a special appearance to challenge the jurisdiction of the court. Why? Because of the lack of status. And once jurisdiction is challenged, it must be proven for the record. It must be proven for the record before the court can proceed. Do you understand? The judge must come with his nationality papers. He must come with the flag of the country, not the nation state that he represents. That United States flag with 50 stars, which now should be 48 because there are only 48 states. Did y'all know that? 2 of them dropped out. Hawaii and Alaska are no longer states. Did y'all know that? They're no longer states. The treaty was up. They got out. All right.
I heard that. You said Hawaii.
I'm kind of going through a lot of things right now, and okay.
Who got out?
They're no longer states. The treaty was up. They got out.
All right. Thank you.
He must come with the flag of the country, not the nation state that he represents. That United States flag with 50 stars, which now should be 48 because there are only 48 states. Did y'all know that? 2 of them dropped out. Hawaii and Alaska are no longer states. Did y'all know that? They're no longer states. The treaty was up. They got out. All right. I'm kind of going through a lot of things right now, and okay. All right. The law is used by people in their proper person. When you walk into the courtroom, you should always have your paperwork precede you. Don't walk in there without first having submitted some document to the court to let them know that yes, I'm coming. And look in the law dictionary and look up the definition of come. It's different than appear.
Why you say
You can come to the courtroom, all right, and make a special appearance. You understand? Never that you get the subpoena or whatever it is in the newspaper, and don't believe all this other stuff where they tell you don't go to court if you get these papers, because they will put a manhunt out for you, and you do not need that. And there's no reason for you not to go. You should go. You should go, and the more of us that do go and challenge the jurisdiction and let them see we're not scared because we're standing on the square, they will stop calling you to court, right? Because the people who operate in their proper person, and the more and more of us that go in there operating in our proper person, they're going to begin to see the game is up, the secret's out. We can't do this anymore, all right? Justice died upon the cross. What does that mean? I'm no artist. That is the cardinal points of the zodiac. Cardinal, as in Catholic Church, cardinal. They are your deacons of the zodiac. Deacons, as in the Christian church.
I just eliminated the Fortnite. I just eliminated the Fortnite.
They are your cardinal points. And they apply to everything you do. Who you are, your character, everything that surrounds you, your environment, the country where you live, everything is affected by the different signs of the zodiac. When justice died on the cross, here's what happened.
Wait, how about you and him? Where did Deadpool stand? And then me and him? No, I'm talking about me, but yeah, the other guy. And then me and you were the ice cream. Bro, King, you have to play a drawing.
That's our solar system, and that's the sun in the middle.
Hold on, King. I'm gonna invite you.
And that's Earth.
Okay, King?
The third rock from the sun, which is its planetary position. That's not its name.
Inviting me, King.
And its planetary position will be changing, is changing every day. And it's speeding up and getting closer and closer to the sun until it will occupy the second position, rock from the sun. This is the natural life cycle of a planet. All the planets are coming in, and then more planets are being created out further beyond Pluto. So what they call the greenhouse effect is the natural heating up of the planet. And all those who cannot meet the heat requirement as the planet heats up will be eliminated from the planet. This is the science of the zodiac. Now, just like we have the zodiac, which I just showed you, based upon what is called the geocentric form of astrology. Geocentric because it's centered based on the Earth as its center point. Then there's the heliocentric form of astrology, which is based upon the sun being the center. Sun is helio, Earth is geo. Everybody understand that? Now, just like we have our signs applied to the Earth here, the sun also has its center point here. Everybody understand that? Does everybody understand that our entire solar system is spinning around the Milky Way? The Earth spins on its axis, the moon spins around, well, let me back up. The moon doesn't spin around the Earth like they told you, but the moon does have a cycle. Now, the Earth spins on its axis, and the Earth spins around the sun. The sun spins on its axis, and this entire solar system spins around the Milky Way. Everybody understand that? That's basic, right? Very basic. Now, check this out.
Granny, I just realized, what if someone said,
it takes the
if someone is
sun
about to kill me or something,
26,000 years
then I would say I
to
want to
make
die
one
by
revolution
age.
around the Milky Way.
I do not want to die.
Everybody understand that? This is science here. We're not trying to make up stuff just to lie to you, okay? And all of this, believe it or not, is relative to law. That's why I'm explaining it to you. All right? And we're talking. The subject is justice died upon the cross. So I'm coming back to that, but I have to give you this information first so you'll understand. 26,000 years for the sun to make one journey around the Milky Way. All right? If we divide that by 12, why are we dividing it by 12? There are 12 signs of the zodiac. All right? Now, we divide it by 12. This is the number. 2,166 years. So, our solar system spins 2,166 years in one sign. We just left the age of Pisces. An age is equal to 2,166 years. Now, you've heard the term, an age, but nobody ever thought about it. We say for ages. What's an age equal to? Mathematically, it's equal to 2,166 years. Got it? Now, we just entered the age of Aquarius. All right, 2,166 is represented here.
All right.
See that? So each one, right, has a time frame of 2,166. Everybody understand that? Here's what happens. I don't need to write all of them, right? You all understand the point.
Wait, Keith.
We just left the age of Pisces, which was or an eon. An age and an eon are equal to 2,166 years. Now, we just left the age of Pisces, which is represented by what we know as Jesus. That's why Jesus is represented by the sign of the fish. It's over. The age of Pisces is over. All right? Not to come around again until we go through all of the other 11 signs of the zodiac. Now we're in the age of Aquarius. What does that mean?
I'm not in.
Justice. And any Mason will tell you, if he can unravel the allegory, is Jesus. Jesus was born. Why? Because what's the opposite of Pisces?
Virgo.
Jesus was born of a virgin mother. Virgo is the virgin. Virgo is the virgin, right? So here's Virgo.
Right.
Anybody? Virgo is the virgin, right? So Jesus was born of the virgin mother, Virgo. Got it? All of this stuff in the Bible, because understand that the Bible is not a religious book. The Quran is not a religious book. They are science books. Biblios Heliotech is the Bible. It's the full Latin name of the Bible. It is the science, it's the elementary science when words are concerned. It's the science of the study of the cycle of the sun. Helio meaning study, meaning sun. Biblios meaning record of. Y'all understand? The Quran, chronology, maxima, the great chronology. The Quran is the great chronology of the science and the study of the asteroid, of the astral plane. Do you understand? Okay, so justice died on the cross. Here's what happened. Those that we call Europeans or Albions,
Come on, King. We have to go save our teammates. That's about to die.
So when we say the time is up, we're not just saying this by conjecture. We're saying this because the time, 2,166 years that they have, is over. I'm not saying this because I have any bias against them or any of that. This is the science of it, and they know it. The problem is our people are not ready for it. How can justice return under the age of Aquarius if we're not ready? The age of Aquarius demands information. It is the technology age, Aquarius is. Aquarius demands answers. Our youth demand answers. They demand the truth. They demand this truth because they cannot proceed and leave the world without this knowledge. They cannot do it. They cannot do this without the understanding of the zodiac, which is this.
Come on, Pete. Oh my God. Alright, King, let's go see if he actually has it.
Zodiacus is the ancient name of the term zodiac. Zodiacus implies the first
You
woman.
have to use the rift.
Who is this?
Bro, see, this is why.
Womb man. We are man with a womb.
This is why.
That's who we are. No spirit can enter this plane without the agreement of a womb man. Period.
I have to put my
We are the
tablet on the
vehicle.
chart.
We have a covenant with the cosmos where we agree to bring those spirits, which we call monads, from the astral plane and summon them to this physical plane. And it is only through the womb man that they can leave, exit, and then reposition themselves in another plane. All of this relevant to our law.
You don't even see his house.
Now, this is why when the brother talked about getting our land back, I know this issue very well. I fight this fight every day on top of all my other duties and responsibilities and everything else that I do. So when we talk about justice returns under the age of Aquarius, this is why when we walk into a courtroom and we understand that the court, as I explained to a class just recently, a court is also a corporation. They don't hide that from you. They put it right on the seal, right behind the judge. And they tell you that this court was incorporated in 1878, whatever it is. This court was incorporated, and what words do they use? Founded. So when you see the word founded, and you see the word established in it, it already tells you that they're a corporation. Understand? And anybody who owns a corporation does what? Own a slave. Because a corporation is a slave holder. Understand? Now, let's talk about the issues that come up in court. How am I retired? All right. The point I want to make real quick, relative to going into court and getting land back and all these issues and all these injustices that have been done to us, when we participate in organizations that take us off our square, that adds to the chaos and the confusion. So it's better not to join anything at all and just be yourself if you're not going to be a Moor. Even if you're going to be a Moor, understand that sovereignty is an individual thing. Don't go into court talking about, I belong to such and such organization. Be clear about that, because as soon as you say an association, an organization, a business, a firm, a corporate, you're talking about slavery. And they love that language because you're putting yourself right in their jurisdiction as soon as you say it. Did you go in there and say, I am? Well, what organization do you belong to? Well, none. They do not know how to deal with you. But as soon as you say corporation, because they're a corporation and they speak the corporate language and they have corporate policy, they'll love you to say that. So the first thing they're going to do is, how are we going to get some money? All right? Because that's the name of the game, money. Now, let's talk about who they are, why they exist, these courts. First of all, we know they're not really courts. We know they're colorable. They know they're colorable. They have to be colorable because they're dealing with colorable people, right? If we choose not to be colorable, we don't belong in there. So, the court is this. Just like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, just like the Bar Association, just like the United States of America, they are this.
Yeah, making everybody stop dancing. King. Jump, King.
corporation. If you get some mail that belongs to me, do you go and show up and say you me? No, you can't do that. So if a private nonprofit corporation sends you a document and you have no contract with them, why should you go up and debate the contract? Because you don't have a contract, right? You don't have a contract, you don't have a contract. It's as simple as that. You don't need to go there and say all that. Just say, because here's my status and this and that and the other, right? Don't go in there trying to debate whether you owe money on the contract or not. The bill was too high and all that. And I'm not saying that because of what you said. I understand that. If you don't have the contract, why are you discussing the bill? It doesn't make sense, does it? First, you have to have a contract. So the first thing you need to understand when you walk in there, I don't care what the issue is. Here's the question.
Bro!
And I write things down, specific things I write down, because when I write them down, I'm spelling. Understand?
Bro, this is a whole pirate ship made out of wood.
Do we have a contract? If I rescind my birth certificate, do I agree to belong to the corporate board state that calls itself the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which is a private nonprofit corporation? If I don't have a birth certificate with you, what agreement do we have that you should summon me to answer anything? Right? If I don't have an agreement with the parking authority, which I don't, do they have the right to send me a bill saying that I owe them for a parking ticket? It's ludicrous. Now, the thing to say is, if you don't have the contract, you have certain rights. And you need to exercise those rights. And there are codes even that are there, and laws that are there to protect you if you don't have a contract with somebody and they're trying to make you adhere to a contract. I don't care what kind of contract it is. If you don't have a driver's license and they pull you over, the first thing you need to say is, I don't have a contract. They may still give you the ticket, but understand that there are other things, which I already explained, in the language of silence, which because we are amongst non-Moors tonight, I will not show you. However, there's a language of silence that you can speak to these people and they will not bother you. You can trust me on that. However, if you're not comfortable and you happen to get off your square and you get the ticket and you have to go to court, that's the first thing you have to say. I don't have a contract. And all of these courts, because they are corporations, the only type of policy they can deal with is contract policy, not contract law, contract policy. So the first thing you must ask is what? Do we have a contract? If the answer is no, then I'm here under threat, duress, and coercion. You are violating my rights. It's as simple as that. You have no other reason to be there. Does that make sense? Okay. If the state comes in and says, you're not treating your children right and we want to take them, right? The first thing you have to say is, hey, do I have a contract that says I gave my children to you? At what point, produce the contract? Produce the contract. If you send me a bill, and understand that if you belong to the corporate board state, you can't make these arguments because you do have a contract, which is the birth certificate, which is the marriage license. Which a marriage license is your contract, is the woman's contract with the state and the man's contract with the state. It's not a contract between the man and the woman. Never was, never will be. Unless you have a prenuptial agreement or something else, you don't have a marriage contract with the one you love. You have a contract with somebody else who becomes a third party to your life, always, till you rescind the contract. All right? Because that's not how you get married. Marriage is under all law. All right? And then what you're responsible to do is to place the oath that you take between the two of you on the public record. Where do you place information on the public record? Do you know? With the county. The counties are ancient. They belong to us.
Bro, why is there a pizza?
They belong to us. Our ancestors named the counties. Our ancestors formed the counties. Our ancestors set up the government of the counties, and the counties operate according to common law, which is royal law, which is Muslim customary law, which is Muslim customary law. Did y'all know that? The counties belong to us.
Don't do that again, bro.
So let me write this for you.
All right, King?
How many of you think you live in Philadelphia County?
I want to show you something.
For those who, okay.
I want to show you Okay.
All right.
No. Yeah.
When?
Hey, get it. Yeah.
Here we go.
Hey. Oh.
See that?
We can do this.
Do you recognize that there's a difference between the two? There's a difference between Philadelphia County, which our ancestors set up with certain geographical boundaries, and that corporate, nonprofit corporation that calls itself the County of Philadelphia. It is a corporation chartered to conduct business and commerce and trade and all that within the geographical boundary of Philadelphia County. They are two different things. They're two different things. So when you see documents, pay attention, because all documents that you get don't have County of Philadelphia on them. And you know the difference between the two, because if you get documents from the County of Philadelphia, you know that you're receiving correspondence from a corporation. You understand? And if you're receiving correspondence from a corporation, the first question you must ask is, do we have a contract? Now, if you receive correspondence from the county, that's common law. You have the responsibility to respond and adhere to that, because guess what? You are a part and parcel of that county. Our ancestors set up these geographical boundaries for us, all right? Now, likewise, with any other county or city, pay attention to this one little word. It's a very dangerous word. I'm going to tell you. And I tell people in my class, when that word shows up, you're in trouble. The reason is because most of you prior to tonight, you didn't understand that there was a difference. And when they use that little word of, but trust me, there's a difference between whether you're dealing with government or corporation. Government or corporation. You have to know the difference. And if you don't know the difference between these things, they're going to have you swinging left and right in the dark and hitting nothing. Okay?
Oh! Come on. Are we gonna get up?
I want to explain to you that when you're dealing in contracts,
wait,
your status in the contract is very important. How do you establish your presence in a contract so that you are protected? Does anybody know how to do that? Because we're confronted with contracts all the time. And when we do not adhere to certain terms and conditions of the contract, which we did not understand from the very beginning, then we're dragged into court to answer for all kinds of claims and allegations on behalf of the corporation, and we don't even understand why we're there. We think, for the most part, the majority of us, and prior to tonight, you get a summons to appear in court. I don't care whether that's a civil action or a criminal action. You're on the defensive because you feel that inherently, maybe I have done something that warrants these allegations. Even if you know for a fact that you're innocent. Because the way that corporate system operates, you are not innocent until proven guilty. You are guilty until proven innocent. And the reason is because, as some of these state sovereignty people would have you believe, the United States has declared war on the people. We're in a state of martial law. Well, of course you are. If the people have agreed to be corporate wards of a state that's a private non-profit corporation, and the government operates according to sovereignty, and you agree not to be sovereign, then what have you done? You've abandoned your government. The only thing the government can do is declare war on you. That's why you walk into a military tribunal when you walk into these courtrooms. That's why they have a military flag, which is the USA flag with the gold fringe, that lets you know you're in a military tribunal. And the reason is because you agree not to be sovereign. So the only way they can deal with you is in a military fashion. Y'all understand that?
You bought it too?
Okay. So how to protect yourself when you're dealing in, the first thing, I'm not going to really get into details of explaining to you how to stand in your square and how to be in court and all that. The first thing you must understand is how to exist in contracts. Because if you understand how to exist in contracts, that will significantly reduce your ever having to go to court, to the courtroom. okay, to the courtroom. If you understand how to deal in contracts, because all these corporations do is deal in contracts, and all the courts, these court systems, let me say that, do is deal in contracts. So if you're not familiar with the contracts, and the majority of their contracts are these.
No. Look, watch this. Look, ready? Look, just watch. Just stay right here.
Adhesion contracts. Look in the law dictionary, look up the word adhesion, and what you're going to find is that an adhesion contract is a type of contract where there are terms and conditions that are a part of the contract of which you are not aware. And every time you sign a birth certificate, there's the balance of that contract is somewhere. Whenever you sign for a driver's license, the balance of that contract is somewhere. You don't have it, you've never seen it, but it does exist. And this is why they have the authority to issue you a ticket for all these different things of violations, because there's a contract somewhere that you signed and you have not reserved your rights. So if you don't reserve your rights are considered waived upon signing of the contract, which means that you know, understand, and agree that there's an adhesion going on, and you don't care, or you otherwise are not aware. They don't care. They've got you to sign. How do you go back now and correct the fact that you signed all these adhesion contracts everywhere all your life? You signed them. I know you had, because I had too. And now's the time for you to get back into your proper person so you can correct those contracts and get out of the ones you don't want to have, and the ones you choose to have, you can exist under your own terms and conditions. That's the most important part. That's long before you get to going to court. Because you can go to court all day long, but guess what? Unless you correct the problem, the root of the problem, which is not knowing how to exist in contracts, you'll constantly go to court, and that's a waste of your time. I'm sure you have many more productive things to do than to keep showing up in court, making special appearance in proper persona, sui juris, stating your status for the record. Okay? Now, the first thing you need to do is contact. Contact those entities with whom you have a contract and tell them that in no uncertain terms you want to correct or otherwise change or revise the terms and conditions of your contract. You have the right to do that, and you must. All right? If you're going to have the contracts, exist in those contracts under your own terms and conditions. Just because somebody hands you an application, and that application has pretty little boxes and everything on it. If there's categories up there that don't apply to you, don't fill it out. Add a box that applies to you. And then when we take people to the Social Security Administration to get their name corrected on their Social Security card, this is what happens.
King, just run, King, just run.
There's a section on there for race, okay?
King, what are you doing? I'm going next. What is that?
Okay, that's just some of them. They may have a few more. I don't remember. Okay.
Know.
Do any of those
when you go and fill out stuff and you say African American because you ain't from Africa.
Not even the one other.
So
it does not apply to you. So what do you do?
When you put in another square.
You are a Moor. Tell them who you are. If you don't, and you put any other category up there, you have signed it and you have made a contract with them, and they're going to hold you to that contract. And then if you go back and try to change the contract, they'll say, well, they won't tell you in these words. They say, well, we can't do that. Well, why can't they do it? It's because you didn't reserve your rights. But guess what? They reserved all of theirs. And they have the right to not change the contract just because you want to. They reserve that right. Now, the only way you can get out of it is step out.
I just keep doing it.
Here we go.
We have trouble taking. You're right. Do you not see what I'm saying? It's just matching error.
See that?
No,
do you recognize that there's a difference between the two?
You know, listen, none of that.
There's a difference between Philadelphia County which our ancestors set up with certain geographical boundaries, and that corporate, nonprofit corporation that calls itself the County of Philadelphia. It is a corporation chartered to conduct business and commerce and trade and all that within the geographical boundary of Philadelphia County. They are two different things. They're two different things. So when you see documents, pay attention, because all documents that you get don't have County of Philadelphia on them. And you know the difference between the two, because if you get documents from the County of Philadelphia, you know that you're receiving correspondence from a corporation. You understand? And if you're receiving correspondence from a corporation, the first question you must ask is, do you have a contract? Now, if you receive correspondence from the county, that's common law. You have the responsibility to respond and hear that, because guess what? You are a part and parcel of that county. Our ancestors set up these geographical boundaries for us, all right? Now, likewise, with any other county or city, pay attention to this one little word. It's a very dangerous word. I'll tell you. And I tell people in my class, when that word shows up, you're in trouble. The reason is because most of you prior to tonight, you didn't understand that there was a difference. And when they use that little word of, trust me, there's a difference between whether you're dealing with government or corporation. Government or corporation. You have to know the difference. And if you don't know the difference between these things, they're going to have you swinging left and right in the dark and hitting up.
You have to unmute your mic or something. Maybe you have to get a new one.
I want to explain to you that when you're dealing in contracts, your status in the contract is very important. How do you establish your presence in a contract so that you are protected? Does anybody know how to do that? Because we're confronted with contracts all the time, and when we do not adhere to certain terms and conditions of the contract, which we did not understand from the very beginning, then we're dragged into court to answer for all kinds of claims and allegations on behalf of the corporation. We don't even understand why we're there.
Yeah.
We think, for the most part, the majority of us, and prior to tonight, you get a summons to appear in court. I don't care whether that's a civil action or a criminal action. You are on the defensive because you feel that inherently, maybe I have done something that warrants these allegations. Even if you know for a fact that you're innocent. Because the way that corporate system operates, you are not innocent until proven guilty. You are guilty until proven innocent. And the reason is because, as some of these state sovereignty people would have you believe, the United States has declared war on the people. We're in a state of martial law. Well, of course you are. If the people have agreed to be corporate wards of a state that's a private, non-profit corporation, and the government operates according to sovereignty, and you agree not to be sovereign, then what have you done? You've abandoned your government. The only thing the government can do is declare war on you. That's why you walk into a military tribunal when you walk into these courtrooms. That's why they have a military flag, which is the USA flag with the gold fringe, that lets you know you're in a military tribunal. And the reason is because you agreed not to be sovereign. So the only way they can deal with you is in a military fashion.
Should I be
You understand that?
Look what it do.
Okay.
You see that?
So how to protect yourself when you're dealing with the first thing. I'm not going to really get into details of explaining to you how to stand in your square and how to be in court and all that. The first thing you must understand is how to exist in contracts. Because if you understand how to exist in contracts, that will significantly reduce your ever having to go to court, to the courtroom. Okay, to the courtroom. If you understand how to deal in contracts, because all these corporations do is deal in contracts, and all the courts, these court systems, let me say that, do is deal in contracts. So if you're not familiar with the contracts, and the majority of their contracts are these.
Yeah, you can shoot me. You can shoot me. Well, shoot me with this gun. Dude, that's the wrong gun. what does the magnet mean?
Adhesion contracts. Look in the law dictionary, look up the word adhesion, and what you're going to find is that an adhesion contract is a type of contract where there are terms and conditions that are a part of the contract of which you are not aware. And every time you sign a birth certificate, there's the balance of that contract is somewhere. Whenever you sign for a driver's license, the balance of that contract is somewhere. You don't have it, you've never seen it, but it does exist. And this is why they have the authority to issue you a ticket for all these different things and violations, because there's a contract somewhere that you signed and you have not reserved your rights. So if you don't reserve your rights are considered waived upon signing of the contract, which means that you know, understand, and agree that there's an adhesion going on, and you don't care, or you otherwise are not aware. They don't care. They've got you to sign. How can you go back now and correct the fact that you signed all these adhesion contracts everywhere all your life? You signed them. I know you have, because I had too. And now's the time for you to get back into your proper person so you can correct those contracts and get out of the ones you don't want to have, and the ones you choose to have, you can exist under your own terms and conditions. That's the most important part. That's long before you get to go into court. Because you can go to court all day long, but guess what? Unless you correct the problem, the root of the problem, which is not knowing how to exist in contract, you'll constantly go to court, and that's a waste of your time. I'm sure you have many more things to do than to keep showing up in court, making special appearance and proper persona sui juris, and stating your status for the record. Okay? Now, the first thing you need to do is contact. Contact those entities with whom you have a contract and tell them that in no uncertain terms you want to correct or otherwise change or revise the terms and conditions of your contract. You have the right to do that, and you must. All right? If you're going to have the contracts, exist in those contracts under your own terms and conditions. Just because somebody hands you an application, and that application has pretty little boxes and everything on it, if there's categories up there that don't apply to you, don't fill it out.
If you would actually listen,
it applies to you. And then when we take people to the Social Security Administration to get their name corrected on their Social Security card, this is what happens.
You say you will listen?
There's a section on there for race. Okay.
Now let him shoot me with the other gun. But King, use this gun. Now Shane, shoot at me. Shoot at my head.
They're basically repeating it, and I'm glad that they did.
What did you say?
I was talking about them repeating.
How did you like to keep? That's on you.
Does Obama stand by that? I mean, Michelle.
I'm using my secret weapon.
I'm looking for something else.
Hold on. I'm sharing the same charger for my Nintendo and my tablet. That's why I keep pausing sometimes. By the way,
we have something called Moore's Law, which says that computer power doubles every 18 months. We take it for granted. Every Christmas, your computers are twice as powerful as the previous Christmas. The economy is based on that. But Moore's Law is falling apart. Moore's Law is getting slower and slower. Finally, it will flatten out. Let me ask you a question. Would you upgrade your computer knowing that it's just as powerful as the last few generations of computers? No. This could cause a depression in the computer industry.
Is Moore's Law dead? Moore's Law states that transistors on computer chips double approximately every 2 years. And the fact that Moore's Law is slowly dying has been true for the past few years. You can tell that by simply looking at recent CPUs, GPUs, and even phones that are coming out each year, not offering big improvements in performance. In fact, scientists are reaching the limits of what's possible with traditional silicon-based chips. You can only cram so many transistors in one place. This is certainly troubling for manufacturers, and we're already seeing NVIDIA, a GPU maker, prioritize AI features as a selling point over performance with their latest RTX 40 series cards. Let me know what you think about Moore's Law slowly coming to an end in the comments below. Is Moore's Law dead? Moore's Law states
It's a secret gun. But you will never unlock it, son. Okay, it's just me. Alright, free fall now, Key. You can't just leave. Bro, why is he boxed up? You thought this was something. Got both of y'all. Nah, bro, this might be big.
Oh, shit.
How did you die to the suitcase? Imagine. Bro, you're like 5 HP. Ah! Trick shot! Wait, I'm still shooting! Key? You know what? You know what? Slash summon spaceship. Yeah, man. What you thought this was? Yeah! Yeah! What you thought this was? Good. Yeah, but I can break your shit. Bro, Key, remember, we're killing him. We're killing him, remember? We're killing him, remember? We're killing him! Put up with the spaceship. Okay, bet. I got the one thing that can't kill. That's.
Asked Taj to address the Supreme Grand Council issue that people are saying, falsely I believe, that he is ignoring.
I'm not ignoring anything with moving off people.
Supreme Grand Council.
But the Supreme Grand Council is actually rightfully with Moors coming together, which they should do logically, and all activities basically should be transparent and to the public, with manuals available to the public relative to diversity of their positions under constitutional principles that are established in fatwa, in Muslim law, etc., that are adopted in constitutional principles and treaty operations called consular venues. And what you find is that people, the common people, whose birthright that we're all addressing, aren't even aware of.
Asked Taj to address the
See, that's my issue. Why are not the Moors not telling us the truth so we won't be tricked? Why are they just holding it for certain families? Are they being trickery themselves? See, that's my issue. Okay.
Is he really spamming? Is he really reporting that he's playing the game? Or does it know it's a secret? Or he's getting repaid so he's okay.
One of the things I recognize with most people, particularly
Like,
when we're trying to
bro,
solve
why would you
problems,
unfriend me
that
just
the
to friend me
masses
again?
do not know history. And they don't know history and law goes together. Keep that in mind. Like your left leg and your right leg, history and jurisprudence, which is the superior category of law,
Hey, get behind the wall,
go
Dave.
together. The disadvantage that we have as a people is that those principles have deliberately been held back from people of Asiatic African descent for control purposes.
Yep.
Do not get preoccupied pointing the finger at the European, even though he has an agenda. For there's many of your own who have been working with them to enslave you. We understand that slavery is used connotatively, because it actually deals with the Slovakians. It's really an identity. And so when it's used from an identity perspective, if you're seeking remedy, understand that you're declared incompetent. I'm clear. So you were bound in free land. The other issue, and I would like to see another picture up there, Obama coming through the double doors representing the highest of the upper side with Michelle wearing a red dress with the Moorish flag to the left. That's after he had also made the declarations to the committees and to representatives of the nations of the world that the American Constitution is derived from Muslim law.
I also know civilization's debt to Islam. It was Islam that carried the light of learning through so many centuries, paving the way for Europe's Renaissance and Enlightenment. It was innovation in Muslim communities that developed the order of algebra, our magnetic compass and tools of navigation, our mastery of pens and printing, our understanding of how disease spreads and how it can be healed. Islamic culture has given us majestic arches, soaring spires, timeless poetry, and cherished music. Throughout history, Islam
Wait, how did I
has
kill
demonstrated
you?
through words
Oh, that was
and deeds the possibilities of religious tolerance and racial equality. I also know that Islam has always been a part of America's story.
How did I hit you for that?
The first nation to recognize my country was Morocco. Signing the Treaty of Tripoli in 1796.
Imagine needing to
When
fly.
the first Muslim American
Imagine
recently
needing to
elected
fly
to
to
Congress, he
Wales.
took the oath to defend our Constitution using the same Holy Quran that one of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, kept in his personal library.
One of the first issues with the HIs here is that they don't know that they're standing on Africa. The concept that has been promoted is that that's Africa alone.
My bad, King. I'm trying to.
Everybody in the world, particularly in any secret society, Skull and Bones, any of your Shriner Masons, ETC, GAR, American Revolution, Knights of Columbus, Knights Templar, Knights of Malta, ETC, all of them know that the land is Morocco. That the United States is a corporation company, military arm for the Spanish Inquisition against the Moors and Yahudi, mispronounced as Jew,
Like, I'm serious.
That's the foundation of the entire world's politics. If anybody's talking to you about bringing remedy to you economically and politically, and don't give you the foundation of the real politics of the world is only playing with you. It's not personal. Let's deal with reality. If you want to fix things, you got to deal with facts. You cannot deal with emotions, how you feel, biases, who you like, who you don't like, etc. Take all that stuff, throw it out the door. Just deal with facts, because only truth is going to solve things. I'm clear. And the purity of your heart will determine your connection to the electrical grid that's by nature on the planet for every living species. We have been disconnected.
Nice job, Keith.
People have called it a lack of spiritual connection is because the masses don't get spirituality. You understand that?
How am I
Spirit and spirituality means breath and the art of breathing and nothing else. And all priests know that. Spirit and spirituality is breath, the art of breath, Learning to breathe prepares your cells to receive the electrical charges from the Akashic records that exist in nature that connects you to the higher mind, which is religion. Only the imams, the rabbis, rabbinics, the reverends, the PhDs, all of our PhDs, and every last one of them are Gnostics. So don't get it twisted and don't get biased because I belong to this club or you belong to that club. It's a game for the masses. The masses have never been given religion. Take it from an insulting perspective, it's just the truth. That's why you're in trouble. You can't solve problems because you don't have any cure. But the people are taught self-righteousness so that they can feel and project that they're doing something good for God, Jesus, Allah, Moses, Muhammad. And their babies are dying younger and younger. Their families are falling apart. IRS is taking everything they own and they're lying to their children. However, the world sees us for the hypocrites that we actually are. But we've polished that very well. And so we have this self-righteousness with us that blocks information. So when facts contradict our beliefs, we reject facts and start re-examining our position to see maybe we're wrong. Maybe stuff doesn't work for us because we're wrong. Oh, we can't be that because we're saved and nobody else is. Of course, the rest of the civilized world doesn't have time for that, so they continue to make progress, even in hard times, while we suffer all the economic, social, political destruction that we suffer. Please write this down. Use as a reference for research, ETC, because our purpose is to bring effect, not to feed your emotions. Are we clear? The Spanish Inquisition is the foundation of the entire modern world's politics, and every politician knows it, every reverend knows it, every shriner knows it, every master mason knows it, every member of Skull and Bones, Kaitos, Ku Klux Klan, Knights Malta, Daughters of American Revolution, Daughters of ISIS. Why do they know it? Because they belong to the secret societies to get the truth that's held from the masses. And so they tell you it's devil worship so that you don't examine and recognize that the people who've been leading you is actually the vampires. So it's a very uncomfortable situation. You understand? Because the very people you trusted have been pulling you into the pit.
Mickey, I'm gonna get into secret. Get here, right? Get right. Right, let's go. We keep pull out the fast one. Pull out the tornado gun. Pull out the tornado gun. Pull out the tornado gun. Yeah, shoot, and then he comes back, okay? Yeah, we dancing on it. I can spray him, it's infinite. He spray him, it's infinite. Spray him.
The enforcement of the Spanish Inquisition is the secret treaty of Verona. Secret treaty of Verona. You can find that in your congressional records because most of the so-called leader guys are paid not to talk about this. They're paid to present to you human beings are colors. And my light-skinned, orange-skinned, black uncle, and my Negro aunt. You know, that's incompetence. Human beings have nationalities all over the planet. Those was a brand system set up by Dutch masters to make such persons that accept them involved non-descendable. Write that down. Non-descendable. Which is the function, mind you, of the brand system. Not that the Europeans were just being nasty guys and no black history. Well, black history is dead history. That's for Asiatics and Africans who fell, distinguished from civilized people who still honor their mothers and their fathers. You'll never see a civilized person come from Nigeria, Kibalan, and even nation states talking about their light skin, orange skin, black people. They will honor their mothers and fathers and be protected under international law like civilized beings are supposed to be. As soon as you see people walking around talking about black and white, they're entering the code system of the Christian black codes that was set up in 1724 after they closed. No, that was adopted after James' speech for the Popes of Rome. That's the beginning of the European hegemony on the North Gate. This is why persons in your secret societies in your highest degrees refer to themselves as the keepers of the North Gate. That's the cosmological name for Turtle Island, what you know as North America, land of the Moors, the land of Nod. And everybody knows that but you. Do you understand? And when you think that your so-called black leaders don't have this information just because they don't talk about it, don't hold your breath. Because they do. But it doesn't generate finance. It's a game. And they've all been playing it on you. Take it or leave it. That's the fact. Because they poison the food. They've given most of you dead pledges. Because most people don't know that mortgage means dead pledge. Contract is dead and you're the pledge. That's what it means. And understand those systems did not come in to force until 19 and 13, after Stonewall Woodrow Wilson sold the government to, under the secret treaty of Verona, that you have right there, to representatives of England for the Popes of Rome to sell what they had conquered. Finally, the last of the generations that had any inkling of consciousness of their bloodline. They met on Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. And under the secret treaty of Verona, all the Christian nations, representatives, agreed to not contradict each other. And they split up more of the state. Keep in mind, 1884, 1885, with the Berlin Conference, was that first major meeting of the Christian nations. How many of you know that the 1040 Form comes under that secret treaty of Verona, and everything that you give, according to the entry of the age of Aries, or what you call the season of Aries, to the east, that you call East Star, stars now in the east, that 40% goes to the Queen of England, and the other 60% goes to the Popes of Rome. Not a penny goes to your children. How many people know that that's a tribute under the secret treaty of Verona? And how come your leader guys haven't told you all that? Why you're so poor? Why you're being blamed? Why they don't want to discuss these things? Why they don't want to say, well, we're going to make somebody like our king like this?
Yeah, we didn't leave the house today. I just realized.
No, how about getting them out your pockets? How about that? Is that so hard? Secret treaty of Verona. To enforce that secret treaty of Verona, they have what is known as the doctrine of discovery. Write that down. These are sequential. This is so that you can do some research for those who have many people who don't have interest in this information will try to tell you that that's devil. They maintain servitude. You should not fear knowledge, where people are destroyed by the day for lack of it. After that, deal with the creation of the courts via the 14th Amendment of 1868 after they closed the Freedmen's Bureau, where they were supposed to nationalize you, give you back your name, your nationality, your religion, your history, and the U.S. corporation, Pacific India Company, all the rest of them, which is really what the U.S. really is, was supposed to fund all of the people of the land, because you didn't come from someplace else, you're home. And this is not India, and we ain't Indians.
Okay.
40 acres and a mule, and a building, and support systems, etc. And logically, they weren't having that, that's why they bumped Lincoln off. And they did the Emancipation Proclamation, which was a false document that transferred the Christian stock to the Congress of the United States Corporation and registered them as cattle property in the state of Delaware. They're all stock. Anybody called Negro, black, or colored, African, whatever they call themselves this week, who are really of Moorish descent but deny their bloodline, are listed as Christian property. And don't think religion because it's politics. Do you understand? When you go into the communities and people are talking about Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, they're thinking in their mind spirituality. Politicians know that that's not true. It's all politics know. You understand? So when they're talking Muslim, Christian, they're talking politics, war, and economics. They're not talking some worship of God, Jesus, Allah, Moses, Muhammad, Yahweh. No, they're not. That's for the masses. They keep the masses busy now they're here to lose. While the masses keep losing. Now, after the 14th Amendment creation of the courts, you have, say, the Buck Act. So write these down. These are research points for you. And also Trading with the Enemy Act. All of these, including DHS, Department of Homeland Security, are all derivative of the Spanish Inquisition. Different names, different times, same policy. Rahm Emanuel Jew, one of the first things he issued from his desk was a proclamation telling the real history of the North Gate. You know, too many people weren't too happy with that. Because you gotta remember, anybody in a position of power is Mason, that's number one. You know, when you look at that Skull and Bones, Knights Columbus, Knights Templar, Vatican, all of it is Masonry. Do you understand? Masonry is mother and son. That means every man has a belly button. Every man came from a mother. To study the planet Earth, you must know the mother to know the son. Because even her sons were once herself, and they were all female eggs. So the study of Masonry is the study of the human condition on the planet Earth. It's Ma, son, and the study of Masonry. Masonry is essentially Islam, the science, not Islam, creed. There's two different distinctions. Do you understand? It deals with I, self, law, and master. It is man knowing himself, and it's ancient on the planet. Keep in mind, a lot of your middle-class Europeans, now, as you all know, have started a lot of sovereignty groups. The reason they started these sovereignty groups is, first of all, keep in mind that they have been falsely claiming to be Americans. They're not really Americans. All right? Because it is we who get another job 2 months, and we go to the army for home, go to and fro the earth, devour the nations, keep rolling, get power, then come back and start some Negro group, marching and praying about some rights that ain't going to happen. That's why nobody likes black people.
Okay.
Black is a brand for people of Moorish Canaanite descent who fell to the lowest depths of civilization. That's how you can tell them from other civilized people. Now, I'm going to show you, very basically, how most of us have been miseducated quite easily, right? By letting, rather than convince you, or to try to convince you, I'll have you read it, all right? So now, she's going to a dictionary, she's going to read black to all the adults and the children who must compete in this world.
Black. Blacker. Blackest. Abbreviation, I guess. BL.
Is it the yellow one?
Number one,
Why are you
being
playing?
of the darkest,
Oh, you just take
problematic, visual value.
Now, stop. Now, a scholar would automatically recognize the flaw, a grammatic, one who understands orthology would immediately recognize that she violated it. But I know
Well, no,
it's
it's not the
because of
old
the training,
the other one.
right? Now, I want you to do it again. Speak louder in the camera because remember that you're making history. All right, go ahead.
Black, adjective.
Now we're talking. Linguistics. This is all around the world. Is that you must place the word in its proper
I
place.
got you, bro. You was black one. If you really do a 2026 turn.
When you violate that rule, you're already considered either
Hey, you
uneducated,
can look in there if you want to.
incompetent,
He really is.
combination of the two. One of the things that our people always do is that they go past
No, but you didn't fully turn around.
and not knowing that connotative linguistics, write this down, connotative linguistics was introduced by the order of the bishopric to dumb people down. Are we clear? Distinguished from that which is proper, which is denotative linguistics. Are we clear? So we have opposing forces in linguistic dispensation. All right? This is why almost automatically, she went past the part of speech. So third grade, right? So we have a third grader here, and we have a third grader who will say, well, little sis, what's an adjective? And the child will say, an adjective is a modifier. It modifies and it can be used to modify a noun. However, it can never be a noun. It's not a person, place, thing, or idea. Therefore, if it's applied to humans, it's for some social engineering purpose, apparently. Without going any further.
Hey,
That's the distinction between people who can read and people who cannot read.
Wait,
They ignore the matrix. And therefore immediately go into the linear entries without question and can't distinguish the wheat from the chaff. Do not know the connotative linguistics from the denotative linguistics. And it'll immediately start casting a spell. Read.
Black, adjective. Blacker, blackest, abbreviation, BLK.
Okay, he's already dead.
Number one, being of the darkest aromatic visual value, producing or reflecting comparatively little light and having no predominant hue. Number two, having no light whatsoever. A black cave, belonging to an ethnic group having dark skin, especially the boys. Dark in color or having parts that are dark in color. Used with animals and plant foods. Black bass, black fish, black perch.
So the maximum of the language is used to cast spells. Continue to read. Watch it cast the spell.
Soil, as from soot, evil, sinister, black deeds, cheerless and depressing, gloomy, anger, sullen, sometimes capital.
Bro, you about to die again?
Attended with disaster, calamitous,
Bro, how did you even die last round?
crash on black.
All right, you don't need to go any further. When you accepted the spell. The dark priesthood created connotative linguistics. But they needed you to believe. So they bought off what you call Pharisees and Sadducees, warriors and priests, a few pieces of coins called 1C3. And their job is to keep that black thing
Somebody
going,
has
making you think it means
a. Why do you have a zero right there?
for the time, for the sake of time, right?
Oh!
When you get a decent dictionary, you will have what's called morphology, or how words are transferred. When you go down, I'm gonna cut through the chase. When you go down, you go to the etymon, and the etymology would be what you call square brackets. And it will have ME, which means Middle English. Do you understand? These are things that you look for as a standard. Pay attention to this, baby, because this is how you're gonna read, all right? All right? Always look for the square brackets, and that's called the etymology. And then look at the letters, and it'll say ME. Now for the children, so you can properly read, go to the appendix and you put a timeline on it. Are we clear? All scholars are trained to do that. And you will find that it's 1100 to 15. Are we clear? So now, if some scholar comes tells your baby, the ancient black gods of Egypt, you know they're lying. And you'll save your babies. But if you don't know that, you buy into it and take on the spell. Right? Because the word does not go past 1100 on the planet called Earth. That's the difference between people who can read and people who cannot. Are we clear? Wait, let's do further, but I want you to go just beneath that. And I want you to recognize what you see as the word morphs. And remember as we talked, right? That's a compound word. All right, read what you see. It's in the dictionary. Understand? Go ahead, continue.
Black or more.
Now, is that two words or is that one word?
Oh my God.
Expressive structure. Black dot A dot more. All right, read.
It's against him and then the other guy that he has.
Now, so that means the person, place, thing right there, right? All right, now continue to read.
Any dark-skinned person, especially an African Negro.
Bro, he was dead. He's told me to you. He almost died of
And then they separate the black from that. And it's all in even cases. And the more is capitalized, isn't it? Grammatical correction. So which one is the identity of these people who think they're black and Negroes?
The ice cream win.
Is it in the dictionary?
You win this right here.
Why is it an issue with these people that continue to claim to be somebody that they're not before the civilized world get rejected and accuse the civilized world of racism when race is the human species, which means they not only can't read, they don't even know what things mean. So in the world, they're called wards of the state or totally incompetent and are rejected. Are we clear? Because you must honor your mothers and fathers that your days are recognized by the rest of the nations to be longer or lengthened on the planet Earth, even to be descendable. Dred Scott case, most important slave case ever put before the Supreme Court of the United States.
Hello?
From some court talking about freedom and liberty claim to be Dred Scott. He's a big African, you said? Can't have it. Plaintiff in error.
He did his homework on time. Started early this morning.
Point is that we must start taking responsibility. And while the European has done much injury to our people, we have a responsibility to the honor of our mothers and fathers also. Are we clear? So it's in the dictionary, isn't it?
Earlier,
So now we're out to lunch. You see, I don't understand why they murdered Malcolm when he found out. My cult members already knew this stuff.
Today, pizza night.
Like you seen Elijah Muhammad with his fez on earlier?
Pizza night.
Oh, remind me to put the pizza in there.
Good night.
He was an addict.
Alright, love you.
Brother Khalid, so we start telling these people they're Moors.
I'm finna put it in there now. You should remind me, boy. Huh?
We finna both do it. And then we gonna eat it, but then
You can eat it at home.
she said I eat it at
I said he cooked that pizza on his own at home.
Well, I gotta put it in the oven.
He do all that by himself.
What? Oh, okay. But I gotta put it on top of something. He don't know nothing about it. I gotta put it on that skillet. He can help me watch it.
You just put it on the rack.
Oh.
Love you, Mom.
Alright, love you, bye.
Wait, what day again? I'm going back to the house again. I forgot. What day coming back to the house, I forgot.
I thought you said Sunday.
Yeah, I was just making sure because I forgot what day.
You been taking a bath, keeping yourself clean.
Yep. Take it back every day.
Brushing your teeth.
Yep.
Morning and night. Yeah, right. You ain't going to sleep without brushing your teeth. Nasty.
But I do brush my teeth in the morning though.
You need to brush it tonight as well.
Mom, today we have not left the house today.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna show you. Look. Look at the view.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's so high. And the stars too.
Good. You been putting on deodorant?
Mm-hmm. But under arms be itchy, so I put it through.
You're supposed to put it on before you eat.
I put it on when it get itchy, so it burn them.
No, you need to put it on when you get up there.
All of a sudden he had a seizure in the hotel room? No. Go on telephone operations.
All right, love you.
Because you are the heirs to the world's largest estate and you don't know it. This is what your black leaders ain't telling you. You're not the poorest people, you're the richest
I have
people.
all night to finish that homework.
You've just been under European colonial operations. And you forgot your bloodline.
As soon as she hung up,
This
she
is
called me.
your bloodline.
What
This
type
is
of
your
perfect timing is that?
inherited right. And
Me?
every one of
Wait,
your
am I in here by
leaders
myself?
have this information. How many people know that the rest of the civilized world, with the Special Committee of 24 for Decolonization, has charged all the churches and civic groups to dispense this information that I'm talking to you right now? How many of you are aware of that? It's called the rights of indigenous people. That world governments have come together for you all to declare your nationality, and yet it is not being distributed in your neighborhood. But everybody's coming here talking black stuff. That keeps you in the dead state of the economic suppression and the poisonous foods and everything else that they're dealing on you from the Spanish Inquisition. Because the people are not aware of what's really going on. Ignorance is dangerous.
So that's the weekend.
So your language reflects to the world where you are. You understand? I'll give you an example. When Ilmalik made the Hajj, he went over there that black and white stuff. It was a French Muslim that schooled him. So because you made the Hajj, you ain't visiting home. You left home. But don't come here with that black and white stuff. That's not slave language in America. That doesn't go in the civilized world. That's the Maghrib. Maghrib. Morocco. The most extreme, grateful solitude. So obviously when Malcolm came back, he already knew the enemy was on both sides.
Don't jump down.
Everybody knew it.
That's for them.
And they had him out there.
Hey, he's on black. Ain't no red. He's on red.
They took a French Muslim to school.
Team just picked my team.
Then he came back here, what, his own brothers with Europeans assassinated him. Because they knew. You probably saying that's why you find things for people.
It's coming to me.
Now, I want you to look at. Now look on the back.
Forget about me.
Look on the back of the seal. Right? And you have two seals, don't you?
Use the other gun.
Right?
Stop.
Look on the back. Now, someone read under the first seal. What does it say at the very bottom underneath the seal? On the first seal. Say it out loud. The Great Seal. Now, again, we're thinking third grade grammatication, right? Read what's under the second seal. So, for a third grader, what part of speech is the word of? Preposition. A preposition is what? A substantive connector, which means those two seals are one. And as a matter of fact, hey, write it on there.
Are you on black?
And E, right in the face. So how many of you know that the United States has a dual seal? But yet you handle this every day. Now, if you'll notice, under the flying bird, right, you'll see the president, the secretary of state, the secretary of treasury, all the politicians speak under the flying bird. How come none of them speak under the Great Seal, which is apparently clearly there? That's the Great Seal. How come nobody speaks under it?
Bro, did he just hang up? But it is, I think it's corner.
Because the heirs are to be kept asleep. Now, if you'll notice over the bird's head, you'll see Hex Alpha with 13 stars. Hex Alpha is the insignia of the ancient Canaanite Moabite nation. They sometimes call us Yahudi because we crossed the river. It's not a religion. It's what we did. You understand? We're Moors. I'm We're people of the land. And we're not Indians either. And this is not India. Remember, how did we become called Indians?
Granny, I sniped King of the Head and he hung up. Hanging out. That's it. Bro, King, and I'm calling you. King.
When the Romans tried to take over the trade routes of the Moors, one cowbed, three had an army, and we had a fort there for them for close to 1,000 years. That's called Gibeah Akali, the mountain of Tariq. Some people say Rock of Gibraltar. And so they wanted to go around the Cape. Now, Pedro the Moor, do some research in your European schools because you ain't going to get it here. Got to deal with people outside of these shores. Pedro the Moor navigated the Nino for Colombo, Cristobal Colombo, who was working under the Inquisition for Ferdinand and Isabella. Now, understand at that time, Cuba was called Isabella. So they attacked us from the south. So you understand. There's a lot more history, that we could go into about Isabella too, but let's give you some keys. Now, Isabella and Ferdinand merged their kingdoms, and for Christendom defeated us. You understand? That has much to do with the Portuguese, etc., dealing with taking brothers and sisters from the islands actually to England, not actually reversed. They got people thinking they went to Africa on that side and were people over here. No, they were taking them from here over there. And they pretty much wiped out what he gained you refer to as Puerto Rico. And so they had to take the families from surrounding islands to repopulate. And so when you see some of your other brothers and sisters with different complexions, don't get it twisted. They're Moors. That's your family. Do you understand? Same thing with the Philippines. They're Moros. You got to understand the operations of European colonial operations on the planet is the defeat of the Moors, which is you. That's what your mistreatment is all about. You've got to know the real history so that you can have a mental concept on how to overcome this for the coming generations. You cannot overcome this with false information. You understand? Your false information will give them what is called mandate. As long as you don't deal with the truth, it gives them mandate.
Granny, he's playing the game, but he's not answering the call.
Right. So, understanding that every person in position of authority and power is given degrees of this knowledge in masonry, like you see in, say, maybe the last 50 years or so, And some of the orphans, they started the story about Hiram Abiff, the great architect. And you're buried in the dark north. And then you'll have that mosque in Philadelphia, which is City Hall. You look at the design, it's like a mosque. 4 gates, parapet on the north, and they got Willie Penn standing 23.5 degrees facing east by northeast to the Masonic Lodge, 1 North Broad Street. That's where they stop them, the Masonic parade. And the cornerstone is not outside, it's in a grave pit, right inside the dark north. And then you have these Asiatic holding the pillars of Atlas rock, you have to understand. You said the empire what Georgie was talking about. That's what you're standing. That's why he had to take his oath, do some research on Day Street in New York, D-E-Y. And then he had to come to Philadelphia and take his oath again. And Philadelphia was the Capitolium. Then under Pike, they moved it to Washington to the Seven Hills. Are we clear? And so and that's why like Doors of Revolution, of which there is one, DAR, that's the manual that is designed for citizenship and is used as a pattern around the world. And of course, you have to have a knowledge of the real culture to pass that test. And that's what they do, naturalization. People have green cards. Why? You don't have a green card. And so, understand what the world knows about you, and why you see that when you have Asiatics come from other countries, they don't show you their passports. Because they don't have on their passport like them. And they know immediately we start getting anti-Christ. And he don't want to be black like a brother. And we start. We do. He don't want to be black. He's trying to act like the white man because they are white men. It's a legal status. Free white persons. Free white persons, quote unquote, referred to in Naturalization Act, so you must know the history, you must know Naturalization Act. Distinguished from nationalization. All right? As amended by Act July 14, 1870, Knights of Columbus, Ku Klux Klan, 1854, 1865, when the Europeans took on the title of white with the Whig-Moore Party, they swear Whigs to imitate the Moors, they called it the Whig-Moore Party. Now they become the White Party, and they took on the title of white that belonged to you. That's what Klan is all about. The uniform that they use belonged to you. Who's scared of that? The uniforms are thousands of years old. Anyway, referred to the Naturalization Act as amended by Act July 14, 1870 has meaning naturally given to it. When first used in one statute 103C3, meaning all persons belonging to the European races then commonly counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated. That's the general perception. That's what they've taken on. And this is what it means in law. Free white persons includes all European Jews more or less intermixed with peoples of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. If they're not mixed, they can't be free white people. You understand? You gotta have Asiatic blood. Now, free white persons includes Magyars, Lapps and Finns, and the Basque and Albanians. Includes Lapps, Finns, from the Basque and Albanians. Free white persons include the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. The mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician, and North African inhabitants of Sicily, and the mixed Slav and Tatar inhabitants of South Russia. Read this together, you all. Free white persons, it does not mean Caucasian race. Repeat it, y'all. It does not mean Caucasian race, Aryan race, or Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, or Mongolian peoples who inhabit Persia. A Syrian of Asiatic Persian descent will not be entitled to become a naturalized citizen of the United States as being a free white person in multiple law cases, so you can see that your leaders have been miseducating you. And it's not accidental. It's called a few pieces of silver, Judas factor. And until you get knowledge, you wouldn't believe it. That's what's called one of the things I recognize with most
are him. Like him, you want to be your best. Your Houston Methodist Sports Medicine team uses the latest treatment and technology to keep you strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. For you, Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Okay, as I stated, with the great Seal Morris, I want to share, and again, this is only dealing in the second principle, truth. This is why Moorish Science Temple of America, this is why we adhere to the Prophet, Noble Ali. We do not subscribe to the teachings of C and Bay, Zodiac Constitution, because we have our divine constitution and bylaws. All right. It's an article, it's this piece that I'm reading to you. This is addressing why we do not subscribe to the AA 22141, or if I got it wrong, sorry, but you know what I mean, what I'm speaking of. Nevertheless, the Great Seal, this is why it holds no bearing in law, in court at all. The United States Code, this is the list of positive law titles with enacting sites and locations to revision notes. It reads, positive law titles of the United States Code, indicated by an asterisk, are legal evidence of the law and need no further authoritative citation as prior acts concerning those titles have been repealed. Other titles to the U.S. Code are prima facie evidence of the law and are presumed to be the law, but are rebuttable by production of prior unrepealed acts of Congress at variance with the Code. About half of the titles of the Code have been revised, codified, and enacted into positive law. The enacting term used in this list under each positive law title are taken from the enacting clauses themselves. Now I'm going to drop down. If you see titles 1-50, it says the codes of the law of the United States of America. And if you look, it says all 50 titles. And right under it, it says enacted into prima facie law. Now, didn't it just say up the top, titles that to the U.S. codes are prima facie evidence of the law and are presumed to be the law, but they are rebuttable. Why? Because a presumption is only two types of presumption. You can rebut or it's conclusive. So the great Fillmore's mentioned this code of AA 22141 or AA 22141. It comes from Title 22. Now, if you go straight to Title 22, it clearly shows you what, people? Do you see the asterisk? No. You do not see an asterisk. Yet, when we read it, it says, positive law titles of the code indicated by an asterisk are legal evidence of the law. So therefore, if there's no asterisk, then there's no law. It's not a law. Title 22 is not a law. Furthermore, if you read Title 22, it says foreign relations and intercourse, not revised, codified, and enacted into positive law. Therefore, it's not positive law. That's one. Number two, it addresses foreign relations. Is the Moorish Science Temple of America a foreign group? No, we're not. We are Moorish Americans. We're domestic. We reside within the several states. That should be it. There's really not much more to prove other than to show you that it holds no weight. It is not a law at all, and I challenge anyone to prove otherwise.
It's sweet, vanilla, and it reminds me of every dinner that I've had with my mother-in-law. We always ended with multiple desserts.
I'm thinking coconuts, because we usually do family trips at night time and grab coconuts by the water.
It's warm. Sort of like the feeling you get when you want to give somebody a hug.
You can get a lot at the Dollar Tree, but can we use only Dollar Tree?
What if I told you Columbus wasn't the first outsider to reach the Americas? What if the real story is that Africans Moors from North Africa and Spain sailed here hundreds of years before 1492, trading, building, and leaving behind evidence that's been ignored or erased. That single idea flips everything we were taught about discovery. Because if Moors were here first, then the foundation of American history has to be rewritten from the ground up. Let's cut straight into it. By the 8th century, the Moors had already mastered navigation. They controlled Spain, Portugal, and much of North Africa. They had advanced maps, star charts, and ship designs that Europe wouldn't catch up with for centuries. Historians admit the Moors could cross the Mediterranean with ease. But here's the kicker. Records suggest they crossed the Atlantic too. Long before Columbus, take the writings of al-Masudi, the 10th century Arab historian. He described voyages across a sea of darkness, what we now call the Atlantic. He even recorded Moors who sailed west and returned with stories of new lands. Later, in the 1300s, Mansa Musa's brother, Abu Bakr II of Mali, is said to have led a fleet of hundreds of ships westward. Where did they go? The Americas. Scholars laugh it off, but native oral histories in places like Mexico and the Caribbean mention black men who came from the east in great boats. Coincidence or missing history? Archaeology adds weight to this. Stone carvings in Mexico show African features, thick lips, broad noses, centuries before Columbus. The famous Olmec heads, mainstream scholars wave them off as stylized, but they look unmistakably African. And what about the presence of Old World crops in the New World before Columbus? Traces of plants like cotton and certain bananas show up in pre-Columbian soil samples. How did they cross oceans unless people brought them? Now here's where the story gets even more twisted. Columbus himself admitted he wasn't the first. In his own journals, he wrote that the people of Hispaniola told him black-skinned people had come from the south and east, trading with spears tipped in metal, not native to the island. Columbus collected some of those spears, sent them back to Spain, and they were confirmed to be made of West African alloys. That's a smoking gun, and it's in Columbus's own words. So why don't we learn this in school? Why does every textbook still open with Columbus discovered America? Because admitting Africans arrived first means tearing down the lie that Europe brought civilization to the New World. It means admitting Africa wasn't a continent of backward tribes, but a center of science, exploration, and power. And that doesn't fit the colonial story. Erasing the Moors erases the proof that black people shaped global history long before slavery. But let's step back. Who exactly were these Moors that supposedly touched America first? They were North Africans, Berbers, Arabs, and black Africans who spread into Spain in 711 AD. They built universities, mapped the stars, and developed technologies that Europe later borrowed during the Renaissance. By the 1400s, Moorish sailors had access to maps showing the Americas, maps like the Piri-Reis chart, which mysteriously depicted parts of South America with shocking accuracy before Columbus supposedly found. Were those maps based on Moorish voyages? Evidence points to yes. And here's a detail most people miss. The very ships Columbus used, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were designed using Moorish naval knowledge. The word caravel, the style of ship Columbus sailed, comes straight from Arabic. Without Moorish designs, Columbus never would have made it across. Think about that. Even the so-called discovery of America rests on Moorish science. So what does this mean? It means the idea of Columbus as a lone genius explorer is a myth. It means African navigators had already crossed, traded, and maybe even settled in parts of the Americas long before Spain funded Columbus's voyage. And it means African presence in the New World didn't start with slavery. It started with exploration, science, and power. And that's where things get even wilder. Because if the Moors reached the Americas before Columbus, then traces of their presence should still be here. Architecture, language, cultural echoes, signs that point to who was really first. And as we'll see in the next part, those traces are hiding in plain sight across the Americas, buried under centuries of lies. So let's follow the trail. The question isn't whether the Moors got here first. The question is how much of their presence is still with us today. If the Moors really crossed the Atlantic before Columbus, then they had to leave something behind. Ideas vanish, but stones, artifacts, and culture remain. And when you look closely, the Americas are filled with fingerprints that don't match the official story. Let's start with the Olmecs. These were one of the earliest major civilizations in Mexico, flourishing between 1200 and 400 BC, long before Columbus. Their most famous relics are the colossal stone heads, weighing up to 40 tons, scattered across sites like La Venta and San Lorenzo. Scholars say they represent local rulers. But here's the problem. Their features, broad noses, full lips, and rounded faces that don't look like the people usually depicted in Mesoamerican art. They look African. The explanation given by mainstream archaeology, coincidence. But how many coincidences do we allow before calling it evidence? Move further south, in Panama and Honduras, indigenous oral histories speak of strangers who came in great boats, dark-skinned men with thick hair, who traded goods and taught farming techniques. These stories predate Columbus by centuries. Oral traditions aren't random, they are cultural memory. When the same types of stories appear across separate regions, they form a pattern. Now consider language. In several Native American tongues, words appear that have no obvious origin in the Americas, but closely resemble West African languages. For example, words in Mandinka echo through the Arawak language family in the Caribbean. Scholars dismiss it as chance similarities. But when those same Caribbean tribes told Columbus they had already traded with black men from the east, chance stopped sounding convincing. Let's talk about metal. Archaeologists in Central America have uncovered alloys that match metallurgical techniques from West Africa, particularly a mix of gold and copper, known as guanite. In fact, when Columbus landed, the Taino people handed him spears tipped with guanite. Tests revealed the alloy contained the exact composition used in West Africa at the time. 32 parts gold, 18 parts silver, and the rest copper, identical. Did that just happen randomly across the ocean, or is it proof of contact? And we can't ignore maps. European cartographers of the 14th and 15th centuries somehow had knowledge of coastlines in the Americas before Columbus's voyage. How? Historians admit many of those maps came from Moorish and Islamic sources. The Piri-Reis map, drawn in 1513, but based on earlier documents, shows South America's coastline with startling accuracy. That suggests someone had already been there to chart it, and the Moors are the most likely candidates. Here's something even stranger: architecture. Some temples in Mexico and Central America use construction methods strikingly similar to North African and even Egyptian techniques. Step pyramids with precise angles, mortarless stone fitting so exact you can't slide a blade between blocks. Why does New World architecture echo Old World genius? Scholars argue parallel development, but if we already have evidence of contact, the simpler explanation is influence. Now let's address the skeptics. They'll say, but where are the Moorish cities? Where are the shipwrecks? Where are the bones? The truth is, contact doesn't always mean colonization. The Moors may not have stayed long enough to build vast settlements. Their voyages could have been trade missions, leaving behind goods, knowledge, and stories rather than empires. Just because we don't see Moorish cities doesn't mean they weren't here. Think about the Vikings. For centuries, scholars dismissed Viking presence in North America as myth, until Longsoft Meadows in Newfoundland was discovered in the 1960s. Overnight, impossible became proven. The Moors Trail works the same way. The puzzle pieces exist. The African features on Olmec heads, The Guanin spheres, the oral histories, the maps, the crops, each piece alone might be questioned. Together they form a mosaic that's hard to deny. And here's the bigger picture. Why does this matter? Because it challenges the idea that Africa was isolated, powerless, and waiting for Europe. The evidence says Africa was global, connected, and advanced. The Moors weren't passengers in history, they were drivers. Recognizing their role doesn't just correct the past, it forces us to rethink the roots of the Americas themselves. But this is just the surface, because the most striking evidence isn't in stone heads or ancient maps. It's in the cultures still alive today, music, rituals, and spiritual traditions in the Americas that echo Africa. How did those similarities survive unless the two worlds met long before slavery? That's what we'll explore next. Stone heads and metal alloys are powerful clues, but culture is often the strongest evidence of contact. Ideas travel more easily than armies, and when two peoples meet, their traditions rub off on one another. That's what makes the echoes between African Moorish culture and the traditions of native peoples across the Americas so fascinating. Let's start with music. Across West Africa, rhythm isn't just entertainment.
I've been getting treated with Botox Cosmetic for a while, but honestly, when my licensed specialist first recommended it.
The Book of Enoch taught me how to break generational curses better than any modern pastor. There are 4 patterns destroying black families right now, and the Book of Enoch names every single one of them. Not the Bible translation you were handed in Sunday school. The original text, the one the Ethiopian church preserved for 2,000 years, while Western Christianity buried it. Most pastors today treat generational curses like a behavioral problem. They hand you a self-help program. But Enoch does not give you a program. Enoch gives you the spiritual operating manual your family has been missing for generations. By the time you finish watching this, you will never read Genesis chapter 6 the same way again. You already know the pattern. Maybe you have watched it your whole life and could not name it. The same addiction that took your uncle. The same rage that split your father's household before you were old enough to understand it. The same abandonment that your grandmother survived and your mother almost did not. The same poverty that works so hard and never quite breaks through, year after year, generation after generation. You have prayed about it. You have counseled about it. You have confessed it and repented it and handed it to God more times than you can count. And still it comes back. Why? That is the question nobody in church will answer for you. Not because they are bad people, because they do not have the text you are about to read tonight. I have been sitting with this question for a long time. I want to be honest with you about that. I did not find this answer in a seminary classroom. I found it in a book the Western Church removed from your Bible in the year 363 AD. The Book of Enoch, a text so dangerous to religious hierarchy that the Council of Laodicea voted it out of the canon, while the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, the oldest continuous Christian church in Africa, refused to let it go. They kept it in their Gaze Bible for 2,000 years, and what it reveals about the origin of generational curses, about the spiritual mechanism underneath your family's pain, is unlike anything most modern pastors will ever preach. Stay with me, because by the time this is over, you will not only understand why your family carries what it carries, you will have the ancient method for breaking it tonight. The Book of Enoch does not just diagnose the curse, it gives you the courtroom language to end it. Your ancestors in Ethiopia kept this text alive so that you could read it right now. That is not an accident. That is providence. His name was Enoch, and he was not a minor figure. Genesis chapter 5 verse 24 tells us something that the text records about almost no one else in the entire First Testament. It says simply this: Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. The Hebrew word for walked here is hithalek, a reflexive form that means a continuous, intimate, reciprocal companionship. He was not a man who visited God on Sabbath. He was a man who lived so close to the divine that death itself was bypassed. He was the seventh from Adam. The seventh, in the numerical symbolism of the ancient Near East. 7 is the number of completion and covenant. The seventh generation from creation was the one God chose to receive the most complete vision of what was operating in the unseen realm. Most teachers in the Western Church will give you 3 or 4 sentences about Enoch and move quickly on. I want you to understand why they move quickly. It is not because there is nothing there. It is because what is there challenges the entire framework of how modern Christianity explains suffering, evil, and generational pain. The Book of Enoch, the full text that Enoch himself was credited with writing, was not lost. It was found. In 1947 and 1948, among the Dead Sea Scrolls discovered in the caves of Qumran, multiple fragments of one Enoch were recovered in Aramaic. This is significant. It means that the Jewish community in Qumran, around the time of Jesus, considered Enoch canonical enough to preserve in their most sacred collection. Not one fragment, several different portions of the text, preserved in the same caves as Isaiah and the Psalms. And the Ethiopian Orthodox Church never lost it at all. While European Christianity was debating which books belonged in the Bible and which did not, the Ethiopians, the oldest African Christian nation, simply kept reading it. The Ge'ez Canon, which is the Ethiopic Bible still in use today, includes one Enoch as authoritative scripture. It has been there continuously since the 4th century. Many scholars believe it was already in use among Ethiopian Jewish communities before Christianity arrived. 2,000 years of unbroken reading of this text. That is the tradition your ancestors preserved. I want you to let that land for a moment. The cure was kept in black hands. Now here is where it gets impossible to dismiss. The New Testament does not just gesture at Enoch. It quotes him, word for word. Jude, chapter 14 and 15. Most Christians have read Jude their whole lives and never stopped at verses 14 and 15 long enough to understand what is happening there. Jude writes, quoting directly, Enoch, the seventh from Adam, prophesied about these men, saying, Behold, the Lord comes with 10,000s of his holy ones, to execute judgment on all, and to convict all the ungodly of all their deeds of ungodliness. That is a direct citation. That is the New Testament author Jude, lifting a passage from 1 Enoch chapter 1, verse 9, and placing it in his letter as prophetic scripture. The linguistic match between the Greek text of Jude and the Aramaic Enoch fragments from Qumran is exact. This is not a paraphrase. This is a quotation. If Jude quotes Enoch as prophecy, and the New Testament is your Bible, then how exactly was Enoch apocryphal? 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4 takes it further. Peter writes, For if God did not spare the angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell and committed them to chains of gloomy darkness to be kept until the judgment, the angels who sinned, chained, kept in darkness until judgment. Peter is describing precisely what 1 Enoch chapters 10 and 12 describe in detail about the punishment of the watchers. The canonical New Testament authors had Enoch in their hands. They wrote their letters with Enoch open in front of them. This was not fringe material to them. This was part of the living scripture of the earliest church. So why was it removed? That is the question I want you to sit with, because I want to be careful how I answer it. What I am certain of is this. The Council of Laodicea in 363 AD produced a canonical list that did not include Enoch. They had reasons. Church hierarchy has never been entirely comfortable with a text that explains the origin of evil in a way that operates outside the sacramental system. The Watcher doctrine in Enoch says that the corruption of human society came from specific supernatural agents who transmitted forbidden knowledge directly. If that is true, the solution to generational evil is not just confession and absolution. It is specific spiritual warfare against named spiritual entities. That kind of theology distributes power. It does not concentrate it. I will leave you to draw your own conclusions about why an institutional church might find that threatening. What I know for certain is that the Black Ethiopian Church, the church that never fell under Rome's authority, never dropped the text. They kept the answer. They kept it for you. Picture this: a mountain in northern Israel, Mount Hermon, still there today. You can look it up on a map right now. 9,000 feet of stone and snow on the border between Israel, Lebanon, and Syria. In the ancient world, this was considered the boundary between earth and heaven, the place where the natural world touched something beyond itself. And 1 Enoch chapter 6 verses 1 through 6 tells us that 200 beings, called the Watchers, the B'nai Ha-Elohim, the sons of God, descended on this mountain in a coordinated act of cosmic rebellion. They swore an oath together. The text preserves the names of their leaders. Senjaza was their chief. They bound themselves to one another, and they descended and they began to produce offspring with human women. This is not mythology invented by Enoch. This is the same event that Genesis chapter 6 verses 1 through 4 records in 4 compressed verses that leave you with more questions than answers. The sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they took as their wives any they chose. Giants were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. 4 verses. Genesis gives you 4 verses. Enoch gives you entire chapters. The account is the same event. I want you to understand what it means that Mount Hermon is still there. It is a geographical anchor. This is not metaphor. This is historical memory preserved in the landscape of the Levant. When the Watcher Rebellion happened, according to Enoch's account, the earth was changed in ways that did not reverse when the flood came. The supernatural corruption that was introduced into human history through the Watcher descent did not simply wash away. The text is specific about why. And that specificity is the key to understanding generational curses in a way that no behavioral model ever could. I first read this passage closely several years ago, and I remember sitting with it for a long time before I was comfortable sharing it. I want to be transparent about that, because I believe you deserve honesty about the weight of what we are handling. This is one reading of this material. It is a reading supported by the Dead Sea Scrolls, by New Testament citations, by the Ethiopian canon, and by careful scholarship going back to the early church fathers. But I am one man reading an ancient text, and I want you to do your own study alongside me. What I am confident about is this: the mechanics that 1 Enoch describes, when read alongside Genesis 6, produce a coherent explanation for something your family has been living that Genesis alone does not fully explain. 1 Enoch, chapter 8, is one of the most specific passages in all of ancient literature. It does not speak vaguely about evil entering the world. It itemizes it. It lists the specific forbidden arts that the Watchers transmitted to humanity. Azazel taught men to make swords and shields and breastplates, the instruments of war. He taught them the art of metalworking for weapons. Sanjaza taught the casting of spells and the cutting of roots. Armaros taught the resolving of enchantments, meaning how to manipulate spiritual forces. Baraki Jal taught astrology. Kokabel taught the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of the clouds. Arakiel and Shamsiel taught the signs of the earth and the sun. This is the transmission record. This is the specific list. And then in chapter 9, the text shifts. Michael, Raphael, Uriel, and Gabriel look down from heaven, and they see the bloodshed and the lawlessness and the corruption spreading across the earth. They go before the throne of God, and they report what the Watchers have done. They say, "Great destruction has come on the earth, and the souls of men cry out and make their suit to the gates of heaven, and their groaning has ascended." Now I want you to stop right there and ask yourself a question. Where did your neighborhood learn to reach for the weapon first? Where did your block learn that the knife or the gun was the answer to the conflict? The Enoch text calls that forbidden knowledge. Not human nature, not inevitable. Something transmitted, something with a source. Now we come to the mechanism. And this is the part that most Christians never hear. because most Christians have never been given 1 Enoch chapter 15. The Nephilim, the offspring of the union between the Watchers and human women, were physical giants, but they died in the flood. Their bodies were destroyed. And here is what chapter 15 verses 8 through 12 reveal. The evil spirits that proceed from their souls, from their bodies, because they were born from earthly women, but from supernatural fathers. These spirits do not go where human spirits go at death.
After a full day of everything, a lazy boy recliner takes you from zero to lazy. Surrounding you with comfort made for you. Come try for yourself at a Lazy Boy store. 30% off everything. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
At Walden University, we get the W. We turn our passions into purpose for our families, our communities, and ourselves. Get the W. Walden University, set a course for change.
God damn you, shoot. Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturing order. So they can go where others won't and always get it done. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. They roam the earth. They afflict. They oppress. They destroy the attack without eating. They do not suffer thirst, and they create no wounds themselves, but they cause wounds. This is the text. This is Enoch 15. The spirits of the dead Nephilim became the afflicting agents operating on the earth after the flood. The mechanism of generational evil is not metaphorical in Enoch's framework. It is a specific class of spiritual entities with legal access to human bloodlines because of how they were created. The Apostle Paul does not use the word Nephilim, but Ephesians 6:11 through 12 is describing the same architecture. We do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. Enoch names them. Paul confirms the category. And Exodus 20 verse 5 ties the access mechanism directly to bloodlines. I am the Lord your God, a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the 3rd and 4th generation of those who hate me. The iniquity visits. It has a vehicle. Enoch tells you what the vehicle is. Read that slowly with me again. Exodus 20 verse 5. I am visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the 3rd and the 4th generation. The church has given you the what? Visiting iniquity. 3 and 4 generations. The church has almost never given you the how. What is the mechanism? How does iniquity travel? The answer is not metaphorical. The answer is not simply sociological. And you know it is not simply sociological because you have seen patterns in your family that sociology cannot fully account for. The compulsion you carry that nobody modeled for you. The fear that appears without cause. The ceiling that holds without explanation. Enoch, chapter 19, fills the gap. The spirits of the watchers roam the earth, leading humanity astray until the day of the great judgment. They are not passive. They are operational. They have legal access to bloodlines through the original covenant breach. Through the point in your ancestral line where a vow was made, knowingly or unknowingly, to the pattern the watchers introduced. Exodus names the what. Enoch is the operating manual for the how. And once you understand the how, the remedy changes completely. Most Christians who have read Exodus 20 have read verse 5 and moved on to verse 6 without stopping to wrestle with what they just read. The text says clearly, I am visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the 3rd and 4th generation. Read that slowly. Visiting. The iniquity does not stay in the father. It travels. It visits the children. And the church's answer to this has almost always been behavioral. They say the pattern continues because the children learn from the parents. They watch how the father handles anger and they imitate it. The addiction is modeled and adopted. The poverty mindset is transmitted through how you saw your parents relate to money. That is a reasonable observation about human behavior. But it does not explain everything you have seen in your own family. It does not explain the patterns that appear in children who were removed from their parents early and still repeated the cycle. It does not explain what you have carried that you never witnessed. It does not explain the dreams, the compulsions, the attractions to the exact thing that destroyed the generation before you, without anyone ever teaching it to you. That is where Enoch 19 enters. The text says that the spirits of the watchers who led human women astray will stand before the Lord of spirits on the day of the great judgment. But their spirits, transformed into different shapes, have already deceived humanity and are leading astray those who dwell on the earth until the great judgment. Active, present, operating. This is the gap Exodus 20 does not fill. The iniquity visits to the spiritual agent that has legal access to your bloodline. Enoch is the operating manual your church never handed you. Here is where it gets personal. Because I want you to name 4 things. And I want you to see them in your own family history before I show you where Enoch addresses each one. The first is addiction, substance dependence, the reaching for something external to manage internal pain. The second is rage, the violence that detonates without warning. That short fuse that has split households and driven away sons and broken families apart for generation after generation. The third is abandonment, fathers leaving, physically or emotionally gone, children raised by women alone, and then those children doing the same thing. The fourth is poverty, not the absence of work ethic, because black families work relentlessly, but the ceiling that will not break. The wealth that builds and then collapses, the inheritance that never transfers. These 4 patterns, write them down: addiction, rage, abandonment, poverty. First Enoch, chapter 8, verse 3, identifies the watcher's transmission of substances and enchantments as the spiritual root of the first. The Nephilim violence narrative in chapters 6 through 7, the bloodshed that covered the earth, is the ancestral template for the second.
I remember the first time I wrote these 4 words down on my own piece of paper a few years ago. My hands were shaking. I had to stop because the faces of the people I love most kept flashing before me in each of those words. It hurts, because this is not just theological theory. This is our flesh and blood.
The gods recorded a vote against mankind. That is the sentence I kept trying not to write. Not because the ancient text is hidden, or because scholars have not translated it, or because the tablets belong to some forbidden archive. They do not. The evidence sits in museum catalogues, old editions, photographs, transliterations and public collections, under ordinary inventory numbers described in the dry language of clay, fine spot, period and condition. Yet inside that dryness is a claim that remains difficult to treat as merely decorative. In the Babylonian Etrahasis tradition, the divine assembly does not simply become angry with human beings. It deliberates, it issues orders, it agrees to reduce, punish, and finally merely erase the species it had created to do its work. Twice, the decision is collective enough that the text pauses to show us the machinery of divine government. I am not saying we are reading minutes from an actual heavenly court. I am saying the ancient scribes wanted us to understand the destruction of humanity as an administrative act. I have spent months with this material, and what frustrates me is not that mainstream Assyriology ignores Atrahasis. It does not. The Epic of Atrahasis is foundational for the study of Mesopotamian myth, flood traditions, divine labour, and the prehistory of Genesis. Standard Old Babylonian edition by W. G. Lambert and A.R. Millard, Trapesis, the Babylonian story of the flood, published in 1969, remains the central scholarly landmark. Stephanie Dowling translated the work in Myths from Mesopotamia in 1989. David George, Benjamin Foster, Irving Finkel, and many others have treated the flood tradition as one of the indispensable bodies of Akkadian literature. The British Museum houses old Babylonian Atrahasis tablets from Sippar, including BM 78941 and BM 78943, dated in the reign of Anna Suduka around 1635 BCE. The Metropolitan Museum of Art owns a later Atrahasis fragment, 86.11.378a, from the Neo-Babylonian or Akkadian period, whose own curatorial description says the tablet preserves the noise on earth that led the gods to decide to destroy humanity. This is not fringe terrain. It is the centre of the field. Sippar, Nineveh, Koyunjik, the Library of Ashurbanipal, the British Museum's Middle East Department, the Met's Ancient West Asian Art Collection, the Cuneiform Digital Library Initiative, and the published catalogues of Babylonian tablets all belong to the normal infrastructure of scholarship. The names are not whispered. They are printed, even the scribal frame is concrete. The old Babylonian copies then inscribe Ipecaia in the colophon tradition and place the work under a king whose regnal years historians constituted in the first half of the second millennium BC. This matters because it takes the story out of the fog. We are not dealing with a medieval rumour about ancient Babylon, or with a modern retelling cleaned up for theology. We are dealing with wedge marks on clay, copied by trained scribes in a bureaucratic culture, also kept contracts, field records, ration lists, omen series, and royal inscriptions. The same writing system that counted barley and sheep also preserved a divine decision against mankind. The difficulty is not absence of data, it is what we choose not to do with it. The anomaly begins with a detail that is almost too familiar to notice. In Atrahasis, human beings are not created because the gods love them, or because creation is overflowing with generosity, or because the world is incomplete without them. They are created after a labour crisis. The lesser gods, the AGG, has been digging canals, clearing channels, bearing loads, and enduring work night and day. They revolt. The great gods respond by transferring the burden to a new creature, made from clay mixed with the flesh and blood of a slaughtered god. Humanity begins as a workforce. That fact is not controversial. I want to stay with that for a moment. In one of the major creation narratives of ancient Mesopotamia, the human species exists because divine beings refused labour. The god is killed. Clay is mixed with his blood. The result is not a symbolic creature in a moral fable, but a replacement labour force, one meant to carry the load of the gods. That is the starting point. Mainstream interpretation has a strong answer. Atrahasis dramatises social order, agricultural labour, mortality, ritual memory, and human condition under divine authority. The gods are mythic projections of kingship and bureaucracy. The story explains why people work, why they die, why floods come, why childbirth is dangerous, and why divine worship matters. That explanation is valid. It is careful. It belongs in the classroom. It does not close the question, because the text does something more specific than explain hardship. It gives us a sequence of policy responses. Humanity becomes numerous. Human noise disturbs Enlil's sleep. Enlil organises an assembly, addresses the gods his sons, and orders disease to break out. When that fails, the cycle intensifies through drought and deprivation. When even that fails, the gods swear together that no living thing should escape the flood. The story is not just divine anger, it is population management through catastrophe. Before moving forward, this deserves attention. The anomaly is not that ancient people imagined gods as powerful. Every culture did that. The anomaly is that this ancient text imagines the near erasure of humanity through repeated decisions by a council whose problem is administrative overload, biological multiplication, and noise. The first layer is the language of assembly. In Tablet 1 of Atrahasis, after the revolt of the Ujiji, the text says that Anu, Enlil, Enki, and the great Anunnaki are present, and that the case is put before them. Later, after humanity multiplies, Enlil organised his assembly and addressed the gods. The Akkadian world knew councils, it knew legal procedure, it knew royal administration. The divine world is being imagined with the architecture of government. Why does a myth of destruction need procedure? The second layer is the stated motive. In Gali's translation, after 600 years, less than 600 years, the country becomes too wide and the people too numerous. Enlil grows restless at their noise. Sleep cannot overtake them because of their racket. The command follows: let disease break out, let Namtar put an end to their noise. This is not a vague curse. It is an order for a targeted biological disaster. Why is the first sanctioned disease? The third layer is the recurrence. Atrahasis survives the first crisis because Enki, the god of wisdom and subterranean water, tells him how to redirect human offerings. The plague lifts. Then the pattern returns. Human beings become numerous again. The gods impose drought. Enki intervenes again. The system fails again. The text does not present catastrophe as a single emotional outburst. It presents escalation after a failed corrective measure. What kind of myth thinks in iterations? Then there is BN 78941. Look at this if you can, because no description prepares you. The object is not large, but it has the gravity of something that should not have survived. It is a clay tablet, the bottom half of an old Babylonian copy of the Babylonian flood story, excavated or acquired from the historic site of Sippar, and now in the British Museum, registered as 1889,426.234. The museum gives its date as 1635 BCE, in the 12th year of Army Suduka. It is about 25 centimetres long and 19.4 centimetres wide, the right upper quarter missing, the surface chipped and damaged, the signs pressed into baked earth by a reed stylus almost 4,000 years ago. It sits in room 56, case 22. No longer a voice, no longer a ritual object, just a broken slab of clay under glass, carrying the remains of a story in which the gods nearly annulled the human experiment. What was this for? I want to sit with that before moving on. The fourth layer comes after the flood, when the divine plan fails because one man survives. Enlil sees the boat and is furious. The text has him say, in substance, that the great Ummah all agreed together on an oath: no form of life should have escaped. Then comes the question that exposes the structure of the entire story. How did any man survive the catastrophe? This is not merely a god angry that a flood failed. It is a council member discovering a breach in the unanimous extermination order. What does unanimity mean in a myth like this? The fifth layer is the aftermath. The gods do not simply apologise. They regulate fertility. They introduce infant mortality, barren women, taboo priestesses, and social controls around childbirth. The flood does not end the policy. It refines it. The object of the system changes from destruction to demographic limitation. Why does the story end with population controls? When the evidence is stacked this way, the old explanation begins to feel incomplete. It is still true that Atrahasis is myth. It is still true that divine councils reflect human institutions. But the text preserves a pattern: creation for labour, multiplication, complaint, assembly, ordered catastrophe, insider warning, survival remnant, and post-catastrophe regulation. As I discussed before in relation to the older Sumerian flood material, this is not a loose theme drifting across literature. It is a sequence, and that sequence is not confined to Mesopotamia. In Egypt, the Book of the Heavenly Cow, preserved in New Kingdom royal contexts, including the tomb of Seti I KV 17, tells of humanity rebelling against the aged sun god Ra. Ra does not immediately strike. He calls the gods into council. None advises him. After as the Eye of Ra is sent to slaughter the rebellious humans, the destruction stops only when red-dyed beer is spread across the fields, resembling blood, and the goddess drinks until she can no longer continue the killing. The specific object is not a portable tablet, but an architectural inscription, painted and carved into royal tomb space, with the heavenly cow nut supported above the world. The structure is unmistakable: divine assembly, human offence, delegated destruction, partial reversal, altered conditions for humanity. How far can a coincidence stretch? In Greece, the Deucalion flood appears in several forms: Baccalaureus in Library 1.7. 2 gives the hard version: Zeus intends to destroy the men of the Bronze Age, and Deucalion, warned by Prometheus, builds a chest, stocks it with provisions, and survives with Pyrrha. The object to point to is textual rather than archaeological, the Bibliotheca tradition, preserved through medieval manuscripts but drawing on older mythic material, keeps the same structural skeleton. High God resolves destruction. A divine insider warns a favoured human. A vessel preserves a remnant. Humanity begins again from stones. Why does the Saviour figure so often come from inside the divine order? In the Sanskrit Satapatha Brahmana, originally placed in the early 1st millennium BJ, Manu is warned by a fish that a flood will come. He preserves the fish, and the fish later preserves him. The passage in 1.8.1 is compact, almost austere. The fish tells Manu that in a certain year the flood will arrive, and Manu is instructed to build a ship. This is not a council scene in the same explicit sense as Atrahasis, and I want to be careful about that. But structurally, it retains the same machinery of advanced warning, selected survivor, vessel, and reconstitution of human life after cosmic inundation. The specific text is not vague folklore. It is a Vedic prose ritual text transmitted within a precise scholastic tradition. Why does ritual literature preserve a flood survival protocol? In the Kishmaya Popol Vuh, recorded in alphabetic form in the colonial period of preserving pre-colonial sacred narrative, the makers and modelers attempt human creation more than once. The wooden people can speak and multiply, but they do not remember their creators. They are destroyed by a flood or a resinous deluge, attacked by animals, and even by the objects they once used. Here the logic is not merely punishment for wickedness, it is failed creation. A human-like species is judged defective and removed before a later successful humanity is made from maize. The specific manuscript tradition associated with Francisco Sines and the Quiche text makes this inspectable, quotable, and materially traceable. Why does failed humanity recur as a technical problem? These are not vague parallels. This is the same vocabulary appearing independently. How does that happen? I do not mean the same names, I do not mean the same theology, I do not mean that Egypt, Greece, India, and the Maya world all copied a single tablet from Simba. That would be a careless claim, and I am not interested in careless claims. What repeats is stranger because it is structural. The human species is evaluated, found disruptive or defective, subjected to destruction or reduction, and preserved only through intervention, trickery, warning, intoxication, or exception. In each case, the destructive power is not random weather. It belongs to an authority system. Before moving forward, this deserves attention. We are not looking at one flood myth. We are looking at recurring administrative myths of human reset. The flood is only the instrument. The decision is the deeper pattern. I know the responsible objection. Human societies experience floods. River civilizations remember disasters. Priestly literatures turn disaster into moral instruction. Royal ideology projects hierarchy onto heaven. None of that is wrong. Mesopotamia had the Tigris and Euphrates, Egypt had the Nile, India had monsoon systems and riverine memory. The Maya world encoded cycles of creation and destruction into sacred history. A shared human response to environmental trauma can explain much of this, but not all of it. It does not explain why the gods convene. It does not explain why a dissenting divine figure leaks instructions. It does not explain why, in Atrahasis specifically, the response to humanity becomes a series of managed demographic interventions. As I discussed before in a previous piece on flood survivors, the Arkle chest is never merely a boat, it is a loophole in the decree. So why is this not being pursued with the seriousness it deserves? The charitable answer comes first. Iraq's archaeological record has endured extraordinary damage, imperial excavation, artifact dispersal, the Iran-Iraq War, the Gulf War, the 2003 invasion, museum looting, illegal antiquities markets, the rise of ISIS, and decades of instability around sites that should have been studied continuously. Funding has always been uneven. The British Museum, the University of Pennsylvania, the Iraq Museum, German, French, Italian, and American expeditions, UNESCO initiatives, and local Iraqi scholars have all had to operate within political, financial, and security constraints that no honest person should minimise. There is also the problem of scale. The Cuneiform Digital Library Initiative estimates that more than 500,000 cuneiform artefacts exist in public and private collections, and hundreds of thousands have been catalogued electronically. Cataloguing is not translation. Imaging is not interpretation. Even a fully photographed tablet can sit for generations before a specialist has the time, language training, and institutional support to read it closely. 500,000 objects. That number should change the tone of the conversation. Mesopotamian literature is not a finished library. It is an enormous broken archive, partially read, unevenly published, scattered across London, Baghdad, Berlin, Paris, Istanbul, Philadelphia, New Haven, in private collections whose contents may never be fully known. When a field is built on fragments, absence is not neutral. It is structural. I am not describing a coordinated suppression. I am describing something more diffuse than that, and in some ways more troubling. A coordinated suppression would at least imply that someone understood the significance of what was being hidden. What we have instead is institutional narrowing. Scholars specialise because they must. Museums catalogue objects because they must. Funding bodies prefer projects with measurable outcomes. Digital humanities projects prioritise access, not necessarily synthesis. Assyriologists publish brilliant, careful editions, and then the larger interpretive question is treated as too broad, too comparative, too vulnerable to misuse by unserious people. So the safe thing happens. The text is translated, the passage is noted, the implications are left alone. EN 78941 has been known in the British Museum collection since the 19th century. George Smith identified the flood material from Nineveh in the 1870s. Lambert and Millard's edition appeared in 1969. Daly's accessible translation appeared in 1989. The Met's Atra Hasis fragment was purchased in 1886. We are not waiting for discovery here. We are waiting for courage of synthesis. The neglect becomes more visible when publications acknowledge the anomaly and move on. Museum descriptions say plainly that the gods grew tired of human noise and sent disasters, including a flood, to destroy the human race. Scholarly translations preserve the oath that no life should have escaped. Editions explain the myth's relation to Genesis, labour, mortality, and ritual. All of that is necessary. But the question of why ancient cultures imagine destruction as divine governance rarely receives the sustained interdisciplinary pressure it deserves. I want to be clear about my own events, because this is where the material can be mishandled. I am not saying the Anunnaki were physical beings who sat in a literal chamber and raised hands over the fate of Homo sapiens. I am not claiming Atrahasis is a newspaper report from the early 2nd millennium BC. I am not saying every flood tradition on Earth descends from Mesopotamia, or that every similarity proves contact, memory, or hidden history. What I am saying is that the documented record contains an old Babylonian myth in which the great gods create humans as labourers, become disturbed by their multiplication and noise, convene assemblies, order catastrophes, swear that no life should escape the flood, and afterward impose limits on reproduction and survival. That observation does not require speculation. It is in the text, it is in the museum records, it is in standard translations used by mainstream scholars. The implication can remain open. The evidence does not need to be exaggerated to be disturbing. In fact, exaggeration weakens it. The restraint is the point. When a nearly 4,000-year-old tablet says the great gods agreed together on an oath that no form of life should escape, they do not need to add anything. The line is already enough. Why does Atrahasis frame human creation as a solution to divine labour, rather than as an act of love, kinship, or cosmic balance? What should we make of Enlil's complaint that the country became too wide and the people too numerous before the ordered disease? The record does not tell us why the first response is plague, and I find that absence harder to explain the longer I sit with it. Why does Enki save humanity by exploiting the channels of ritual communication, rather than openly opposing the assembly? What exactly did the oath bind in the flood episode? And why does Enlil treat Atrahasis' survival as a violation of collective authority? BN 78941 preserves the broken body of a story. What did the missing quarter once say? Why did Egypt, Greece, India, and the Maya record different versions of the same governing logic? Creation, dissatisfaction, destruction, exception, survival. Who benefits from treating these as only morality tales? There is another question, quieter but harder. When ancient people imagined the gods, why did they so often imagine procedure? Not only wrath, not only thunder, procedure. Assemblies, decrees, oaths, messengers, warnings, punishments, exemptions, post-crisis regulation. Machinery is almost more unsettling than the catastrophe, because weather can be remembered as trauma, but bureaucracy has to be imagined as order. The mythic flood washes over the earth once. The administrative imagination remains. No current answer feels complete. A clay tablet sits under glass in London. It is not dramatic in the way modern people expect ancient things to be dramatic. It does not glow. It does not tower over a gallery. It does not show a monster, a king, or a battle. It is brown, broken, rectangular, wounded by time, and covered with the small wedge-shaped impressions of a language almost no one alive can read without years of training. BN 78941 does not ask for belief. That is what makes it difficult. It only remains. It is The conventional narrative surrounding the Anunnaki arrival on Earth has long been framed as a calculated colonization effort, driven by their need for gold to repair their planet's deteriorating atmosphere. However, a deeper examination of cuneiform sources reveals a far more urgent and desperate scenario. The tablets speak not of orderly expansion but of hasty exodus, not of conquest, but of refuge seeking. Within the wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay millennia ago lies evidence of a civilization in flight, pursued by forces that remain largely obscured in our modern interpretations. The Sumerian king list, traditionally viewed as a chronological record of divine rule, contains linguistic anomalies that suggest something far more complex than peaceful succession. The term Anzu-Ud appears repeatedly in context describing the Anunnaki's departure from their celestial realm. While mainstream translations render this as those who came from the sky, alternative interpretations of the root syllables suggest those who fled the pursuit. The prefix an, indeed, relates to heaven or sky, but Zu carries connotations of flight in the sense of escape rather than mere travel, while UD implies urgency or necessity rather than choice. Tablet Arm 1270 from the Mari archives contains a particularly revealing passage that has been consistently mistranslated in academic circles. The standard interpretation describes Enlil's journey to Earth as a mission to establish dominion over the lower realm. However, the actual cuneiform employs the term Sunutu, which more accurately translates to seeking a shelter or finding refuge. The tablet continues with references to Sauratu Sain Siti Redu, literally those who pursue from the darkness. suggesting that the Anunnaki's departure was motivated by an active threat rather than imperial ambition. The Epic of Atrahasis provides additional evidence of this forced migration through its description of the great upheaval that preceded the flood narrative. The text mentions Inusani Isaru, gods who are bound or constrained in heaven before their descent to earth. This binding implies external coercion rather than internal decision-making. The subsequent passages describe their arrival as occurring in the manner of those who flee the storm, using terminology typically reserved for refugees or displaced populations. Archaeological evidence from early Mesopotamian settlements supports this interpretation of hasty defensive colonization. Excavations at Eridu, traditionally considered the first city established by the Anunnaki, reveal construction patterns inconsistent with planned urban development. The earliest structures show signs of rapid assembly, using available materials rather than the sophisticated engineering techniques later associated with Sumerian architecture. Foundation stones were placed without careful astronomical alignments found in subsequent buildings, suggesting urgency overrode ceremonial considerations. The defensive nature of early Anunnaki settlements becomes apparent when examining the layout of these ancient sites. Unlike typical Bronze Age cities that expanded outward from central administrative or religious complexes, the earliest Mesopotamian settlements show evidence of perimeter-first construction. Defensive walls and watchtowers were erected before temples or palaces, indicating that protection from external threats took precedence over establishing religious or political authority. At Uruk, ground-penetrating radar has revealed buried fortifications beneath the traditional city layers, structures that appear to have been built rapidly and then later incorporated into more permanent constructions. The Enuma Elish, often described as the Babylonian Creation epic, contains numerous translation discrepancies that obscure references to pre-terrestrial conflicts. The opening lines, traditionally rendered as "when on high the heaven did not exist nor the earth below," employ the term Samu for heaven in a way that suggests not absence but rather inaccessibility or separation. The root Samu can indicate not just physical sky, but also a state of being cut off or isolated from one's proper realm. More significantly, the tablet's description of Marduk's victory over Tiamat has been interpreted through the lens of creation mythology, but the underlying text suggests historical events rather than cosmological allegory. The passage describing Tiamat as Umhuba, typically translated as Mother of Chaos, or literally means Mother of those who gather in pursuit. The term Hubu relates to assemblage or collection, particularly in a military context. This suggests that Tiamat represented not primordial chaos, but rather organised opposition to the Anunnaki. The weapons described in Marduk's arsenal against Tiamat include several items whose names have proven problematic for translators. The Asaradu is typically rendered as first among weapons, but the term more accurately describes something that drives away or causes to scatter. Similarly, the Sutu is often called a net, but appears to function more like a detection or tracking device based on its described properties and effects. These linguistic details suggest technological rather than mythological warfare. Hidden within the Enuma Elish are references to those who watch from the void, Nasaru Sa'im Super, entities that appear to have been tracking or monitoring the Anunnaki before their arrival on Earth. The text describes these watchers as having eyes that pierce the darkness between worlds and knowledge of all paths through the starfields. Their pursuit is described as relentless, following the Anunnaki across multiple celestial domains before the decision was made to seek refuge on Earth. The defensive positioning of early Mesopotamian settlements becomes even more intriguing when compared to similar patterns found in other ancient cultures. Egyptian texts from the Pyramid Age describe the Nitaru, or equivalent of the Anunnaki, as arriving in Egypt as those who sought the protection of the sacred river. The Edfu temple texts specifically mention that these divine beings came fleeing from the followers of the serpent who devours light, establishing their first settlements in easily defensible locations along the Nile's natural barriers. Hindu scriptures contain remarkably parallel accounts in the Puranas, which describe the Devas retreating to Earth during the cosmic conflict known as the Samudra Manthan. The Vishnu Purana specifically states that certain divine beings sought refuge in the realm of dense matter to escape those who hunt across the stellar void. The Sanskrit term used Ashrayarthi explicitly means refuge seekers rather than conquerors or colonizers. These texts describe the Devas establishing fortified positions in mountainous regions and underground complexes, patterns that mirror archaeological findings in the Indus Valley. Mesoamerican codices provide perhaps the most explicit accounts of pursued sky gods. The Popol Vuh describes the arrival of the first fathers as occurring in the time of hiding from the devourers of light. The Kinshmaya text uses the term Irachel to describe their arrival, a word that specifically denotes flight from danger rather than migration or exploration. The feathered serpent deity Kukulkan is described as leading his people to Earth in the manner of those who flee the star hunters, establishing the first cities and locations chosen for concealment rather than convenience. The Dresden Codex contains astronomical tables that some researchers believe track not just planetary movements, but also the paths of dark pursuers through the celestial sphere. These calculations appear to predict optimal times for concealment or movement, suggesting that the Maya inherited knowledge of ongoing cosmic threats from their divine predecessors. The Codex describes certain star configurations as times of the hunters, when surface activity should be minimized. Aztec sources add another layer to this narrative through their accounts of the Tezcatlipoca conflict. While typically interpreted as mythological struggle between light and darkness, the Florentine Codex describes this as a historical event in which those who came from the star place above were forced to seek the protection of the earth womb from the smoking mirrors that follow without rest. The term Tezcatlipoca itself refers not just to obsidian mirrors, but to reflective surfaces used for observation or tracking across vast distances. The consistency of these flight narratives across geographically separated cultures suggests more than mere mythological coincidence. Each tradition describes divine beings arriving on Earth not as conquerors but as refugees, establishing their first settlements in defensible positions while maintaining vigilance against cosmic pursuers. The archaeological evidence supports this interpretation through the defensive nature of the earliest monumental architecture and the rapid, almost urgent construction techniques employed in these ancient sites. The implications of this reframed narrative extend far beyond academic curiosity. If the Anunnaki's presence on Earth represents not colonization but sanctuary seeking, then their subsequent interactions with humanity take on entirely different meanings. Their establishment of human civilization, their genetic interventions, and their eventual departure all become comprehensible as the actions of beings operating under the constant threat of discovery by unknown pursuers. The Great Flood, the Tower of Babel incident, and other catastrophic events described in ancient texts may represent not divine caprice, but defensive responses to detected threats. The cuneiform evidence continues to yield new insights, as translation techniques improve and previously overlooked tablets are examined with fresh perspectives. Recent work on the Ganesh Merchant Archives has uncovered references to sky watchers who maintained constant vigilance for signs of the returners from the dark between. These commercial records, prosaic in nature, suggest that awareness of cosmic threats was not limited to religious or royal circles, but permeated ancient society at multiple levels. The merchant archives of Ganesh represent only the beginning of a much deeper conspiracy that appears to have infiltrated the very foundations of Anunnaki society. While the previous chapter established the refugee nature of the Anunnaki's arrival on Earth, The internal dynamics of their civilization reveal an even more troubling reality. The Igigi rebellion, traditionally portrayed as a straightforward labor dispute among the working class of divine beings, shows clear signs of external orchestration designed to fracture and reunite unity from within. Cuneiform evidence suggests that what mainstream scholarship has dismissed as mythological class warfare was actually a carefully coordinated campaign of subversion, executed by the same mysterious forces that had driven the Anunnaki from their celestial homeland. The Atrahasis epic provides the most detailed account of the Igigi uprising, but conventional translations have consistently overlooked crucial details that point to external manipulation. The text describes the Igigi as originally being faithful servants who laboured in the deep places, yet their sudden acquisition of advanced knowledge and capabilities suggests outside intervention rather than spontaneous evolution.
Every day is an opportunity to exceed expectations. At Memorial Hermann, we strive to relentlessly raise the bar of healthcare for our patients and for generations to come.
Power, heat, size, an impossible triangle.
5,000 years ago, somewhere in the heart of what is now Iraq, a scribe sat down with a piece of wet clay and recorded something that should not have been possible to describe. He wrote about a battle. Not a battle between armies of men, a battle in the sky, fought between gods or kings or beings whose nature he could not quite explain, using weapons that no civilization on Earth was supposed to possess for another 4,000 years. He described flashing lights which struck the ground and turned cities to glass. He described flying chariots that crossed the heavens faster than a falcon could dive. He described a wind that came out of nowhere, killed every living thing in 7 cities, and left behind a poison that lingered for generations. Modern archaeologists have read this tablet. They have translated it word for word, and many of them, in private, will admit that they do not know what to make of it. The descriptions are too specific. The details are too consistent with phenomena that were not supposed to be observable in the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, and the consequences described in the text match. In disturbing detail, the aftermath of weapons that humanity would not invent until the 20th century. What did the Sumerians actually see? Where did this story come from? And why does a clay tablet from 5,000 years ago describe a war fought with technology that, by every conventional understanding of history, should not have existed? Welcome back to Ancient Engineering. Tonight, we are investigating one of the most controversial documents in the entire archaeological record. A text so unsettling that mainstream historians have spent decades trying to explain it away. A text that describes engineering so advanced that if taken literally, it would rewrite the history of human civilization. And a text that, despite all attempts to dismiss it, refuses to be silenced. To understand what we are dealing with, we have to begin with the Sumerians themselves. The Sumerian civilization arose in the southern part of Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, around the year 3,500 before the Common Era. They were the first civilization, as far as we know, to invent writing. They built the first cities. They created the first legal codes, the first schools, the first organized religion, the first wheeled vehicles, and the first systems of mathematics. Almost everything that we associate with civilized human life can be traced in some form back to Sumer. The Sumerians wrote on clay. They pressed wedge-shaped marks into the surface of wet tablets using sharpened reeds, and then they baked or dried the tablets to preserve them. This system of writing is called cuneiform. Hundreds of thousands of cuneiform tablets have been recovered from the ruins of Sumerian and later Mesopotamian cities. They record everything from grain shipments and tax records to love poems, religious hymns, and royal decrees. But among these tablets are a small number of texts that defy easy categorization. They are not records of daily life. They are not religious texts in any conventional sense. They are stories, long, detailed, and often deeply strange stories that describe events from before the rise of cities, before the invention of writing, before recorded history began. These texts are sometimes called the mythological cycles. They include the famous Epic of Gilgamesh, the story of the great flood that predates the biblical version by more than 1,000 years, and a series of texts that describe the wars and political struggles of beings the Sumerians called the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were not human according to the texts. They were sky beings, powerful, intelligent, and immortal. They lived among humans, but they were not of humans, and they were responsible, in the Sumerian understanding, for almost everything important that had ever happened on Earth. One of the most disturbing of these mythological texts is a poem known by various names in modern translations. Some scholars call it the Era Epic, others know it as the text of the Lament for Ur, in its later Akkadian form. The most controversial sections of this text describe a conflict between sky beings fought across the lands that the Sumerians knew and considered sacred. And the descriptions in this conflict are what have generated nearly 2 centuries of debate. The text describes a council of 7 gods who decide that humanity has grown too numerous, too noisy, and too disrespectful. They resolve to take action. The decision is made to destroy a number of cities, to wipe out their populations, and to send a message that will be remembered for generations. The instrument of this destruction is described in language that, even by the imaginative standards of ancient mythology, is striking. The text speaks of weapons that shine with terrible brightness, weapons that can be launched from the sky and fall upon a city without warning, weapons that, when they strike the earth, produce a wind that carries death across hundreds of miles. The cities are not merely burned, they are not merely flooded or buried, they are, according to the text, turned to nothing. The stones are described as melting. The water in the wells is described as boiling. The crops in the fields are described as withering before the harvest. And the survivors, those who managed to flee before the weapons were used, are described as carrying a sickness that killed them slowly over the years that followed. This is the part of the text that has never been satisfactorily explained. Mainstream historians have offered several interpretations. One interpretation is that the descriptions are purely metaphorical. Ancient peoples often used dramatic language to describe natural disasters, and a particularly violent volcanic eruption, earthquake, or flood might have inspired the imagery in the text. There is some support for this interpretation. The Mesopotamian region is geologically active, and major natural disasters have occurred throughout its history, but the metaphorical interpretation runs into problems. The text does not describe a single event, it describes a campaign. The 7 cities are named individually. They are attacked in sequence. The weapons are described as being deployed deliberately by specific actors against specific targets. This is not the language of natural disaster. It is the language of war. A second interpretation is that the text describes a conventional military campaign, exaggerated by religious imagination over generations of oral transmission before being written down. According to this view, an actual conflict in the prehistoric Mesopotamian region was elevated, through repeated retelling, into a cosmic war. The flashing weapons became metaphors for fire arrows or burning oil. The destruction of cities became metaphors for sieges and conquests. The lingering sickness became a metaphor for the famine and disease that always followed ancient warfare. This interpretation is more defensible than the natural disaster theory, but it also has problems. The specific details of the text do not match any known prehistoric military technology. Fire arrows do not turn stone into glass. Sieges do not produce winds that travel across regions. Conventional ancient warfare did not produce sicknesses that persisted in the soil for years after the fighting ended. The text describes effects that simply do not correspond to what Bronze Age or Stone Age weapons were capable of producing. This brings us to the third interpretation. The interpretation that mainstream historians have generally avoided, but that has gained traction in alternative archaeology and in the work of certain controversial scholars over the past 60 years. This interpretation takes the text more or less literally. It argues that the Sumerian scribes were describing something they had actually heard about, perhaps through oral tradition stretching back to events that occurred long before the rise of Sumerian civilization itself. And it argues that the events in question involved technology that the Sumerians themselves did not possess, but that someone, somewhere, somehow had once unleashed upon the earth. The most famous proponent of this interpretation was a Russian and later American author named Zecharia Sitchin. Sitchin spent decades studying cuneiform texts and translating them in ways that diverged sharply from mainstream scholarship. His translations, which most academic Sumerologists have rejected, identified specific Sumerian terms with modern technological concepts. The flashing weapons in Sitchin's reading were nuclear devices. The flying chariots were spacecraft. The Anunnaki were extraterrestrial visitors who had come to Earth in deep antiquity and who had eventually fallen into civil war among themselves, using their advanced weapons against each other and against the human populations that had developed in their absence. Mainstream Sumerologists have rejected Sitchin's translations as unsupportable. Sitchin's work does not meet the standards of academic translation, and his conclusions go far beyond what the text strictly supports. But here is the point that many critics of Sitchin overlook. Even when the text is translated using the most conservative mainstream methodology, the descriptions remain disturbing. The cities are still destroyed by something that falls from the sky. The weapons are still described as producing light, heat, and wind. The aftermath is still described as a poisoned land, where survivors fell ill and died over the months and years that followed. These details exist in the text, regardless of how the individual words are translated, and they do not match anything that Sumerian, Babylonian, or any other ancient Near Eastern military force was capable of doing. What we have, then, is a 5,000-year-old account of weapons effects that do not match any known ancient technology, written by a civilization that was otherwise meticulous and accurate in its record keeping, and preserved in a form so durable that the text remains readable today. The question is not whether the text is real. The text is real. The question is what the text is describing, and here is where things become even stranger. In the 1940s, an Indian scholar named Sastry became interested in the connections between Sumerian and ancient Indian texts. He noticed that descriptions in the Sumerian conflict literature bore a striking resemblance to passages from the Mahabharata, the great Indian epic. The Mahabharata, like the Sumerian text, describes a war fought with weapons of unimaginable power. It describes flying machines called vimanas.
At YoPlay, we always select the best strawberries. Perfectly ripe. That's why our yogurt is so good. YoPlay, America's favorite strawberry yogurt.
EMPRESS, over Miami, Mexico City, or Minneapolis. You are with free hot breakfast. All while earning points for free nights with IHG One Rewards. Yes, I'm yes. IHG Hotels and Resorts.
A woman wanted to buy a new car with just a debit card. So Fosco raised her limit on the spot. How off! Unbelievable.
These increased in my muscle chest. Women just want to feel hurt. I think they're key balance. I mean, let me look for my head.
It describes a single weapon called the Brahmastra that could destroy entire armies in a single flash. The descriptions of the aftermath of these weapons in the Mahabharata are nearly identical to those in the Sumerian conflict text, burning skies, boiling water, survivors with hair falling out and skin peeling off, children born deformed for generations. The two texts come from civilizations separated by thousands of miles and significant cultural distance. There is no evidence of direct contact between early Sumer and ancient India, and yet they describe, in matching detail, the same kind of catastrophic warfare, fought with the same kinds of weapons, producing the same kinds of effects. Either the two civilizations independently invented identical stories, or they were both drawing on a common memory of something that had actually happened. This brings us to one of the most controversial archaeological sites in the world, a site in modern Pakistan near the Indus River called Mohenjo-Daro. Mohenjo-Daro was one of the great cities of the Indus Valley civilization, which flourished from roughly 2600 to 1900 before the Common Era. The city was advanced for its time. It had organized streets, sophisticated drainage systems, public baths, and standardized weights and measures. It had a population of tens of thousands of people, and then, somewhere around the year 1900 before the Common Era, it was abandoned. When archaeologists excavated Mohenjo-Daro in the 20th century, they found something they could not explain. In certain layers of the site, the bricks and pottery showed signs of having been exposed to extraordinary heat. Some artifacts had been partially melted. Some skeletons lying in the streets showed no signs of burial. They had simply fallen where they died, as if the population had been killed all at once in a single catastrophic event. And in some samples taken from the site, researchers detected unusual radiation levels. Mainstream archaeology has explained these findings in various ways. The melted bricks may have been the result of a major fire. The unburied skeletons may have been victims of a plague that overwhelmed the survivors. The radiation may have been background radiation from natural sources in the soil. Each individual finding has a conventional explanation, but the cluster of findings, taken together, has fueled persistent speculation that something extraordinary happened at Mohenjo-Daro, something that left a mark on the city that has lasted for nearly 4,000 years. If we put the pieces together, we have the following picture. We have a Sumerian text describing a sky war fought with weapons that produced flashing light, lethal winds, and lingering sickness. We have an Indian text describing the same kind of war, with the same kinds of weapons, in the same general time frame. We have a city in the Indus Valley region that shows physical signs of having been exposed to something that produced extreme heat and unusual radiation. And we have no satisfactory conventional explanation for any of it. What do we make of this? The honest answer is that we do not know. The mainstream archaeological position is that the texts are mythological exaggerations. The radiation at Mohenjo-Daro is...
What is that beach view they promised? Just because 100 times better. Before the pyramids pierced the sky, before the pharaohs claimed dominion over the Nile, before Egypt became the name that echoed through eternity, there was another kingdom. A civilization so ancient that even the earliest Egyptian dynasties looked upon its ruins with wonder. A land where black-skinned warriors ruled, where gold flowed like water, and where the first seeds of African greatness were planted in soil that would nurture empires for millennia to come. This is the story of Tarseti, the land of the bow, the forgotten first kingdom that stood at the dawn of human civilization. The world knows Egypt, the temples of Karnak, the enigma of the Sphinx, the golden death mask of Tutankhamun. These images have been burned into the collective consciousness of humanity, celebrated in textbooks, displayed in museums, immortalized in films. But what came before? What civilization laid the foundations upon which Egypt would build its legendary empire? The answer lies in the shadows of history, deliberately obscured, conveniently erased, systematically ignored.
It lies in Nubia, in the land that stretches south from Aswan, where the Nile cuts through golden deserts and black granite hills. It lies in Tarseti. If you hunger for the true history they never taught you, if you seek the stories that challenge everything you thought you knew about Africa and civilization itself, then join us on this journey into the depths of forgotten time. Subscribe now, because this is only the beginning of what we're going to uncover together. The name Tarseti translates to Land of the Bow, a title that speaks to the fearsome reputation of Nubian archers whose skills were unmatched in the ancient world. But this was no mere collection of tribal warriors. This was a structured kingdom, a centralized state, a civilization with cities, trade networks, religious institutions, and political hierarchies. Archaeological evidence places Tarseti's emergence around 3,800 to 3,500 BCE during the Naqada period, predating the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt by at least 3 centuries. While the peoples of the Nile Valley were still forming loose chiefdoms and village communities, Tarseti had already established itself as a cohesive political entity. The kingdom stretched along the Nile from the first cataract at Aswan southward into what is now Sudan, encompassing the region known as Lower Nubia. This was a land of dramatic contrasts. The river brought life, its annual floods depositing rich silt that fed crops of barley, wheat, and sorghum. But beyond the narrow green ribbon of cultivation, the desert dominated, a vast expanse of sand and rock that simultaneously isolated and protected the kingdom. The cataracts, those turbulent stretches of rapids and rock formations that interrupted the Nile's flow, served as natural fortifications, making invasion difficult and trade controllable. But Tarseti's true wealth lay beneath the ground: gold, copper, amethyst, carnelian, diorite. The earth itself seemed to bleed riches in this land. The gold mines of Nubia would later become legendary, fueling the treasuries of Egyptian pharaohs for thousands of years. But first, they enriched Tarseti. The kingdom's goldsmiths developed sophisticated techniques for working the precious metal, creating jewelry, ceremonial objects, and symbols of royal power that dazzled the eye and proclaimed the authority of their rulers. Copper, essential for tools and weapons, gave Tarseti a technological edge over neighboring peoples still dependent on stone implements. The semi-precious stones were carved into beads, amulets, and decorative items that became prized trade goods throughout the Nile Valley and beyond. Trade was the lifeblood of Tarseti. The kingdom sat at a crucial crossroads, controlling access to the wealth of inner Africa. Ivory from elephant herds that still roamed freely across the continent. Ebony wood, prized for its density and deep black color. Leopard skins and ostrich feathers, symbols of prestige and power. Incense from distant lands to the east. All of these goods flowed through Tarseti, enriching its merchants and filling its royal treasuries. The kingdom's traders ventured north into Egypt, establishing commercial relationships with the emerging chiefdoms of the Nile Delta and Upper Egypt. They traveled east to the Red Sea coast, connecting with maritime trade networks that reached to the Arabian Peninsula and beyond. They journeyed south and west into the African interior, bringing back goods that seemed almost magical to the peoples of the Mediterranean world. The cities of Tarseti rose from the desert like monuments to human ambition. Kustul, near the modern border between Egypt and Sudan, served as a major center of power. Here, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of sophisticated architecture, including what appears to be a royal palace complex. The structures were built from mud brick and stone, with thick walls that provided protection from both enemies and the brutal desert heat. Inside these walls, the elite of Tarseti lived lives of considerable comfort and luxury. Pottery found at the site shows remarkable craftsmanship, with intricate designs that demonstrate both artistic sophistication and cultural continuity. Stone vessels, carved from the region's abundant diorite and other hard stones, required immense skill to produce and served as status symbols for the wealthy and powerful. But perhaps the most significant discoveries at Kustul are the royal tombs. In the late 1962 and early 1000s, 970 seconds before the rising waters of Lake Nasser submerged much of Lower Nubia forever, archaeologists conducted emergency excavations in the region. What they found in Cemetery El at Kustul rewrote the history books, or at least it should have. The tombs contained artifacts that demonstrated the existence of a complex royal culture in Nubia before the first dynasty of Egypt. Incense burners decorated with royal iconography, stone vessels bearing symbols of kingship. Most dramatically, a stone incense burner depicts a seated figure wearing what appears to be the white crown of Upper Egypt, accompanied by symbols of royal authority, including the Horus falcon and a palace facade. This discovery was revolutionary and deeply controversial. For decades, Western Egyptologists had operated under the assumption that civilization flowed from Egypt outward, that the Nile Valley's cultural achievements originated in the north and spread southward into Nubia. The Tarseti artifacts suggested something very different. They indicated that symbols of kingship, royal iconography, and centralized political authority may have developed first in Nubia and then spread northward into Egypt. The implications were staggering. If true, it meant that the roots of pharaonic civilization lay not in Egypt proper, but in Black Africa, among the Nubian peoples who would later be conquered, colonized, and written out of history by their northern neighbors. The academic establishment struggled with these findings. Some scholars embraced them, recognizing their profound implications for understanding African history and the development of civilization. Others rejected them, questioning the dating, disputing the interpretation of the artifacts, suggesting that the royal symbolism might have been imported from Egypt rather than originating in Tarseti. The debate grew heated, often taking on racial overtones that revealed uncomfortable truths about the biases embedded in archaeological and historical scholarship. How could Black Africans have created a civilization before Egypt? How could the primitive peoples of Nubia have developed complex political systems, sophisticated art, and international trade networks without Egyptian influence? But the evidence speaks for itself. Tarseti was real. Its cities stood, its kings ruled, its warriors fought, its merchants traded, its artisans created. Centuries before the first pharaoh united Egypt, Tarseti had already established the template for Nile Valley civilization. Centralized kingship, divine monarchy, royal symbolism, monumental architecture, long-distance trade, and military organization. The kingdom may have been forgotten, buried under sand, and submerged beneath lake waters, but it cannot be erased. The people of Tarseti were not isolated primitives living in cultural poverty. They were part of a vibrant world, connected through trade and cultural exchange to peoples across northeastern Africa and beyond. Their pottery styles show influences from multiple regions, demonstrating active participation in networks of cultural diffusion. Their weapons and tools incorporated materials and techniques from various sources. Their religious beliefs, while distinct, shared elements with neighboring cultures. This was a cosmopolitan kingdom, one that absorbed influences while maintaining its own unique identity. The social structure of Tarseti reflected its status as a complex state. At the apex stood the king, a figure who combined political authority with religious significance. The rulers of Tarseti were not merely military leaders or administrative officials. They were divine intermediaries, links between the human and spiritual realms, responsible for maintaining cosmic order and ensuring the prosperity of their people. The royal regalia, symbols of office that included crowns, scepters, and ceremonial weapons, marked them as beings set apart from ordinary mortals. Their tombs, filled with precious goods and luxury items, were designed to ensure their continued existence and power in the afterlife. Below the king stood a hierarchy of nobles, officials, and priests. These were the administrators who managed the kingdom's territories, collected taxes, organized labor for public works projects, and conducted the religious ceremonies that maintained harmony between the physical and spiritual worlds. Evidence suggests a literate or proto-literate administrative class capable of record-keeping and communication across distances. While no extensive written texts from Tarsetti have survived, the presence of symbols and marks on pottery and other artifacts hints at systems of notation that may have served administrative or ritual purposes. The military formed another crucial pillar of Tarsetti society. The kingdom's warriors were renowned throughout the region for their skill, particularly in archery. The powerful composite bows of Nubia could strike at greater distances and with more force than the simpler bows used by other peoples. Tarsetti's archers became legendary, feared by enemies and sought after as mercenaries by allies. The military wasn't merely a defensive force. It protected trade routes, enforced the king's authority over subject territories, conducted raids into neighboring regions for captives and plunder, and projected Tarsetti's power northward into what would become Egypt. The common people, the farmers and herders and laborers who formed the majority of the population, lived lives of hardship, tempered by the rhythms of the Nile. They worked the fields during the growing season, harvesting the grain that fed the kingdom. They tended flocks of cattle, sheep and goats that provided meat, milk and hides. They labored on construction projects, building the temples and palaces and tombs.
There are mansions in this world that should not exist, not because they are beautiful, but because when you look closely at the hidden rooms, the sealed vaults, the mechanical systems threaded through their walls, nothing adds up. 10 mansions, 10 families who vanished, 10 buildings that were too advanced, too deliberate, and too systematically abandoned to be explained by the official record. Let's walk through the first one. The first time you see Thornwell Manor, you don't see a house, you see a silhouette. 3 floors of blackened brick rising from a hillside, the roofline broken by pointed finials, and a single narrow tower on the northeast corner that rises just slightly higher than the rest, just enough to feel intentional. The front elevation is symmetrical at first glance, but not on second. The left wing extends roughly 4 feet longer than the right. The entrance is recessed beneath a pointed stone arch, flanked by lancet windows set so deep they appear almost defensive. The bricks are unusual, dense, charcoal-coloured, with a vitrified glaze that suggests kiln temperatures far beyond standard Victorian production. Walk around to the side, and a sealed secondary entrance appears, bricked shut from the inside. Above it, 3 windows are also bricked. The rear opens into a sunken garden, now completely overgrown, with a stone terrace supported by arched vaults connecting directly to the basement. Step inside, and the foyer is dark oak panelling beneath a vaulted ceiling that swallows sand. The floor is black and white marble tile, laid in a geometric pattern that, when photographed from the second floor landing, resolves into a shape resembling a frequency diagram. The main hall beyond is a long corridor lined with empty alcoves, every portrait removed, but the hanging hardware left behind. The wall behind each frame, a slightly different shade from decades of light exposure. The staircase is stone with an iron balustrade. Beneath the lower flight, a narrow 5-foot door opens to the basement. No exterior handle. It only opens from the staircase side. The dining room is windowless, lit originally by gas jets and concentric rings. Under ultraviolet light, the green damask wallpaper reveals a secondary pattern, interlocking circles and lines that appear to be a geometric cipher no one has decoded. The master bedroom has 12-foot ceilings, but is strangely narrow, like standing inside a vertical chamber. Beneath the floorboards, found during a 1987 renovation, is a layer of corroded copper sheeting covering the entire room. The adjoining bathroom has plumbing fixtures matching no British manufacturer, faucet handles engraved with mechanical-looking symbols suggesting settings more specific than hot and cold. The basement isn't a cellar. It's interconnected stone chambers with bowel vaults, each cooler than the last. The final chamber contains a raised stone platform with 4 copper posts at its corners. There are scorch marks on the ceiling above it. No records explain its purpose. The northeast tower terminates in an octagonal room with windows on all 8 sides, each pane fitted with tiny brass adjustment screws, allowing independent tilting. This was not a lookout. This was a calibration room. Thornwell belonged to the Haverford family from 1847 to 1903. Very little survives about him. Parish records mention a father, Edwin, and 3 children, but only 2 are named. The third is referenced only as the younger. Edwin kept a sealed second-floor office requiring 2 keys turned simultaneously to open. When surveyed in 1911, the room was empty except for deep circular grooves worn into the stone floor, as though something heavy had been rotated in the same path for years. But the room that stops every researcher is behind the library. The 4th wall contains a section of shelving that moves. Behind it, a narrow room lined with empty glass cases, its own ventilation, shaft rising to the roof, and the humidity level noticeably different from the rest of the house. This was a hidden orchid study, a private, climate-controlled growing chamber behind a false wall in a Victorian Gothic mansion, built for a purpose never recorded. Thornwell was not abandoned. It was vacated, quickly, methodically, completely. No furniture left behind. Even the curtain rods were taken. Thornwell was designed for privacy. But the next mansion was designed for spectacle, and what it hid was built in plain sight. Marston Hall does not whisper, it announces. 4 floors of pale limestone stretching nearly 200 feet across, crowned by a mansard roof in dark slate. Paired Corinthian columns frame a portico wide enough for a carriage. Every surface is carved. This building was meant to overwhelm. The side reveals a secondary wing connected by a glass-roofed gallery, built in slightly different stone, suggesting a different construction team. At the rear, a 3-tiered terrace descends to formal gardens. Above the roofline, a copper-clad clock tower cupola houses a clock that hasn't moved since 1921. Inside, the foyer is white Carrara marble, floors, columns, walls, beneath a painted ceiling mural by a studio that officially had no commissions outside continental Europe. The ballroom beyond is 60 feet long with engineered acoustics. A whisper carries end to end, but a shout at the centre diffuses into nothing. The double staircase is the centrepiece. 2 bronze balustraded marble flights curving from opposite walls to meet at one landing. Beneath that landing, a locked gate hides a spiral stair descending into darkness. The dining room's coffered ceiling holds unique carved rosettes, no 2 alike, and wall-mounted candle reflectors direct light onto the table with surgical precision. A room designed to illuminate faces and nothing else. The master bedroom's silk-upholstered walls hide a discovery beneath the carpet. Sheets of lead, edge to edge, covering the entire floor. Lead flooring in the bedroom. No adequate explanation has ever been offered. The bathroom contains a multi-head shower system, overhead, side and lower jets, a configuration that wouldn't become standard until the 1960s. Valve labels show numerical settings, not hot and cold. The basement is largely sealed. 2 entrances filled with poured concrete at an unrecorded date. The third, through the spiral stair, ends at a steel door that remains locked. Above everything sits the clock tower observatory, a round room with a domed ceiling fitted with a retractable panel. The clock mechanism connects to a rotating armature mounted to the ceiling, a device whose purpose has been debated for decades. Marston belonged to the Aldrich family from 1869 to 1923. Cornelius, listed as a consulting engineer with no identifiable firm, had an eldest son, Theodore, described as devoted to the tower. Theodore spent entire nights in the observatory and refused to discuss what he observed. He disappeared in 1919, not died, disappeared. His name was struck from family records. His room was found stripped to bare plaster. By 1923, the estate transferred to a trust with no named beneficiaries. The trust paid taxes for 47 years before dissolving without explanation.
Dang, how much money was that?
Marston Hall was not a home. It was an instrument. And whoever played it made sure the music stopped before anyone else could learn the key. Marston overwhelmed with scale. The next estate used beauty, an almost intoxicating beauty, to distract from what was growing inside its walls. Blackthorn Chateau looks like it belongs in the Loire Valley, not on 60 wooded acres outside Bolton. 5 stories of cream limestone behind conical roof towers. The facade formerly composed with tall casement windows, and a carved cartouche bearing initials matching no family on record. The proportions follow a system, not a style, a system. The rear reveals a coal chute to a sub-basement, not shown on any plan. In the 1870s, in a private home. The foyer is double-height marble beneath a plaster ceiling of acanthus and geometry. Even now, the air smells faintly of something floral. Visitors describe it independently. No source has been identified. The salon mixed French, Russian, and Ottoman furnishings, a combination no American family would typically assemble. The fireplace mantel is carved from a single 3-ton block of green marble, with no shipping record. The grand spiral staircase rises 5 stories, each landing opening onto floors of different character. The 4th sealed for decades, the 5th accessible only through a locked door on the 4th. The dining room holds 6 gilt-framed mirrors positioned, so every seat is visible from every other. No one could eat without being watched. The master bedroom connects directly to the solarium. Its headboard is carved with what appears decorative, but is actually a detailed map, rivers, mountains, a coastline matching no known geography. The bathroom's copper tub is set into the floor, fed by a gravity system from a rooftop system that delivers perfect pressure across 5 stories. Engineering that is not trivial. The basement hides a second chamber behind the wine cellar, zinc-lined walls maintaining constant temperature year-round. A preservation chamber. For what? No one has determined. Within the ruined solarium is a secondary sealed enclosure belonging to Lisette Marchand, the matriarch who never left the East Wing after 1891. Inside, planting beds were arranged in concentric circles, with radiating lines matching no horticultural practice. Soil analysis revealed trace minerals not native to the region. The Marchand family, 11 persons arriving from Marseille in 1871, dwindled to 3 by 1909. The rest simply stopped appearing. No death records, no departures, just absence. Blackthorn was condemned in 1961. It still stands, and the solarium, even in ruin, is warmer than it should be. Blackthorn hides behind glass and window, but some mansions don't hide at all. They dare you to look, and trust you won't understand what you're seeing. Windermere sits low, 2 stories of half-timbered plaster and dark oak, the roofline steep and complex. It doesn't tower, it broods. The front entrance is off-centre beneath a Tudor arch, the timbers far heavier than structural necessity demands, forming patterns in the plaster that that repeat in a rhythm that feels coded. Inside, the foyer is
Remind me of the Umbrella Academy.
dark
You ever seen that yet?
flagstone floor, low beams. The main hall opens into a hammer beam ceiling room with an increment fireplace large enough to stand in. The staircase's newel post is carved into an ambiguous shape,
EMPRESS
griffin, wyvern, or something else, worn smooth by hands. Each step produces a specific tone, so anyone ascending could be identified by sound before being seen. The formal dining hall sits beneath a great two-story bay window. At the ceiling's centre, a carved roundup depicts a face with closed eyes and an open mouth. No one is identified. The master bedroom floor is made of panels fitted with brass pins, each liftable individually. Beneath one, opened during a 2003 survey, was a folded sheet of vellum in an unidentifiable language. The bathroom mirror is built into the wall. Behind it, found during electrical work, a cavity containing a small empty wooden box with signs of repeated access. The attic timbers are blackened with a deliberate coating of tar and mineral compound. The floor is double layered, the gap filled with packed earth and dried plant material. Below the dining hall, the undercroft's far end conceals a niche containing a brass compass with its needle fixed, pointing not north, but 23 degrees east. It has never been explained. Windermere belonged to the Calvertons from 1851 to 1897. Robert Calverton was devoted to his library. His youngest daughter, Helena, never emerged from her second-floor room after 1889. Meals passed through a brass-covered slot in her door. Behind Helena's bedroom panel, found in 1971, is a hidden room, 6 by 8 feet, shelved floor to ceiling. The shelves held handbound, untitled books in multiple languages containing astronomical diagrams and ritual calendars. One was open to a page dated to the spring equinox, annotated in English. The door is ready. Helena's hidden Walpurgis library. The Calvertons departed in 1897 with no forwarding address. Helena's room was locked from the inside. The window was open. Windermere is a house that was listening. The next estate isn't a house at all. It's a palace built to contain a system. Solovian Palace is the largest on this list, and the hardest to believe was ever a private home. 6 floors of white stone stretching 300 feet. Its symmetry so absolute it almost hurts. The pediment is carved with figures holding not musical instruments, but devices, tools, lenses, things with gears. The foyer is a rotunda beneath a coffered dome. The floor, a marble compass, rose calibrated to within 0.3 degrees of true north by modern GPS. The gallery beyond, over 100 feet long, held statuary on plinths fitted with rotating bases controlled by small floor cranks. The statues were designed to turn. The imperial staircase splits at a landing. Beneath it, beneath the building's exact centre, a locked hatch conceals a spiral staircase descending 4 levels underground to a circular vault with 144 numbered niches, all empty. The dining room seats 40 beneath a ceiling painted with a star chart fixed to a specific date, March 21st, 1862. The spring equinox. The master bedroom is circular on the 4th floor, its parquet, floor radiating in a sunburst pattern over a hidden layer of dense basalt, placed deliberately, not part of the foundation. The bathroom is a sunken marble pool where whispers reverberate for seconds. The rooftop garden, 6 stories up, is planted not with ornamental flowers, but medicinal herbs, lavender, valerian, foxglove, belladonna, a pharmacological garden on the roof of a palace. The Petrov-Karsten family appears in no peerage and and no social register. Elia, the patriarch, was listed as a natural philosopher. His wife Maren managed the rooftop garden and was never seen below the 4th floor after 1878. Elia's brother Daniel arrived in 1871 and was never seen outside the palace again. Servants reported mechanical sounds from beneath the staircase at night. When the vault was opened in 1934, the niches were empty, but the walls were covered in scratched tallies, grouped in sets of 12. The family vacated in 1899, transferring ownership to a foundation chartered for the preservation of architectural heritage. It has never undertaken any preservation work. Solovian implies a network. The next property takes the opposite approach. It was built to defend. Dreadham Keep looks like it was built to survive a siege. 4 floors of rough-cut granite, walls 3 feet thick, a crenellated parapet, and a gatehouse entrance flanked by round towers with slit windows. This is a house that evaluates visitors. The foyer is a stone vestibule where outside sound disappears the moment the door closes. The Great Hall is 2 stories tall with an open fire pit in the floor beneath a suspended stone hood on iron chains. The floor around the hearth shows chemical residues consistent with metallite salts and sulfuric compounds. The spiral staircase is worn to concave curves. Dreadham was supposedly built in 1866. The ware suggests far longer occupation. The dining room's single unbarred window faces east, sized to admit dawn light directly onto the table at the equinox. The master bedroom's stone floor, beneath matting, is inscribed with small, precise marks. Letters, numbers, symbols, never catalogued. The drainage system routes water through the walls via channels cut into the floor, more sophisticated than most municipal plumbing of the period. The well is 60 feet deep. The water contains elevated sulfur and trace mercury. Beneath the kitchen, under a concealed flagstone trapdoor, is a vaulted chamber with a stone bench showing iron stands, glass residue, and scorch marks. Shelves are carved into the walls, a drain in the floor, an alchemy cellar, a working laboratory hidden beneath the kitchen of a Victorian fortress. Magnus Voss, the patriarch, kept no company. His grandmother, Elke, controlled the lower levels and was the only person with a key to the cellar. She outlived every family member and was found dead at the central hearth in 1902, hands blackened. No heirs came forward. The cellar, last entered in 1998, was warmer than the rooms above it. Dreadham trusts no one. The next mansion does the opposite. It invites you in with colour, porches, and a turret catching afternoon light. That's exactly what makes it dangerous. Elmsworth Villa is the friendliest house on this list. 3 stories of painted wood, deep red, cream trim, teal accents, with a wraparound porch and elaborate gingerbread brackets. A round turret at the northwest corner rises to a conical roof with curved glass windows. But at the turret's base, a seam in the foundation doesn't align. The turret sits 4 feet deeper than the main building. The foyer is bright. Stained glass throws coloured light across polished oak. Pressed tin ceiling, Morris patterned wallpaper. It feels like a home. It is meant to. But the parlour's proportions are slightly off. The ceiling higher than expected. Walls farther apart than they appear. The room is larger than it feels, which is the opposite of most Victorian homes. The staircase landing features a stained glass woman holding a drafting compass. The dining room floor has a raised section near the south wall. Beneath it, found during renovation, 3 glass photographic plates showing rooms that don't appear to exist in the house. The master bedroom's turret alcove is papered in deep florals, but beneath the carpet Every floorboard is numbered in pencil on its underside. The bathroom's medicine cabinet conceals a narrow vertical shaft, not a chimney, not a vent, descending through the wall to the basement. The turret's third-floor studio still shows pigment traces on its walls, but below it, behind a false panel in the second-floor closet, is a hidden windowless atelier. Its walls are covered in precise graphite architectural drawings, buildings that don't exist in any known city, floor plans, elevations, sections, some annotated with dimensions, others in undercoded personal shorthand. Ellsworth belonged to the Cartier family from 1885 to 1911. Marcel was listed as an architect, though no building bearing his name exists. Their youngest child, referred to only as the boy, was kept on the third floor with his own stair, entrance, and meals delivered to the turret. The photographs beneath the dining room are believed to depict rooms designed by this child in the hidden atelier. He would have been 11 years old. The Cartiers left for Europe in 1911. Their ship manifest shows boarding. Arrival records show nothing. Ellsworth uses charm as camouflage. The next mansion uses grandeur, the kind that demands you look up, look forward, look anywhere but at the floor beneath your feet. Ravencourt Hall was built to intimidate scholars. 4 floors of red brick in elaborate diaper patterns, mullioned windows in continuous bands, and a roof-lined balustrade with obelisk finials. Behind it, a glass and iron observatory. The plan is H-shaped, enclosing a private rear courtyard with a dead elm at its centre. The foyer is linenfold oak panelling beneath geometric plasterwork. The long gallery, 90 feet of second-floor corridor, is Ravencourt's signature. The interior panelling undulates in subtle, almost imperceptible curves, and the floor rises 6 inches over its length. You don't feel it, but your body registers it. The staircase mule posts are carved with heraldic beasts, but the final post defies identification. A hound's body with a mechanical head. Gears where eyes should be. The dining room ceiling is so ornate, it takes minutes to absorb. One pendant boss, directly above the head of the table, is carved into a closed fist, knuckles facing the diners. The master bedroom's 4-poster has a solid wooden canopy blocking the ceiling. When removed during restoration, the ceiling was found covered in dense handwritten Latin, partially translated as a contract of some kind, hidden for generations. The bathroom floor is small tiles arranged in an actual solvable maze, beginning at the door, ending at the tub. The solution path forms the letter R. The basement contains a smooth stone table with channels radiating from centre to edges, terminating in catchment basins. Purpose never established. The rooftop observatory has a concrete floor, unusual for the period, with brass mounting points for equipment no longer present. The glass is faintly amber tinted. No telescope mount exists. Whatever was fitted, there was something else. The Ashworths occupied Ravencourt from 1858 to 1913. Uncle Reginald maintained a mechanical prayer room on the 4th floor, clockwork devices producing chimes, clicks, and a low humming from behind the walls. He was described as devout, with no specified denomination. After his 1907 death, the family destroyed the clockwork mechanisms, not sold, not stored, destroyed. The Ashworth name disappears from all local records in 1913, not gradually, all at once. Ravencourt hides secrets in plain geometry. The next mansion hides them in something harder to see. Beauty that makes you forget to ask questions. Ashcroft Gardens looks transplanted from the hills above Florence, set down impossibly in coastal Connecticut. 3 floors of warm sandstone, tall arched windows capped with carved masks, whose expressions shift between serenity and distress depending on the light. A campanile rises from the west end, a bell tower that holds no bell and never did. The rear terrace overlooks Long Island Sound. One carved balustrade panel depicts something unusual, a columned roof structure, underwater, intact, described as decorative fantasy, also described as a record. At the villa centre, an open courtyard anchored by a 3-figure marble fountain with a gravity-fed system that has maintained constant flow for over a century without mechanical intervention. The foyer floor is terrazzo in concentric circles that follow a logarithmic progression, invisible to the eye, precise when measured. The reception hall's frescoes contain architectural anachronisms, buildings with features postdating the paintings by decades. The dining room's marble-top table is bolted to the floor. The ceiling's trompe-l'oeil sky, lit by candlelight from below, creates an effect of infinite height. The master bedroom is restrained. White plaster, iron bed frame, one unsigned seascape. Beneath one floor tile is a sealed glass cylinder containing a rolled document. It has never been opened. The Preservation Trust has declined all requests. The bathroom skylight provides a vertical view of only sky, no roofline visible, isolating the bather's gaze upward. Beneath the rotunda, a spiral stair descends to Ashcroft's most extraordinary room, a sunken circular library with a domed ceiling, an oculus admitting a shaft of light from above. The shelves are empty now, but the room contains exactly 1,728 shelf feet of storage, 12 cubed. The diameter is 12 feet. The height is 12 feet. Shelving sections, 144, 12, squared. Every dimension is a function of 12. The Fontaine family lived here from 1873 to 1907. Widow Marguerite maintained a mirrored writing room, mirrors on every surface, including the floor beneath a glass panel. A 1901 visitor described it as a room that demands total self-awareness before a single word is written. The mirrors are gone, but mounting brackets remain, and when the geometry is reconstructed, every surface reflects to a single focal point, Marguerite's chair. She had no children, no heirs, no surviving relations. When she left, she took the library contents and her manuscripts. She took the words. She left the house. Ashcroft is built on the number 12. The final mansion is built on something more fundamental. Balance. Perfect, unnatural, impossible balance. Arklow Manor is the most normal-looking building on this list. That is exactly what makes it the most unsettling. 4 floors of red brick, 5 bays wide, so perfectly symmetrical that it looks like its own reflection. Every window identical, every brick course level, a simple Doric portico, no ornament, no excess. Proportion at this precision is not a style, it's a statement. The rear is a mirror of the front. Arklow has no back. It was designed to present the same face from any direction. Step inside, and you're standing beneath a perfect hemisphere of white plaster rising 20 feet, with an open oculus at its apex. Rain enters. Light enters. The dome was designed for it. A channel at the base catches water and routes it underground. The main hall's floor shows marks where furniture was positioned at exact geometric intervals, as though the room were a diagram. The staircase splits at a landing. Beneath the first flight, a door, unremarkable, painted to match the wall. Behind it, An 8x8 vault with stone walls and inexplicably fresh air. The floor holds a single brass plate engraved with a date predating the house's supposed construction by 43 years. The dining room's chairs are built into the panel, fold-down seats retracting flush with the wall. 8 seats, exactly, designed for a fixed number performing a fixed activity. The master bedroom floor is tongue and grooved, held by pressure alone. The entire surface disassemblable without tools. Tested. Takes 4 hours. The bathroom mirror is slightly convex, bowing outward by a fraction of an inch, making reflections subtly wider than reality. The curvature is uniform, not a defect. The basement is a single room, no subdivisions. When measured, it's a perfect cube. Ceiling height equals width equals length. Above ground, rectangular proportion. Below ground, something else. The attic is a matching open space with numbered rafters and 42 iron rings bolted to the ridge beam. Nothing hangs from them. The Graves family lived here from 1853 to 1901. Emmett Graves ate the same meals, kept the same hours, maintained what neighbours called an unnatural regularity of life. His son William kept to the 4th floor, a room with nothing in it but instruments. What instruments? No one could say. When the family left, everything was in perfect condition. Even the fold-down chairs were retracted flush. But beneath the brass plate, lifted in 1967, was a cylindrical hole, 12 inches deep, precisely bored into stone. At the bottom, a glass lens wrapped in oilcloth. It matches no known optical specification. Its focal length corresponds to the exact height of the domed entrance hall above. Someone placed the lens beneath a hidden vault, calibrated to the architecture of the house above it. Arklow was not a home. It was an instrument tuned to itself. And when they left the lens behind, as if they wanted someone, eventually, to understand. 10 mansions, 10 families, 10...
Using Lens and Chrome makes it all simple. I get to select information, dive deeper on it, without ever leaving the tab.
Vacationing is an art, and in Palm Beaches, you'll discover a lifestyle there.
The United States is enormous, and for all its open roads and national parks and freedom of movement pride, there are corners of this country that are completely, officially, and sometimes violently off limits to you, no matter who you are, what you do, or how nicely you ask. These are the 17 forbidden places in the U.S. you'll never be able to see. Place 17, Area 51, Lincoln County, Nevada. Let's start with the obvious one, because it earned its place on this list. Area 51 is a classified United States Air Force installation located within the Nevada Test and Training Range. The CIA didn't even publicly acknowledge its existence until 2013. For decades, the government just pretended it wasn't there, which, if you think about it, is an unusual strategy for something surrounded by warning signs, armed guards, and motion sensor perimeter fencing. The base sits on the dry bed of Groom Lake, about 83 miles northwest of Las Vegas. The restricted airspace above it is called R4808N, and it is one of the most tightly controlled patches of sky in the country. You can't fly over it. You can't drive to the gate without being photographed, followed, and asked to leave. And the guards, officially referred to as camouflage dudes by locals, are authorized to use deadly force. What actually goes on inside? Mostly, it seems, the testing of classified aircraft. The U-2 spy plane was developed there. So was the SR-71 Blackbird, probably the B-2 stealth bomber. Programs so classified that pilots who accidentally strayed near the airspace during Cold War training were simply told nothing and kept quiet. The conspiracy theories are a different matter. alien spacecraft, reverse engineered technology, underground levels, none of that has been substantiated. But the secrecy around the place has been so complete for so long that the theories filled a very understandable vacuum. When you won't tell people anything, they'll come up with their own answers. In September 2019, a Facebook event called Storm Area 51, They Can't Stop All of Us, attracted over 2 million RSVPs. The actual event drew about 6,000 people to the desert. Nobody stormed anything. The government was mildly amused, and the town of Rachel, Nevada, made some money selling alien-themed merchandise. The nearest public vantage point is a dirt pull-off along Nevada State Route 375, officially designated the extraterrestrial highway by the state in 1996. From there, on a clear day, you can see aircraft taking off and landing. What kind of aircraft is harder to determine, which is partly the point. Workers at the facility reportedly fly in and out on unmarked passenger planes from Las Vegas, a fleet that locals call Janet Airlines. The planes exist. The flight paths are registered. The destination is listed as classified. It's all hiding in plain sight, which may be the most Area 51 thing about Area 51. Place 16, Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center, Bluemont, Virginia. Not far from Washington, D.C., buried inside a mountain in the Blue Ridge Range, is a facility most Americans have never heard of, and that's intentional. Mount Weather is operated by FEMA and serves as the primary continuity of government site for the United States. In plain terms, if there's a catastrophic event and the federal government needs to keep functioning, this is where senior officials go. It has its own power supply, water system, and reportedly, a hospital, crematorium, and radio and TV broadcast capability. The existence of the facility was barely acknowledged until a plane crash nearby in 1974 forced officials to mention it. Even then, Congress wasn't given full details. A Senate subcommittee tried to investigate in 1975 and was flatly refused access. Senator John Culver reportedly said at the time that the facility's powers were of such unknown scope that they warranted serious examination. He didn't get one. The surface area of Mount Weather includes administrative buildings, helipads, and communication towers. The underground complex is the real facility, and its layout, size, and full capabilities remain classified. The road leading to the main entrance has security checkpoints. The perimeter is fenced and monitored. You are not getting in. Place 15, the Bohemian Grove, Monte Rio, California. Every summer, for about 2 weeks in July, a private campground in the redwood forests of Sonoma County becomes one of the most exclusive gatherings on Earth. The Bohemian Club, founded in San Francisco in 1872, holds its annual encampment at Bohemian Grove, a 2,700-acre property about 75 miles north of San Francisco. Attendance is male only, and by invitation only. The membership has historically included sitting U.S. presidents, corporate executives, military brass, and media figures. Richard Nixon once called it the most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine, which he meant critically, and which tells you a great deal more about Richard Nixon than about Bohemian Grove. The gathering opens with a ritual called the Cremation of Care, in which a mock effigy is burned in front of a 40-foot concrete owl statue on the shore of a lake. This sounds strange, because it is strange. Members insist it's theatrical, a symbolic casting aside of worldly concerns before a holiday in the woods. Critics have found it more alarming. Philip Weiss, a journalist who infiltrated the event in 1989, wrote a lengthy account for Spy magazine describing the atmosphere as part old boys club, part summer camp, part something harder to categorize. The club vigorously guards the perimeter and is sued to remove protesters and trespassers. Women have been banned from membership throughout its history, a policy that has faced repeated legal challenges. A partial guest list over the years reads like a who's who of 20th century American power. Herbert Hoover, Dwight Eisenhower, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Henry Kissinger, Colin Powell, Caspar Weinberger. Nixon attended before his presidency, and later recorded his dismissive comments about it in a conversation that only became public after the Watergate tapes were released. The point is not that anything nefarious is necessarily happening among the rednecks.
Oh, yes, it is.
The point is that the most powerful men in the country have been meeting privately in a restricted forest every summer for over 150 years. And you will never be invited.
Children.
Place 14. Room 641A, AT&T Building, San Francisco, California. This one doesn't look like much from the outside. It's a room inside an AT&T facility on Folsom Street in San Francisco. Room 641A. Unremarkable, except that it's one of the most significant surveillance sites ever revealed in American history. In 2006, former AT&T technician Mark Klein went public with documents showing that the NSA had secretly installed equipment in room 641A, equipment capable of intercepting and copying the internet traffic of AT&T's customers. All of it. The room contained a device called a Narus STA6400, capable of analyzing traffic at 10 gigabits per second. It was connected to a fiber optic splitter that copied all data passing through the facility. This was years before Edward Snowden. The Electronic Frontier Foundation filed suit. Congress eventually passed the FISA Amendments Act in 2008, which retroactively granted the telecoms legal immunity for their participation. The lawsuits were dismissed. Room 641A is not a tourist attraction. It's a working telecommunications facility with no public access, but it represents something worth knowing, that some of the most consequential spaces in America are not dramatic mountain bunkers or desert bases. Sometimes they're just a locked room in an office building, doing something most people never found out about until someone decided not to stay quiet. Place 13, Granite Mountain Records Vault, Little Cottonwood Canyon, Utah. About 25 miles southeast of Salt Lake City, carved into the granite of the Wasatch Mountains, is a vault that holds what may be the largest collection of genealogical records in the world. The Granite Mountain Records Vault belongs to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Construction was completed in 1965. The vault is sealed behind 14-ton doors and goes 600 feet into the mountain. It is temperature and humidity controlled to preserve microfilm, digital records, and other archival materials. The church has been microfilming birth, marriage, and death records from civil and religious archives around the world since the 1930s. Over 3 billion images total. The theological motivation is specific to LDS doctrine, which permits proxy baptism for deceased ancestors. To perform those ordinances, you need records. So, the church has spent nearly a century systematically photographing the records of the dead across dozens of countries. The vault is not open to the public. Only authorized church personnel enter the secured area. Some records stored here are accessible digitally through Family Search, the church's genealogy platform. But the vault itself, with its enormous archive and its sealed granite chambers, is off limits to anyone not employed by the institution. Place 12, Snake Island / Ilha da Queimada Grande, honorary mention adjacent, and Plum Island Animal Disease Center, Orient Point, New York. Wait, Plum Island. Let's talk about Plum Island. Located off the northeastern tip of Long Island, Plum Island has been the home of the Plum Island Animal Disease Center since 1954. The facility was originally established to study foreign animal diseases, foot and mouth disease, rinderpest, African swine fever, diseases that, if introduced to the U.S. livestock population, could be economically catastrophic. The island is accessible only by government ferry. No private boats are permitted to land. No members of the public are allowed. Workers commute daily from Orient Point on the mainland. For years, the facility operated under a Biosafety Level 3 designation. It has been the subject of repeated allegations about safety lapses, disease escapes, and inadequate oversight. In 2009, the Department of Homeland Security proposed closing Plum Island and transferring its research to a new facility in Manhattan, Kansas. The closure process has been slow. In the meantime, Plum Island continues to operate, continues to be inaccessible, and continues to generate the occasional alarming headline. Michael Carroll, a journalist and lawyer, published a book in 2004 titled Lab 257, alleging that Plum Island was the source of the first U.S. outbreak of Lyme disease and West Nile virus. The USDA denied the claims. The debate has never been fully resolved to everyone's satisfaction. Place 11. The Mormon Church's vaults of the Conference Center, Salt Lake City, Utah. The LDS Church appears twice on this list, which is either a coincidence or a testament to the organization's commitment to record-keeping and institutional privacy. Beneath Temple Square in Salt Lake City, connected to the church's conference center and administrative complex, are secure vaults that store historical documents, financial records, and administrative archives. Unlike the Granite Mountain Vault, the existence of these underground spaces has been less publicized, but their access is similarly restricted to authorized personnel. The church controls billions of dollars in assets and runs one of the most sophisticated administrative bureaucracies of any religious institution in the world. Its archival practices reflect that. Documents related to early church history, financial dealings, and internal communications are kept in controlled conditions and are not generally available to outside researchers, including, in some cases, Mormon historians who have made formal requests. Place 10. Raven Rock Mountain Complex, Blue Ridge Summit, Pennsylvania. If Mount Weather is where FEMA keeps the lights on, Raven Rock is where the Pentagon goes when things go very wrong. Also called Site R, Raven Rock Mountain Complex is a department of...
At Lazy Boy, your online starts the moment you walk in. Options made simple. Comfort made personal. Come get the comfort you deserve. Shop the Lazy Boy Memorial Day sale. Save 30% off everything, plus 0% interest for 48 months. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's why Chevy Silverado is #1 in manufacturer warranty, so they can go where others won't and always get it done. Chevrolet. Together, let's ride.
A defense facility built inside Raven Rock Mountain on the Pennsylvania-Maryland border. Construction began in the early 1950s, driven by Cold War concern about nuclear attack on Washington. The facility can house thousands of personnel. It has its own water supply, power generation, dining facilities, and command and control infrastructure. During the September 11th attacks, Vice President Dick Cheney was taken to an undisclosed location. That location was later confirmed to be Raven Rock. The facility has reportedly been upgraded multiple times since then to ensure continuity of military operations. Access to the perimeter is controlled and visible from Route 16 in Pennsylvania. There are guard posts and gates, but the complex itself is entirely off limits to civilians. It sits inside a military reservation with no public roads and no public access points. Place 9. The Meganite Mine-turned Data Center. Unnamed. Let's shift gears slightly. Not every forbidden place is a government facility. Some are private operations that are simply, categorically, not for you. Iron Mountain is a global data storage and information management company. Its most secure facilities are located in former limestone mines outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in a complex called Iron Mountain Underground. The mines descend some 220 feet below the surface. The facility holds digital backup systems for thousands of corporate and government clients, and reportedly stores original master recordings, photographic archives, and historical documents, including backup copies of data from entities, including major government agencies and media companies. Temperature and humidity inside the mines are naturally stable, making it ideal for archival storage. The facility has its own power substation, fire suppression systems, and physical security that makes most bank vaults look casual. Workers inside are subject to strict access controls. Specific areas are accessible only to personnel of the specific clients whose data is stored there. You cannot visit. There are no tours. The address is technically public, but arrival without authorization would accomplish nothing. Place 8. The Coca-Cola Vault, Atlanta, Georgia. Yes, this is on the list, and it belongs here. The formula for Coca-Cola is arguably the most famous trade secret in the world. For most of the company's history, the formula, known internally as Merchandise 7X, was kept in a vault at the SunTrust Bank in Atlanta. In 2011, Coca-Cola moved it to a custom-built vault at the World of Coca-Cola Museum in Atlanta, specifically as a marketing attraction. Here's the thing. You can visit the World of Coca-Cola. You can walk up to the vault. You can see the exterior of it. There are lights and dramatic music. What you cannot do is go inside, see the formula, or access anything of actual consequence. The vault is display-grade theatrical security, specifically designed to be seen from a distance. Whether the real formula is in that vault, in multiple vaults, or in the heads of a small number of executives who have memorized it is a matter of genuine debate. The company has stated that only 2 employees at any given time know the complete formula. Whether that's true or corporate mythology is unclear. Either way, the actual secret, wherever it physically lives, is not accessible to you. Place 7. Dulce Base, Dulce, New Mexico. Here is where things get genuinely murky. Dulce is a small town in northern New Mexico, on the Jicarilla Apache Reservation. Underneath the Archuleta Mesa nearby, some researchers and former military personnel claim there exists a massive underground base, jointly operated by the U.S. government and extraterrestrial beings, where genetic experiments are conducted on humans and animals. This is, to be very clear, unverified. There is no confirmed evidence that any facility exists beneath the mesa. What is documented is this. The area around Dulce experienced a significant cattle mutilation wave in the 1970s, with animals found dead and surgically mutilated under circumstances that investigators at the time couldn't fully explain. FBI files from that period are publicly available and confirm the investigations took place. The explanations ranged from predators and decomposition to, yes, government testing. The mutilations were real. What caused them remains officially unsolved. Paul Benowitz, an Albuquerque businessman and amateur researcher, became obsessed with the area in the late 1970s. He claimed to intercept electronic communications from an underground facility. He was later apparently subjected to a deliberate disinformation campaign by Air Force intelligence, a fact that has been confirmed in various accounts, which deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. Whether the disinformation was meant to hide something specific or simply to neutralize a nuisance has never been made clear. You can drive to Dulce. You can look at the mesa. You won't find a way in, because either there's nothing there, or if there is something, it is the most comprehensively hidden installation in the Western Hemisphere. Place 6. The White House Situation Room, Washington, D.C. Everyone knows what the Situation Room is. You've seen the photo, President Obama and his team watching the Osama bin Laden raid in real time, crowded around a table in a conference room that looked smaller than most people expected. The Situation Room is actually a complex of rooms in the basement of the West Wing, covering about 5,000 square feet. It was built in 1961 under President Kennedy, following the Bay of Pigs disaster, when Kennedy decided that the White House communications infrastructure was inadequate for crisis management. It is a working intelligence and communications hub, operational around the clock. Access is strictly controlled. You need security clearance and a reason to be there. There are no exceptions for curiosity, media access, or historical interest. The iconic photo from the bin Laden raid, released by the White House, gave the world its clearest glimpse inside the space. What it showed was a group of senior officials watching a live feed in a room that looked like it was designed by someone who prioritized function over aesthetics, which is presumably exactly what it was. Place 5. National Data Center / Utah Data Center. Intelligence Community Comprehensive National Cybersecurity Initiative Data Center. Bluffdale, Utah. In 2013, the same year Edward Snowden's revelations became public, the NSA finished construction on its largest data storage facility in Bluffdale, Utah, a $1.5 billion complex covering about 1 million square feet. The Utah Data Center is designed to store vast quantities of electronic communication,
They still doing the work on
email,
the
phone records, internet activity, collected as part of intelligence gathering operations. Estimates of its storage capacity have varied wildly, ranging from exabytes to yottabytes, depending on who's doing the estimating and what they're willing to say publicly. Wired magazine published an extensive profile of the facility in 2012 before it opened, drawing on the account of NSA whistleblower William Binney. Binney, a former NSA technical director, described the facility as being designed to store all forms of communication intercepted by the agency. The NSA confirmed the facility exists and declined to confirm most other details. The complex is on a military base and is surrounded by fencing, cameras, and armed guards. It is not, in any sense of the word, open to the public. You can drive past it on Redwood Road. The buildings are visible. What happens inside them at any given moment is classified. Place 4. Fort Knox, Hardin County, Kentucky. No list like this is complete without Fort Knox. The United States Bullion Depository has held a significant portion of America's gold reserves since it was built in 1936. At its peak, in 1952, the facility held over 20,000 metric tons of gold. Current holdings are around 4,580 metric tons, which is still roughly half of all U.S. government gold reserves. The vault is made of granite and reinforced concrete lined with steel plates. The door alone weighs 20 tons. The combination to open it is split among several members of the staff, no one of whom knows the complete sequence. The surrounding area is a military reservation. Fort Knox is still an active military base, and access to the depository building itself is not permitted for anyone outside a small number of authorized personnel. The last public inspection of the gold held at Fort Knox was conducted in 1953 under President Eisenhower. No full public audit has been conducted since. There have been periodic calls in Congress for a full audit, most recently gaining some attention in the early 2000s. The Treasury Department has maintained that the gold is all there. Critics point out that the Treasury's word is the only evidence available, since nobody else is being allowed to look. Senator Rand Paul has been among those calling for an independent audit. I think there is a chance, he said in 2012, that it may not be there. The gold may be fine, but the fact that no independent party has verified it in 7 decades is, at minimum, an interesting institutional choice. The building itself is a fairly squat 2-story structure with an appearance that's deliberately unremarkable. No grand facade, no dramatic architectural statement. The security around it, however, is not unremarkable. The grounds are patrolled by the United States Mint Police, and the facility sits within the boundaries of Fort Knox, an active Army base. The surrounding area is monitored by cameras, motion detectors, and minefields. Yes, minefields, according to publicly available historical accounts of the security infrastructure. Approaching the building without authorization would be a rapid and decisive experience. Place 3. The National Reconnaissance Office Headquarters, Chantilly, Virginia. The National Reconnaissance Office is the U.S. agency responsible for designing, building, and operating spy satellites. For its first 31 years of existence, from its founding in 1961 to 1992, it was a classified organization. The government did not publicly acknowledge that it existed. When the NRO declassified its existence, it was partly because the Cold War had ended and partly because the agency's budget had grown so large that keeping it entirely secret was becoming administratively difficult. Its headquarters campus in Chantilly, Virginia, sits near Dulles International Airport and houses thousands of employees. The facility is, naturally, not open to the public. The NRO operates some of the most advanced imaging satellites ever built. Its declassified programs, like the Corona reconnaissance satellite of the 1960s, provided imagery that shaped Cold War strategy. Its current capabilities are classified, but informed observers suggest they're substantially beyond what's publicly known. Place 2, the Greenbrier Bunker, White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. For 30 years, beneath the Greenbrier Resort in West Virginia, one of the most elegant vacation destinations in the American South, there was a fully equipped, secret government bunker designed to house the entire U.S. Congress in the event of a nuclear war. The bunker was built during the Eisenhower administration, completed in 1961, and maintained continuously until 1995. It had 18 dormitories, a meeting chamber for the House, a meeting chamber for the Senate, a medical clinic, a crematorium, decontamination chambers, and enough food and supplies to sustain roughly 1,100 people for 60 days. The whole thing was hidden behind a hotel addition called the West Virginia Wing, and access was maintained under the cover of a company called Forsyth Associates, which ostensibly provided audiovisual services to the resort. The secret was kept for 34 years. Then, in 1992, journalist Ted Gupp published an article in the Washington Post revealing the bunker's existence. The government acknowledged it, decommissioned it, and it has since been opened as a historical tour attraction. You can actually visit this one now. Tours run regularly. It is thoroughly decommissioned. No longer a functioning emergency facility. But for 3 decades, the U.S. government hid an entire congressional shelter.
It means brave first leaps, tearful goodbyes, and everything in between. With over 100 years navigating market ups and downs, we'll help you move ahead with confidence. Edward Jones. Fleas and ticks? It. Prevent the ick quick with flea and tick meds from Chewy Pharmacy.
Collection.
It was such a fast-moving class. So if you didn't understand one concept, you'd move to the next one. It was the snowball effect.
Vacationing is an art, and in Palm Beaches, you'll discover
under a luxury hotel in West Virginia, and nobody leaked it for 34 years. That kind of operational security is almost impressive. What makes the Greenbrier Bunker remarkable beyond its secrecy is what it says about the era it came from. The people who built it genuinely believed they might need it. They stocked it, staffed it, maintained it quietly for decades. And the guests upstairs were eating in formal dining rooms and playing golf, completely unaware that the basement was designed to survive the end of civilization. The resort and the bunker coexisted for a generation. One of them was meant for relaxation. The other was meant for aftermath. Place 1. The Cheyenne Mountain Complex, El Paso County, Colorado. We end with the one that looks the most like a movie set, because it essentially became one. Cheyenne Mountain Complex is built inside a granite mountain near Colorado Springs. It is home to NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, and serves as a survivable command center capable of withstanding a nuclear blast in its vicinity. The facility was built during the Cold War, with construction beginning in 1961 and completion in 1966. The buildings inside are mounted on more than 1,300 springs, each weighing about 1,000 pounds, to absorb shock from nearby detonations. The complex was the primary setting for the 1983 film War Games, and has appeared in numerous other films and television series because, frankly, it looks exactly like what people imagine when they think of a secret government facility inside a mountain. Because that's what it is. NORAD relocated its primary operations to Peterson Space Force Base in 2006, but Cheyenne Mountain remains operational and is on standby as an alternate command center. It has been increasingly discussed in recent years in the context of electromagnetic pulse, EMP, hardening. The complex's granite walls provide natural protection against EMP events that could disable electronic systems elsewhere. The access road leading into the mountain has a distinctive appearance, a long tunnel entrance visible from outside, with glass doors behind it. You can get to the visitor center area, but the operational portions of the complex are strictly off-limits to the public and controlled by the U.S. military. The United States has 3.8 million square miles of territory. Most of it you can walk, drive, or fly over without anyone stopping. But some of it, the bunkers under mountains, the data centers in the desert, the vaults inside granite,
Couldn't finish
the
my
rooms.
homework.
Oh, okay.
It's not even that late, actually. It's 11:59 now.
Oh, yeah.
How long have you been streaming?
After a full day of everything, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from zero to lazy. Surrounding you with comfort made for you. Come try for yourself at a Lazy Boy store. 30% off everything. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
What if our world isn't quite the same world we grew up in? Ever since CERN fired up a Large Hadron Collider, people all over the globe have reported strange glitches in reality. Events that don't line up with our memories, bizarre scientific anomalies, whispers of parallel universes leading into ours. Scientists at CERN were looking for answers about the universe, but some believe they may have cracked open something much bigger, much scarier. In 2010, a disturbing rumor started to spread that CERN might accidentally create a strangelet, a hypothetical particle that can turn all matter it touched into more strange matter. That happened, it could consume the entire planet in seconds. Now, mainstream physicists dismissed the idea as unlikely. Leaked safety reports revealed that CERN scientists actually debated the risk, though. That alone is enough to frighten the public. Then, years later, satellites reported massive, unexplained bursts of radiation in Earth's upper atmosphere. The kind of anomaly some theorists connect to strange matter interactions. Now, no official link was ever made to CERN, but the coincidence fueled suspicion that the collider may have been brushing up against forces powerful enough to destabilize reality itself. For people already uneasy about the collider, the strangelet panic was a sign we might be playing with fire. In 2016, CERN admitted they were running experiments to detect micro-black holes. Scientists reassured the public that these would be harmless and would evaporate instantly, but even the possibility was enough to unsettle some people. Micro-black holes are not like anything you can fully predict with current physics, and in theory, they can pierce the fabric of space-time itself. At almost the exact same time, people began reporting unusual phenomena. Sinkholes opening up without warning, mysterious booms heard across different countries, strange lights in the sky. None of these events were officially connected to CERN, obviously, but the overlap in timing is suspicious. If micro-black holes were being created, even briefly, it is possible they didn't disappear quietly. Instead, they made up tiny stars in reality were still living today. When CERN announced the discovery of the Higgs boson in 2012, newspapers around the world called it God's particle. But behind the excitement, some scientists quietly raised some alarms. Theoretical physicists warned that if the Higgs field was unstable, it could trigger a vacuum collapse, an unstoppable chain reaction that would spread at the speed of light and erase reality as we know it. Nobel laureate Frank Wilczek went on record suggesting the discovery could pose a real danger to the universe. Strangely, that same year, reports of Mandela effect cases surged. Entire groups of people started insisting that logos, movie quotes, geography, and that it all changed. Could this be coincidence, or the discovery of the Higgs particle alter our universe so fundamentally that we actually shifted into a safer version of reality without realizing it? In 2014, Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 disappeared without a trace, becoming one of the greatest aviation mysteries in history. Well, official investigations eventually concluded that it probably just crashed into the Indian Ocean. No large wreckage was found for years. What made the event more unsettling was the timing of it. The disappearance happened during a period when CERN was running some of its most aggressive collision experiments. A small but vocal group of people suggested that if CERN had destabilized space-time, objects could literally fall out of our dimension. It sounds nuts, but the complete vanishing of a massive passenger jet without debris or signals is kind of suspicious. Could it be that the plane didn't simply crash, but slipped into a different reality altogether? Of course, there's no official evidence, but the timing has people raising some questions. Something unusual happened in 2016. Around the world, people started reporting reality glitches at a much higher rate than ever before. Famous movie lines no longer matched what people remembered. Historical dates were slightly off. Even geography seems to change in subtle but noticeable ways. I remember me personally, I learned of the Mandela effect in 2016. CERN's collider reached record-breaking energy levels that year, though, smashing protons together at 13 tera-electron-volts, which is the highest energy ever achieved in human history. Some researchers speculated that at such extreme energy levels, CERN might have briefly accessed parallel universes or altered the quantum structure of our own. For ordinary people, 2016 felt like the year the world suddenly tilted in some strange ways, as if we had merged, maybe with another timeline. CERN really was opening tiny doors to parallel universes. This may have been the moment two of them fused into one. In June of 2016, residents living near CERN's facility in Geneva began circulating photographs of a bizarre swirling vortex that appeared in the sky directly above the collider. The images showed this dark circular cloud formation that looked eerily like a portal opening in the atmosphere. Around the same time, the region was hit by unusually intense lightning storms, adding to the eeriness of it all. Meteorologists insisted it was a weather phenomenon, but for a lot of people, the coincidence was just too weird. CERN was running its most powerful experiments ever, and suddenly, this perfect vortex appeared above it. Even now, the photographs are online, and there's theories that CERN may have accidentally torn open a hole in space-time, only for a brief moment. For those already wary of the collider, can anything really ease their feelings about it?
Imagine running an experiment that could, in theory, swallow the planet. That is exactly the fear that erupted when CERN scientists announced that the Large Hadron Collider might produce miniature black holes. The idea was not science fiction. Some theoretical models suggested that smashing protons together at high enough energy could create tiny black holes that immediately evaporate. Physicists reassured the public that these holes would vanish instantly, but what if just one did not? In 2008, lawsuits were actually filed in European courts to stop CERN from turning on the collider, arguing that the risk, no matter how small, was unacceptable. Although the courts dismissed the cases, the idea that Earth's most advanced lab could create black holes terrified the public and made even experts uneasy. One of the scariest theories connected to CERN involves strange matter, sometimes called strangeness. This is a hypothetical type of matter so stable that if it ever touched regular matter, it could convert everything around it into strange matter too. Think of it like a cosmic infection that could spread across the planet. In the 1990s, similar fears surrounded the relativistic Heavy Ion Collider in the US, but the Large Hadron Collider at CERN revived the debate. Some theorists warned that colliding heavy ions could create strangelets capable of devouring Earth from the inside out. While no strangelets have ever been found, the possibility still lingers in theoretical physics. Even if the chances are astronomically small, the concept of a runaway particle that eats the planet was enough to terrify both the public and some of the scientists involved. Few substances are scarier than antimatter. At CERN, researchers at the Antiproton Decelerator facility have been producing and trapping atoms of antihydrogen, the antimatter version of regular hydrogen.
Antimatter is fascinating, but it is also very volatile. When matter and antimatter meet, they annihilate in a burst of pure energy. Just 1 gram of antimatter could produce an explosion equivalent to a nuclear bomb. The amounts at CERN are microscopic, far too small to cause harm, but still the fact that scientists are deliberately making and storing one of the most dangerous substances in the universe raises some eyebrows. In 2012, CERN tracked anti-hydrogen atoms for 1,000 seconds, a record at the time, pushing closer to being able to study it in detail. But even the tiniest containment failure could spell disaster. That reality makes antimatter one of the most forbidden feeling experiments happening at CERN. In 2011, CERN made an announcement that shook the entire world of physics. Neutrinos, ghostly particles that pass through matter almost undetected, appear to be traveling faster than light. If true, this would have broken Einstein's theory of relativity and forced a rewrite of modern physics. For months, scientists double-checked their data, terrified of what this meant. If particles could outrun light, causality itself, the principle that cause comes before effect, would break down. It would mean that time travel, paradoxes, and physics as we know it were all collapsing. Eventually, CERN discovered the anomaly was caused by a loose fiber optic cable, but for those few months, the world of science stared into the abyss of rewriting everything we thought we knew about reality, and even the physicists admitted that that was kind of terrifying. In 2016, a video surfaced online showing what looked like a mock human sacrifice in the courtyard of CERN, right in front of the statue of Shiva, the Destroyer, a gift from India symbolizing creation and destruction. The footage sparked immediate panic. People around the world believed CERN was not just doing science, but performing occult rituals tied to its experiments. CERN quickly responded, saying the video was a prank staged by individuals with unauthorized access. But still, the symbolism of a sacrifice in front of a statue of Shiva, combined with CERN's mission of smashing particles to recreate conditions from the Big Bang, sent conspiracy theories into overdrive. Even though CERN dismissed it, the association of occult practices with high-energy experiments left many people disturbed and made some physicists uncomfortable with the public's perception of their work.
Standing outside CERN's headquarters is a bronze statue of the Hindu god Shiva, known as the Cosmic Destroyer. The statue itself is real. It was gifted to CERN by the Indian government in 2004. But in 2016, something strange happened. There was a leaked video that showed people in lab coats performing what appeared to be a ritual sacrifice in front of the statue. CERN dismissed the footage as a prank staged by employees, but some people were pretty disturbed by the imagery. Shiva's role in Hindu mythology is destroy one cycle of existence so that another can begin. Kind of a fitting symbol for a facility smashing the building blocks of reality apart. Staged or not, the video really didn't do much to help ease people's suspicions, all conspiracies and stuff. I don't know. Are they meddling with things bigger than they're letting on? Of course. In 2017, the scientists noticed strange anomalies in the global positioning system. GPS satellites, which rely on incredibly precise timing, began showing discrepancies and could not be explained by ordinary errors. These glitches appeared soon after CERN ran another round of high-energy experiments. The problem with GPS is that even the slightest distortion in space-time can throw its timing off. Since the system depends on relativity, some quietly speculated that if CERN warped space-time, even for a fraction of a second, the effects could ripple outward and impact satellite networks. Officially, the errors were attributed to software bugs, but skeptics believe this was one of the clearest real-world signs that CERN's activities were bleeding into our everyday reality. If something as critical as GPS, even a small, unexplained glitch, can be deeply disturbing. In 2015, just before CERN announced new high-energy collisions, astrophysicists detected bursts of high-energy particles hitting Earth that could not be explained by solar activity or cosmic rays. These bursts appeared suddenly, spiking detectors across multiple observatories. What made this so unsettling was, again, the timing lined up almost perfectly with CERN ramping up the collider to nearly double the energy it was before. Official reports avoided making a connection, of course, but researchers admitted they'd never seen anything quite like this. Some theorists suggested that if CERN's experiments had briefly punctured space-time, energy could have leaked out as a kind of particle storm hitting Earth from nowhere. The anomaly eventually faded, but for many, remains one of the most disturbing signs that CERN's work may not be fully contained. And finally, imagine waking up one day and realizing your memories don't match reality. That is exactly what millions of people began experiencing around 2010, shortly after CERN's collider started running at full power. The Mandela effect, a phenomenon where entire groups of people remember history differently. It suddenly exploded in popularity around this time. Some swore Nelson Mandela died in prison in the 80s, only to discover he lived until 2013. Others said childhood staples like the Berenstain Bears, who's now Bernstein Bears, and CERN's high-energy experience started in 2008. Within 2 years, all these collective memory glitches, they seem to be getting talked about a lot more. Skeptics say it's just people's faulty memory, but the number of people experiencing the same misremembered details, it makes some people wonder if we slipped into an alternate timeline. CERN's experiments really did shift us to a new version of reality. The Mandela effect might be the first widespread clue.
CERN is not only smashing particles to discover new ones, some experiments are actively searching for signs of extra dimensions beyond the ones we live in. One proposal suggested that collisions at the LHC could briefly open micro wormholes or gateways to higher dimensions. The idea terrified the public and fascinated scientists. If true, it could explain mysteries like dark matter, but critics worried about what could come through those openings, or what might leak out. In 2008, CERN even published a safety report directly addressing public fears about extra dimensions, black holes, and vacuum decay. While the official word was that the LHC was safe, the very need for such a report shows how uneasy people, including some experts, felt about the implications of these experiments.
Elephant Farm, where we store zero room for data traceability of every single ingredient.
Stay off the ground. Too much now.
What's the most fight today? Follow degree and find out. Degree Clinical Finance, the strongest degree ever.
Here are your references, formatted according to APA guidelines.
Chevy drivers in a truck that shows up the same way they do. That's what Chevy.
Speaking of vacuum decay, perhaps the most terrifying possibility ever connected to CERN is that exact idea. In physics, our universe exists in what is called a false vacuum.
Look at this.
Buried in newspapers, circus archives, and forgotten collections. And every single person you're about to see was real. Some were exploited. Some
I went to
became
a circus
stars.
one time.
Some were treated more like animals than human beings.
The fattest
And behind
woman in the
posters
world,
and
the
ticket
shortest
sales
man.
were stories far darker than the audience ever realized, because one of these performers was so terrifying in real life that even his own family wanted him dead. Lobster Boy.
Oh.
On the night of
My
November
mama's seen
29th,
some crazier stuff than me. Elephant babies, all kinds of
trailer in Gibson, Florida, and shot Grady Stiles
A
Jr.
human
twice
and
in the
elephant.
back of the head. The killer had been paid $500. The person who ordered the hit was his own wife, Teresa. Grady Stiles Jr. was born in 1937 with ectrodactyly. This genetic condition fused the bones of his hands and feet into elongated claw-shaped appendages that circus posters called his lobster claws. He came from a family with the same condition going back multiple generations, all of them performers, and he had been on stage since he was 7 years old. He could not walk. He moved on his hands and the stumps of his forearms with a speed that observers consistently described as startling. He shot and killed his daughter's fiancé in 1978, the night before her wedding, because he disapproved of the marriage. He was convicted of third-degree murder. No prison would take him because his condition required medical accommodation that they said they could not provide. He received 15 years probation and returned to the road. By the time Teresa arranged his death, She had decided the system that could not jail him could not protect
Oh,
her.
the children had it too.
The jury, after hearing the full
Experiment on
account
that
of life
whole
in that
man.
trailer, recommended leniency. Echo and Eco. Sometime around 1914, on a tobacco field outside the small town of Truvine, Virginia, a circus promoter named James Shelton approached two young black boys who were working in the rows and offered them candy. George and Willie Muse were the grandsons of former slaves, both born with albinism, their skin pale and their hair growing in long white dreadlocks that circus management would spend years fashioning into increasingly elaborate promotional fictions. They were told they would perform for a few days. They did not come home for 13 years. The brothers were billed under a rotating series of identities: the white Ecuadorian cannibals, the sheep-headed men, and eventually in tuxedos, the ambassadors from Mars. They were not paid beyond room and board.
Oh, wow.
When they cried for their mother, they were told she was dead.
Oh, wow.
She was not dead. Harriet Muse spent 13 years fighting every institution available to her: law enforcement, the Humane Society of Virginia, and anyone who would listen, and none of them helped her. In the fall of 1927, Ringling Brothers came through Roanoke. Harriet Muse saw it in a dream first, then confirmed it in the newspaper, and she was at the tent before it opened. She found her sons behind the curtain. She sued Ringling Brothers for back wages and won a settlement that allowed the brothers to keep performing, this time on their own terms and for real pay. Willie Muse died in 2001 at the age of 108. He had outlived everyone. The Bear Woman.
Look at the bear woman.
In 1857, a London audience watched Julia Pastrana sing operatic arias in Spanish.
They say the bear would experiment on us for years.
Before the applause broke. She had hypertrichosis terminalis, producing
Well,
thick dark hair across her face, ears, and body.
Or either she was kin to Sasquatch. But they did experiment on some extraterrestrial.
And altered the structure of her mouth. Her promoters billed her as a hybrid of human and animal. She was a trained singer and dancer who spoke multiple languages, yet those facts never appeared in any promotional material about her. She died in 1860 after giving birth in Moscow to a child who had the same condition and survived only 3 days. Her manager and husband, Theodore Lent, sold both her body and the body of her infant to a professor of anatomy at Moscow University, who had them mummified and placed on display.
Damn.
The remains were exhibited in sideshows for over 150 years, stolen twice, recovered twice, and abused in ways that no legal protection prevented because no one tried to provide it. It was not until 2013 that she was finally returned to Mexico and buried in her home state of Sinaloa with a ceremony that took 153 years to arrive. The Hilton sisters. Daisy and Violet Hilton were born in Brighton, England in 1907, joined at the hip by a band of shared pelvic tissue that gave each full sensation in her own body and partial sensation in her sister's. Their mother, an unmarried barmaid, sold at birth to her midwife, Mary Hilton, for an undisclosed sum. Mary Hilton exhibited them as curiosities, kept all earnings, controlled every aspect of their lives, and when she died, left them as property to her daughter and son-in-law. They were not free. They were not compensated. They were not permitted to speak to strangers without permission. They had been on stage since infancy and had never known anything else. By the 1920s, they were appearing in vaudeville across America and had become famous enough to play themselves in the 1932 film Freaks, directed by Todd Browning. In 1931, they sued for their freedom in a Texas courtroom. The judge awarded it. They received no back pay for 2 decades of earnings. They attempted nightclub careers. They toured until the bookings stopped. They were found dead in their Charlotte, North Carolina apartment in January 1969, both having died within a few days of each other from the Hong Kong flu. The grocery store where they worked had noticed they hadn't come in. No one else had checked. That no one checked is the most precise summary of what the industry felt about them once the ticket money was gone. The Elephant Man.
Look.
On the night of April 11th, 1890, Joseph Merrick was found dead in his room at the London hospital, seated upright, apparently tried to sleep lying down. His head, which measured 36 inches in circumference and weighed approximately 12 pounds, could not be supported by his neck in any reclined position without obstructing his airway. The coroner's ruling was accidental asphyxia. He was 27 years old. Merrick had been born in Leicester in 1862 and began developing the severe bone and skin overgrowths that would alter his entire face, skull, and right side of his body from early childhood. The condition is now attributed most plausibly to Proteus syndrome, a rare genetic overgrowth disorder. He was exhibited in London freak shops beginning in his late teens, then moved to continental Europe, and was rescued by Frederick Treves, a surgeon at the London hospital, who secured him permanent lodging there for the final 4 years of his life. In those 4 years, he received visits from actress Mrs. Kendall, letters from Princess Alexandra, and an annual Christmas pantomime outing to the theater. He made intricate cardboard models of churches in his spare time and gave them as gifts. His model of St. Philip's Church in Bethnal Green was displayed in his room at the time of his death. The most careful description of what he did during those 4 years is that he practiced being a person with people who treated him like one, and that it took 4 years because before Travis, he had had few opportunities. The original Siamese twins. Chang and Eng Bunker were born in 1811 in Siam, now Thailand, joined at the sternum by a band of cartilaginous tissue roughly 5 inches long that contained a shared liver lobe. Scottish merchant Robert Hunter discovered them, brought them to the United States in 1829, and exhibited them by P.T. Barnum, who coined the term Siamese twins and applied it to 2 men who had a country, names, and a language that had nothing to do with that label. They eventually won ownership of their own contracts, settled in Wilkesboro, North Carolina, purchased a plantation, and in 1843 married 2 sisters, Adelaide and Sarah Yates. The wedding generated news coverage across the country. They maintained 2 separate homes and alternated 3-day visits, a domestic arrangement that required constant negotiation between 2 men who had no choice but to share everything else. Between them, they fathered 21 children. Chang developed a severe drinking problem and suffered a stroke in 1870 that left him significantly weakened. Eng remained in better health. In January 1874, Chang died in the night. Eng, joined to him and unable to move, is believed to have survived his brother's death by several hours, aware of what had happened but unable to change it. The post-mortem revealed that the liver bridge between them could have been safely divided at almost any point during their lives. No surgeon ever tried. Joyce F. In 1835, P.T. Barnum was 25 years old and had not yet become P.T. Barnum. The thing that made him was the purchase of a woman. Joyce Heth was an enslaved black woman who was blind, paralyzed, and nearly toothless, marketed by her exhibitors as 161 years old, and as having been the nurse of the infant George Washington. Her teeth had been extracted before the exhibition to make her appear more ancient. He paid $1,000 for exclusive rights to exhibit her, toured her through New England for 8 months at 25 cents a head, and generated enough newspaper coverage to make himself a recognizable name in the promotional business. She died in February 1836. Barnum then did something that defined his entire career. He sold tickets to a public autopsy, performed by a surgeon before 1,500 paying audience members, to resolve the question of whether she was really as old as advertised. The autopsy found she was approximately 80 years old, half the billed age. Barnum's response was to suggest to the press that perhaps the woman who died was a different woman, and the real Joyce Heth was alive somewhere else. He was 26 years old, and he had just learned that the exposure of a lie can be monetized as an event in its own right. The entire architecture of American entertainment over the next 60 years rested on that discovery. The 4-legged woman from Texas.
Wow, look, 4-legged woman.
She had 4 legs, 5 children, and let the photographs do the talking. Josephine Myrtle Corbett was born in Lincoln County, Tennessee in 1868 with dipigus, a form of partial twinning that produced a second fully developed pelvis attached between her own outer legs, complete with 2 additional inner legs that were fully formed but too weak to support weight. She had, in documented medical fact, 4 legs. The Eisenman studio photographs taken of her in the 80s show all 4 clearly, and those photos sold in the thousands. She began performing at 13 and was earning $250 a week by the late 1880s, a wage that placed her well above most professional workers in America at the time. She married at 18 a physician named Clinton Bicknell, and together they had 5 children. Medical accounts from physicians who examined her later in life suggested that 3 children were carried in her own womb, and 2 in her smaller secondary reproductive system.
Wow.
She retired from exhibition to raise her family in Cleburne, Texas, and died in 1909 at 40. The photographs outlasted everything else by over a century. They are still the first thing people encounter when they search her name, which is how she would have wanted it, given that she chose, whenever possible, to let the physical fact of her body speak for itself, rather than allow a promoter to speak for it instead. Lionel, the lion-faced man. Stefan Dabrowski was born in Poland in 1891 with hypertrichosis universalis, producing long, fine hair covering his entire face and body, with growth around his head that reached 6 inches, and which his promoters arranged to resemble a lion's mane. His mother, in an act that says something about the era's understanding of medicine, told exhibitors she believed his condition was caused by her having witnessed a lion attack during her pregnancy. The story was biologically implausible and commercially useful, and it appeared in promotional material for the next 30 years. He was taken from his family by a German impresario as a child, exhibited across Europe, and eventually brought to Barnum and Bailey, where he became one of the most recognized performers in America. He spoke 5 languages. Journalists who interviewed him consistently described a thoughtful, soft-spoken man whose temperament was in every way the precise opposite of the savage persona constructed around him. His act involved being introduced in a cage, then speaking, reasoning, and discussing current events in multiple languages. At the same time, the crowd processed the distance between what the villain had prepared them for and what they were actually seeing. He retired to Germany in the 1920s and died there in 1932 at 40. The 3-legged man. Seeing him with a real 3rd leg was something that circus lovers were never going to pass up. Francesco Lentini was born in Rossellini, Sicily in 1889 with a parasitic twin that attached to his lower spine and produced a functional 3rd leg, a 4th foot, and 16 toes. He immigrated to the United States at 8 and was performing within a year.
What is that beach view you promised? Just because 100 times better.
At Lazy Boy, your online starts the moment you walk in. Options made simple. Comfort made personal. Come get the comfort you deserve. Shop the Lazy Boy Memorial Day sale. Save 30% off everything, plus 0% interest for 48 months. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy. Try a whole world of delicious Dunkin' refreshers.
What's the pan in? The spider.
I manage to suppress them most of the time.
Yeah, see that? I like Nicolas Cage.
He learned to use the 3rd leg as a step stool, a prop, and a kicking mechanism. And his signature crowd act was to punt a football across the stage with it while standing on the other 2. A trick that required balance he had to develop deliberately over years of practice. He spoke 4 languages. He married and had 4 children. He attributed his relentlessly cheerful disposition to a single visit he made early in his career to a school for children with severe disabilities. He said afterward that he had never complained about his own situation since, because there was always someone whose circumstances were measurably harder. He toured for more than 50 years, performed into his mid-60s, and died in Florida in 1966. He had outlived Barnum, outlived vaudeville, outlived the golden age of the sideshow itself, and was still performing when his heart finally gave out. The last of the Aztecs. The man known as Schlitzie was probably born as Simon Metz, probably in the Bronx, probably around 1890, with microcephaly, a condition in which the brain and skull do not develop to full size. His intellectual capacity, by the accounts of everyone who observed him, was approximately that of a 3-year-old. His social warmth, by those same accounts, was unlimited. His
Somebody's
promoters dressed
brain
him
in
in
the
blues and referred to him with feminine pronouns because they found audiences were more receptive to a pin-headed girl. He was billed as a surviving Aztec, an ancient cave creature, and a specimen of a species distinct from modern humans, all of which were complete fictions. He appears in Todd Browning's 1932 film Freaks, and he is the most compelling presence in it, not because anyone directed him to be, but because he genuinely enjoyed people, and it is visible in every frame. What his situation reveals about the sideshow economy is its particular cruelty toward those who could not read a contract, consent to an interview, or understand what was being done to them. He survived the era entirely because other performers looked after him, a protection network constructed of human decency in the absence of any institutional equivalent. He died in Los Angeles in 1971 in a care home, having outlived vaudeville, the sideshow circuit, and almost everyone who had ever exhibited him. The human torso. Even without arms or legs, Prince Randian had a level of self-sufficiency that made audiences forget what they came to see. Born in British Guiana in 1871 with complete tetra-amelia syndrome, a condition in which no limbs develop during gestation, he was brought to the United States by Barnum in 1892 and performed continuously for the next 45 years. He taught himself to shave, paint, write, and roll and light cigarettes using only his mouth, teeth, and chin. The cigarette-rolling sequence that appears in the 1932 film Freaks remains the most documented record of his dexterity, and it shows a precision that was clearly the product of years of practiced repetition. He spoke 4 languages. His wife traveled with him for decades. He negotiated his own billing and expressed clear preferences about how his act was presented. He died in 1952 at 80, which by any standard of reasoning for a man without limbs receiving the medical care available in the first half of the 20th century represents a constitutional strength that had nothing to do with the spectacle his promoters sold. The spectacle was real. It was just the least interesting thing about it. General Tom Thumb. In January 1844, a 5-year-old boy from Bridgeport, Connecticut, who stood 25 inches tall and weighed 15 pounds, was introduced to Queen Victoria at Buckingham Palace. He performed for her, impersonated Napoleon, danced, sang, and reportedly made her laugh loudly enough to surprise her own courtiers. His name was Charles Sherwood Stratton, and Barnum had found him a year earlier, recognized immediately that what he had was not a small child but a natural entertainer, and had spent 12 months training him to sing, dance, and do impersonations before presenting him to a public that immediately and utterly adored him. He grew to a final height of 40 inches. He toured Europe 3 times and performed for royalty across the continent. In 1863, he married another little person, Lavinia Warren, because in terms of public attention, it essentially was. Their wedding photograph, taken by Matthew Brady, became one of the decade's best-selling prints. He died in 1883 at 45, a wealthy man who had spent his entire adult life as one of the most recognized performers on earth, and who had, in the estimation of most people who knew him, genuinely enjoyed it. The human pincushion. On May 23, 1947, in an auditorium in Zurich, a Dutch performer named Arnold Gerrit Henskies, who called himself Mirandejo, allowed an assistant to drive a hollow steel foil entirely through his torso, entering below his left shoulder and exiting below his right, piercing what should have been multiple organs. He did not bleed. The images were published. No accepted medical explanation was produced then, and none has been produced since. However, theories include years of gradual internal repositioning of organs through deliberate practice and an unusual degree of scar tissue formation along the path of repeated penetration. He believed his ability was divinely granted, a demonstration that the physical world was an illusion. Swiss authorities banned him from performing in the country after the 1947 demonstration because it was too dangerous to permit. He swallowed a steel needle shortly afterward. X-rays showed it moving through his digestive system without visible harm. In May 1949, 2 years after Zurich, he died of an aortic rupture in a Swiss sanatorium. The cause was not formally linked to his acts. The timing has been noted in every medical account written about him since. The Bearded Lady.
I seen her.
Annie Jones was born in Virginia in 1865 with severe hirsutism that produced a full beard and mustache by her teenage years, extending several inches from her chin. P.T. Barnum found her when she was 9 months old. Her impoverished parents agreed to let her be exhibited. She was photographed with Barnum at the age of 2, already billed as the infant Esau, and from that point was on the road almost continuously for the rest of her childhood and young adulthood. She grew up with opinions. As an adult, she apparently led an informal campaign among circus performers to remove the word freak from sideshow advertising, arguing decades before the language of disability rights existed that the word was inaccurate and dehumanizing. The campaign had a limited practical effect. She led it anyway. She married twice. She divorced her first husband, her manager. She outlived her second. She gave interviews in which she described her circus childhood as, in her words, not entirely unpleasant, but not a life she would have selected. She died in 1902 at 37. The last programs printed for her performances described her simply as a woman with a beard, because she had spent 20 years insisting that was the only truly true thing about her, and had kept insisting until the people writing the copy listened. The Legless Acrobat. 67 years in the circus, and not once was he just standing there being looked at. Eli Bowen was born in Ohio in 1844 with phocomelia, a limb difference that left him with no legs and small, rudimentary feet attached directly to his hips. He learned to move on his hands from early childhood. He developed upper body strength throughout his teenage years, eventually enabling him to perform pole acrobatics, hand balancing, and gymnastic routines that would have been physically demanding for any performer. He joined his first circus at the age of 13. He performed for 60 years. He married in 1879, had 4 sons, all born with full limbs, and raised them in and around the circus world he had never left. He was among the highest paid performers of the Barnum and Bailey era, and he reached that position not by being displayed, but by developing an act that required real skill and by continuing to refine it for 6 decades. He made a final public appearance at the 1915 Panama Pacific International Exposition in San Francisco at the age of 71, and the crowd that turned out made clear that 60 years had not diminished either the act or the affection the audience held for the man performing it. He died in 1924 at 80, having spent 67 years in the circus as a performer rather than a subject. Jojo the Dog-Faced Boy. Between shows, he read quietly and spoke 4 languages. When the curtain went up, he growled. Fedor Jeftichou was born in St. Petersburg in 1868, the son of Adrian Jeftichou, who had the same condition and had been exhibited in European traveling fairs for decades. The condition was hypertrichosis, producing long, silky hair covering the face, ears, and upper body in a pattern that his promoters, specifically Barnum, described as resembling the coat of a Skye Terrier. Barnum acquired him in 1884, renamed him Jojo, invented an origin story about him being captured in the Russian wilderness in a wild state, and required him to growl, bark, and perform as if he understood no human language. He spoke 4 languages. Every backstage account described him as soft-spoken, private, and acutely embarrassed by the role he was required to perform. Between shows, he read quietly and spoke normally to anyone who approached him in a language they shared. When the curtain went up, he growled. The pay was better than anything else available to a man in his situation, which is the most honest explanation for why most people in this industry stayed. He died in 1894 in Thessaloniki at 26 of pneumonia, while on tour in Greece. His father, who had made the same accommodation his entire working life, outlived him by years. Neither of them ever chose the act. Both of them gave it anyway. The Living Skeleton. Isaac Sprague had an entirely ordinary appearance until around age 12, when he stopped gaining weight while continuing to grow. By his late teens, he weighed under 60 pounds at a height of 5 feet 6 inches. Multiple physicians examined him across his lifetime and identified no conclusive diagnosis. The most plausible modern attribution is a severe form of progressive muscular atrophy in which the musculature never adequately developed, producing an extreme structural thinness distinct from starvation. Barnum signed him in 1865. He weighed 43 pounds at the time. He was a married man with 3 children, and he drank milk continuously from a flask during performances to maintain whatever energy he had. He retired in the mid-1880s and fell into poverty within a year, having earned regularly and saved very little. He returned to the sideshow circuit in his 50s because there was no alternative source of income. He died in 1887 at 46. His wife and 3 children were left without financial support. His case appears in historical medical literature under the heading of extreme emaciation, presented as a diagnostic puzzle, with no accompanying note about the family he left behind when the puzzle became irrelevant. Cuckoo the Bird Girl. Minnie Woolsey was born with Seckles syndrome, a rare form of primordial dwarfism characterized by an extremely small skull, a narrow beaked nose, large eyes relative to her face, absent teeth, and a small, fragile frame that, at adult height, stood barely 4 feet tall. She was performing in sideshows by the 1920s, billed as Cuckoo the Bird Girl. She appeared in Todd Browning's 1932 film Freaks, in a feathered costume that had clearly been designed specifically around her features, rather than fitted to her from an existing pattern, because the effect is too precise to have been accidental. She moves through her scenes with a quick, darting motion that promoters had rehearsed into her, and the camera catches it as somewhere between deliberate performance and something more essential. What Freaks does not show is anything from off-camera because no one recorded it. Her actual birthday, her legal name, the circumstances of her entry into the sideshow industry, the date and circumstances of her death, and the details of her inner life are all either uncertain or entirely lost. The Wild Men of Borneo. Hiram and Barney Davis were the sons of a farmer and lived entirely ordinary rural lives until a showman named Lyman Warner convinced their mother to let him exhibit them as wild savages freshly captured from the jungles of Borneo. They were small, stocky, and physically powerful, capable of feats of strength and acrobatic displays that Warner incorporated into an act that toured America for over 60 years. They spoke no Bornean languages. They had never been to Borneo. They communicated during performances in a rapid stage gibberish that their management had developed with them to support the fiction of an alien origin. The strength demonstrations, in which both men together lifted and supported adult audience members, were entirely genuine. They were managed by their brother William, who traveled with them as their official handler and received a salary for the role. They earned well and retired to New Jersey, where they lived quietly for the rest of their lives. Hiram died in 1905. Barney in 1912. Their story's most characteristic detail is the one that promoters never put on the poster.
Give your nut a confidence girl with quality nuts from Chewy Pharmacy, and now get 20% off. Visit your Volkswagen dealer today and get 1.9% APR or $3,500 customer bonus on the new 2026 Atlas. Hey, can you break this down for me?
The first step for using the quadratic formula is to calculate the discriminant.
Oh.
Increase female muscle share. Women just want to feel her.
I can do it too.
I'm in the middle of lines here, but it's so good.
2 Ohio farm boys, performing as cannibals from another continent, who returned home every winter to exactly the rural American life they had always had and had never left behind. Jack Earl. Jacob Ehrlich was born in Denver, Colorado in 1906. He reached his full adult height of 7 feet 7.5 inches by his late teens, the result of a pituitary tumor producing unchecked growth hormone. Ringling Brothers found him at 17 and signed him under the name Jack Earl, placing him at the opposite end of the promotional spectrum from Tom Thumb's legacy, as evidence that the circus contained the full human range from smallest to tallest. He was not simply a tall man standing still to be measured. He was a willing and engaged performer who, throughout his time in the circus, was also a serious working artist. He painted, he sculpted, he wrote poetry. In 1940, he resigned from performing, moved to San Francisco, and spent the rest of his life as a wine salesman and visual artist, achieving modest professional recognition in both capacities on their own merits. He died in 1952 at 46, the pituitary condition that made him famous, having aged his body significantly faster than normal growth would have. His paintings are held in private collections. He is one of a very small number of people from the sideshow era who fully transitioned into another life and made it work, without pretending the first life had not existed. The Two-Headed Mexican.
What?
Sometime around 1917, a man named Pascual Pignon was hired by the
got two
Photo
heads.
Circus to wear a sculpted wax mask in the shape of a human face attached to the top of his head, sit on a specially built platform, and be presented to paying audiences as the most astonishing freak of nature in the world, a two-headed man. The second head was a wax prop, cast from a mold, painted to resemble a human face in repose. It was mounted on a raised area of his skull that may have been a natural growth, or may have been a padded framework built into the exhibition apparatus itself. The circus promoted him as a Mexican railway worker discovered in the fields of Texas who had spent his whole life concealing his second face beneath a sombrero, a story that was entirely constructed. What is confirmed is that Pignon was a real man, a genuine circus employee who was paid to perform this particular deception for several years, who appeared in promotional photographs that circulated widely at the time, and who then exited the historical record as completely as he had entered it. The Ohio Bigfoot Girl. Fannie Mills was born in England and came to the United States as a child, eventually settling in Ohio, where she was found by circus promoters who recognized in her condition something they could sell at scale. She had Milroy disease, a primary lymphedema affecting the lymphatic drainage system. In her case, the condition had concentrated entirely in her feet, which by the time she was exhibiting measured approximately 19 inches in length. Her shoes were specially constructed and displayed alongside her as props. She was billed as the Ohio Bigfoot Girl and toured major American circuits through the 1880s. The most striking element of her promotional campaign was a standing offer of $5,000 and a working Ohio farm to any man willing to marry her, a publicity stunt designed to produce newspaper coverage, and it succeeded reliably in every new town the circus visited. A female companion traveled with her, billed as her nurse, whose role was partly logistical and partly performative, her presence implying constant medical supervision that reinforced the exhibition's sense of authentic abnormality. Fannie Mills did eventually marry a man named Henry Brown, not through the contest, but by her own arrangement. She retired after the marriage. What happened in the years that followed is not recorded, as is typical for women in her position once their commercial value expired. The Human Owl. Martin Morello, born Martin Emmerling in Nuremberg, Germany in 1886, could rotate his head 180 degrees, bringing the back of his skull level with his shoulders. At the same time, his body faced forward so that his face looked directly behind him. He was not born with a condition enabling this. He developed it through years of deliberate practice, a phenomenon that physicians who examined him attributed to progressive overstretching of the anterior longitudinal ligaments of the cervical vertebrae, ligaments that in most humans never allow this range of motion under any circumstances. While fully rotated, blood flow to his brain was compromised, and he could not hold the position for extended periods without losing consciousness. He adjusted the duration of every performance to stay below that threshold. He smoked a cigarette during the act to give his hands and mouth something to occupy themselves while his face pointed backward. He performed at Ripley's Believe It or Not attractions, at Coney Island, and at major circus venues for 30 years. He died in 1955. From a medical standpoint, what he had done was construct a self-inflicted injury of the cervical spine precise enough to be performed on command. The Minnesota Woolly Girl. The hair was golden, soft, and beautiful. Her promoters framed it as horror. Alice Elizabeth Doherty was born in Minneapolis in 1887 with hypertrichosis lanuginosa, an extremely rare condition in which the body produces fine, downy lanugo hair. This type covers fetuses and is normally shed before or shortly after birth. In her case, it covered her entire face and body in a long, soft, golden coat that contemporaries described as beautiful in a way that created genuine disorientation, because the hair's beauty sat in precise opposition to the horror framing her promoters placed around it. Her parents began exhibiting her at age 2. She had no memory of a life before the stage. She performed through her teens and 20s and retired in her late 20s, returning to Minneapolis, where she lived quietly for the rest of her life. She was not defrauded of her earnings the way the Hilton sisters were, nor exploited in death the way Julia Pastrana was. Her family managed her affairs in a way that produced financial security. She died in 1933 at 46, leaving almost no personal record beyond the cabinet card photographs that were sold in the thousands during her performing years. The Camel Girl. Ella Harper was born in Hendersonville, Tennessee in 1870 with a congenital bilateral knee recurvatum, a condition in which the knee joints hyperextend in reverse, so that when she walked on all fours, her legs bent backward in the posture of a camel's hind legs. She could walk upright with a shuffling gait if she chose. She generally preferred all fours because it was faster and more comfortable, and circus promoters, when they found her, recognized the visual potential immediately. She was earning $200 a week by 1886, which placed her among the better compensated performers in the industry. The most important document in her entire file is the text she wrote herself for the program cards sold at her performances. In it, she describes her condition in plain factual language, states that she has appeared in the sideshow to earn money, and then closes by informing the reader that she intends to quit the business and get an education. A promoter does not copyright that. The voice in it is hers, and the intention behind it was carried out. She retired in her late teens and enrolled in school. After that, she disappears from the historical record so completely that no marriage, no death record, and no adult biography has ever been definitively located. Pony Boy. Robert Huddleston, known in the circus world as Pony Boy, was born in the late 19th century with a bilateral knee recurvatum condition similar to Ella Harper's, in which his joints bend in reverse, so that his natural mode of locomotion on all fours produced a gait that promoters described to audiences as equine. He performed continuously for 36 years. What the historical record contains is his name in circus rosters, his presence on stage across nearly 4 decades, and almost nothing else. He is among the least documented of all the major performers from this era, his personal history absorbed entirely by the act he gave. His name appears in circus records from the early 1900s through the 1930s, and then it stops.
Thank y'all for hanging out. Appreciate y'all. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
Filed lawsuits, or at minimum wrote their own promotion.